All right, Painkiller Already, episode 338 with our guest Yonas. Kyle?
Yeah, several sponsors tonight. NatureBox, Movement Watches, ProFlowers, Boll and Branch, and Smart Mouth. We'll get to those later on. Links down in the description if you're curious. But yeah, let's get right to our guest, Yonas here. How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you guys for having me. A fan of the show. I actually just got put onto it recently, so I'm a new fan. So thanks for having me.
So recently, as in like before you got invited, or after? Like how recent?
After. It's definitely after.
It was insane. Like almost a. Like
We're 39 seconds in now. That's about how long I've been watching your show.
He's like, I haven't seen all 300 episodes or anything, but like, I know your names because you told me a few minutes ago.
There you go. No, I seriously appreciate it though.
That's good. That's all right, man. I just did my homework on you today. I'm not sure I'm your demo. If you have a lot of, I don't know if are you big in the dad market? I don't know.
Just surprisingly, it goes through the soccer mom market first, but then it gets to the dad market. Yeah.
Yeah. Introduced by the wives. I get it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you dig it though. The music.
yeah. I only got the chance to listen to one or two songs, but I did like
Nice.
them. So how long have you been doing this? Doing the rapping? Like, is it a full-time thing for you? Is it more like transitioning from hobby to full-time, or where are you at in that whole process?
Full time. I've been doing it for the last 7 years professionally, and we've been touring. I've been on 4 nationwide tours, and I've put out 7 albums. So I'm in the thick of it now.
That's not a hobby. That's
no.
That's a job. Yeah. At that point.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Full time.
Did you always want to do that? Like as a little kid, were you like, I want to be like a rapper, or did that kind of?
I
good at
wanted to be. I thought I was the next Derek Jeter. So I was into sports, baseball specifically, and I thought that was going to be where I ended up. But I started smoking weed and going to house parties and discovered rap is it was something that kind of.
So you decided to be a basketball player.
Exactly.
More money anyway.
There you go.
Yeah, everybody has that. I think every guy at least wants to be a professional athlete at least for like 10 months when they're a kid.
Oh yeah.
And
Because you never know.
Yeah, because you never know, and you just have that dream because you watch your guy on TV doing it.
That's an American thing. I want to that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it's an American thing because I don't know anything about the upbringing of non-American children. But so I'm asking our audience right now, was that a thing for you growing up? This striving for excellence as a child, thinking that maybe you could reach for the highest levels of physical competition, because every American boy does that at one point. Like if you're 8 years old and you start playing Little League or whatever, you start watching the Braves or the Mets, whoever your team is, and you're watching, Beltran or whoever, the greatest in the world play, and you're like, I might be able to do that. And some kids try, 1 year of Little League and you figure out you can't. Some people get to high school. Sometimes you're in high school and you think, I might be able to get there. Certainly to the next level. There's plenty of college players who are like, I can get to AAA. There's hundreds and hundreds of AAA players who still have it in their head as grown-ass men. I can get to the big show at least for a week or two.
That's the interesting thing for me. Like when you figure out you don't have it, right? Like there's a point in your life where you're like, you know what? I'm just not trending towards pro. I started late. I was a swimmer in my senior year. By the end of my senior year, I had a couple school records, and I was like 5th in the state. And I was like, I could be an Olympian. It could happen. I don't know.
Wow.
Right? So then I go to college.
You were 5th in the state. That's pretty damn good.
But it turns out
there's
a lot of states.
Oh, it's Rhode Island.
Yeah, Delaware.
yeah. So like even 5th in the state is like 250th in the country. And you know what they call that guy? They don't call him anything. Nothing at all.
They don't know who that guy is.
Yeah,
it's like that
exactly.
story where it's like, did you know that Venus or Serena Williams played the number 200 ranked tennis player that was a man and lost? And it's like, wow, that's really neat. But you know what? Given the opportunity to jump into one of those people's lives, I'm taking one of the fucking Williams sisters every time because nobody knows who the fuck that guy is.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Who cares?
At some point in most people's lives, you're like, yeah, you know what? I made a good run at it, and I'm not trending towards actually achieving that goal. I hope accounting is fun.
To Kyle's point, I bet they do. I bet they dream about being athletes as well. It's just not, basketball, baseball, football, and hockey. It's all their football. You know, they all want to
Right.
be Messi over there, kicking it as hard as
That's
they
what
can, doing the best. You know, practicing their falls, their embellishments.
Maybe that's why they're. That might very well be true, but I just think that, like, I wonder if it's like I described, because for me, and I mean, every kid that was my age, every guy, like, we all played a sport pretty much, and we all had, for me, it was like when I was like 14 or something, I was like, I'm not going to be a professional baseball player because I can't throw hard enough and I can't run fast enough and my bat speed's not good enough. It's not going to fucking happen. And I realized it. It was just clear. It was just clear that there were other baseball players in my little piddling area who could throw harder, and their bats. I was like, whoa, what kind of bat do you have? Oh, the same one I've got. Okay, you've also got the $500 bat. I just can't swing it as fucking hard as you can or as fast as you can. That's what it was. Ah, okay.
That asshole
and,
can dunk? Ah, I need new sneakers.
Oh my God. That was the other thing. Like I never played basketball with any aspirations of doing anything other than having fun with friends. Like that was when I immediately, I talked about how sometimes in, the first year of Little League, you figure out, I'm not going to be a pro baseball player. The first time I bounced a basketball, I knew. I was like, oh, fuck, ow.
Yeah, basketball.
I stubbed my finger. Like I knew right away. I had no and one skills. Like it wasn't coming. I wasn't going to develop them. It wasn't coming.
Dude, speaking of and one, I've been watching The Professor. Do you know who The Professor is?
Oh, yeah. He's like a legend, street ball legend.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. A YouTube video
clip
of
of
his,
that guy.
A YouTube video of his got recommended to me on YouTube. The front page. I
Oh, yeah,
watched
yeah.
it and then watched another and watched another and watched another. And this guy's dressed in his Spider-Man and I like it when he takes on good players. Like it's one thing to school me. Anyone can do that. But when he takes on a D1 guy or like a European pro or something, I like that a lot.
I do know that guy. When you mentioned the Spider-Man thing, I liked watching those videos when he does that crazy stuff. Another thing that was interesting to me, do you know who Artie Lang is, the comedian who used to be on the Stern Show? Real heavy set, 5'5".
I'm waiting to see where this goes because I know he can't dunk.
All right. So about 17 years ago on the Stern Show, I'm probably wrong about the exact date, but anyway, they're arguing about his basketball skills because Howard had this thing where he played basketball against a guy and the guy just stomped his ass, and then they all like made fun of Howard, and it was a whole thing. And Artie starts talking about his skills, and he says, I could beat any female fucking Division I college basketball chick in a one-on-one. Any of them. Bring them.
The Andy
I'll take
Kaufman
them.
approach. Yeah.
Yeah. He says, I can take any female like Division I collegiate basketball player, and they start laughing at him and just dogging him, and they start giving him points, and then the betting starts, and then they're like, you know what? Give me a minute. Let's get somebody in here to play you. And they get this chick who went to the final. I don't remember her exact credentials, but I'm pretty sure she was like the fifth man off or the sixth man off the bench or whatever at Duke when they went to the Final Four, or maybe UNC or something like that. Like a 6'2" blonde chick who's pretty and still had skills. And she comes in and she's talking so much smack, like in studio. And this is like 4 or 5 shows in the making on the Stern Show. It keeps they come back and like, guess what? Remember Artie talk shit? Well, we got a basketball player. So finally, they get an arena together. They get announcers. They get referees. They get a crowd. They get an outdoor, and they fucking play. And Artie goes down by like 8, 10 points, something like that. He's getting stomped, and he starts making shots. He starts making shots, and he starts fucking boxing her out. And he starts coming back, and they're like, he can't come back. And I think he comes all the way back to the point where he needs to make a basket to win, and then I don't remember how it ended. I don't remember.
Oh my God! You're typically such a good storyteller.
I think she won. I think she won in the end. Yeah.
Come on!
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recall.
Dude, that's a huge loss for her, because that's like if Wayne Gretzky or someone was like, hey, I bet I can really DQ out there on the ice. Like for like 5 minutes, I'll have the puck and you won't even touch it. And if I go out there and touch it like 6, 7 times, nobody's going to be like, wow, you really got owned by Wayne Gretzky. They're going to be like, no, Wayne Gretzky's not quite as good as I thought he was. Because that guy's just futzing around out there. Like if you're a WNBA, was it WNBA you said, or high school?
Oh, yeah, collegiate. Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. That's the same level of skill as WNBA probably, because most of those girls don't even attempt to play in the WNBA. They don't even want to do it.
According to Reddit, Artie was draining shots like he was Larry Bird, but he got tired because he was fat and out of shape, and the girl came back and won.
Yep.
And
So it was.
and Reddit thinks that
thing.
those outside shots should have counted for 2, and then maybe he would have actually won.
I think they should have too. Their rules were a little messed up. I do remember that. I linked it there, and if anybody's curious about this, it's like an hour-long video on YouTube where they compiled like 5 shows worth. Just search like Artie's basketball challenge, and you'll find it. And it's video because the Stern Show videoed all that shit back in the day, and the whole game's on video.
We were talking about sports and where like you get shut down, like that moment when you realize like, oh fuck, like I'm woefully outmatched. What was that with baseball for you, Yonas, where you realized, like, oh, God damn it, I'm going to have to start rapping?
Well, I mean, that would imply I realized that, right? So I never realized it. I think I was so focused on just, like, practice, and practice makes perfect. And shit, I would just give it my best every day. And, I never had that moment where I like, realized, okay, I can't. Actually, that's a full-on lie. Okay, so back in high school, my team actually went to the state championship, right? And I was the starting second baseman for my team for at least for the beginning of the game. It didn't end there, right? And so we went up against this pitcher. I forget his name, the opposing team's pitcher. But the first pitch, I'd never seen someone throw it that fast because we had been playing, I guess, lesser teams to get there. And when I first saw it come down the plate and I actually heard the ball pass me, whiz past me, I said, okay, this might.
That shit had wind on it. Did you hear that? That's like a fucking bullet. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's just a different level, and there's a bunch of different levels. But if you've been at one for a while and then all of a sudden you hear that, there's just the way a bat sounds when it hits a ball sometimes. You're like, whoa. Who the fuck's doing batting practice? Did you hear that? Who's here? Like, did they invite somebody to like give us some like special batting practice? Is fucking... is one of the Braves here today? Because you could hear that fucking crack. And the rest of us are out there, ping, just with our aluminum bats and shit. And there's just a different level. And I guess that's true for every sport. I bet, in basketball, there's just, God, did you see how fast he is? Yeah. And he's 6'4", 240. Like how does that work?
Basketball, that's the thing. It's like I'm 5'11", 6 foot on a good day. So basketball wasn't really an option for me. You got to be freakish.
I like that little Dickie song where he's like, bitch, I'm 5'11". Up on Tinder, I'm 6 feet.
I say that I'm 6 foot with proper shoes. In the right footwear, I'm easily 6 foot.
Whenever I go to hang out with Richard Ryan, if we're gonna be doing something, I put my fucking boots on, and I'm hoping that motherfucker has his flats. Richard's like 6'3", 6'4" on a good day, and he's just a big fucking dude, and it's
funny how much you have a history of thinking about that. Like, I never think when I'm about to like go out, like, oh, I better wear my tall guy shoes. But even when we took pictures together like 7 years ago in Joliet, like, you know how group pictures go, you're only like the knees or the waist up, and we're all together in a group, and every time, without fail, as someone's taking the picture, Kyle gets up on his tippy toes.
I invented that move. That's my move. I did it forever. I was always the tippy toe guy, and it got to the point. There is a picture of Kyle and I full on jumping together.
I am levitating. You can see that my legs have just done. My legs are at full extension because my knees are even like buckled because I'm like at my full extension. I'm like 6'8" in that picture. The reason that I used to do it is because I had like nobody knew how tall I was, and there would be pictures of me with, and I'm 6'1", 6'2" if the shoes were right, and so in all these pictures that people would see of me, I'm usually like towering over these fuckers, and they don't know this guy was 5'8". They're like, God damn, how big is he? And I like that, I like playing off that, and I really like fucking with people's heads. So from then on, like if I met a tall fucker, I'd always make sure I got one on him. My friend Bruno, he's like 6'3", 6'4" on a good day, and a big Marine motherfucker. And I knew he was going to post this picture of us on Facebook. We're all posing together by a helicopter with guns and shit. And all of his Marine buddies are like, how fucking big is that Russian motherfucker? Bruno, how much bigger than you is he? And I'm thinking, like, Bruno outweighs me by like 70 pounds or something like that. And they because I like puffed up in the picture and got up on my like tippy toes, like till I could barely even stand. I looked like a bigger than this giant Marine motherfucker. So
his name is Bruno, so he's either very gay or very tough.
That's not his real name. I just don't want to use his real name. It's something similar to that. But and then Harley, of course, when I take pictures with Harley, I'd always try to get one over on him because he's
that guy's
6'7".
Yeah, when you go to Kyle's house and like, oh, can I get a picture? He goes, oh yeah, come over here to the picture taking hill. Stand right there below me. And then
part of it for me, I take pictures with a lot of fans, and one, I guess I like being taller. There's a certain vanity to it. But another, it was always a laugh line. Like, you know, their buddies taking a picture or whatever, and, you know, they're like, all right, say cheese. That's when I pop onto the tippy toes, and then there's the shot of them only at, like, up to here on me, and everyone would get a laugh out of it. And to me, I'm just telling the same joke night after night, but to them, it's new. So that's what I would do.
There you go. I mean, no one's gonna notice you tippy toeing unless it's a full-on shot.
Yeah,
so
just
all they're gonna remember is you got one over.
Although I will say this: when I meet people in person,
shot.
they're often surprised I'm not taller. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what I don't get about it is you're setting yourself up for failure in a way. Like Kyle, if you've taken so many photos of you midair out there that most people are gonna meet you and be like, this is FPS. This is FPS Russia is 6'7". I read it on Wikipedia. It's on his page. Yeah, look at that.
And if FPS Russia were here, he'd bend over and kill the English with fireballs from his arse. I am FPS Russia.
Braveheart humor.
Yeah, humor. A little bit of levity.
Can we do?
You want to talk about Comey? Because fucking Comey stood up today.
Do the rapper.
I want to talk about the rapper.
Let's do the rapper first.
All right, I just want to say Comey is 6'8". I just want to make sure I don't forget that later.
No,
Yeah.
He's
dude.
6'8". He's 6'8" crouching. So
yeah,
he's got the opposite problem.
The Secret Service got like such a pussy next to him. It was like bad guys protecting that one.
I saw one picture of him because when I knew he was 6'8" like a year ago or whatever, and I heard that, I'm like, that can't be right because you only see these people sitting down. I looked up a picture of him standing with Obama, and there is no wonder that Obama was probably like, hey, maybe don't be in any more pictures with me, you know, like because Obama. I looked at him and I'm like, man, if this was the first photo I ever saw of Obama, I'd be like, how short is this little dude? See, this is like a little 5'3", you know, cute fella, but no, he's just like enormous,
6'2", right?
Obama's like 6 foot or something, so he's not short. It's just Comey is a monster.
I heard one of
he's like the same height as Trump,
monster.
but Trump lies about his height, and it's hard to tell which is real.
I heard that one of the reasons that Trump fired Comey was that he was so much taller than he was.
I doubt that's true.
No, I swear to God. They announced today his new pick for FBI director, Gary Coleman.
Oh. No, he's dead. It was actually Danny DeVito. That was fake news. Yeah. They're what is it called? Embalming him or exhuming him? The whole body of Gary Coleman sitting there on the desk.
Trump had him exhumed years ago. He bought him from the CBS Corporation. It's like a good luck charm. He rubs his head every time before a business deal.
It seems like the Michael Jackson estate would own that guy's remains. Like it just
pretty much.
Michael Jackson already had his part about boy. They don't get any.
Well, I want to talk about the rapper, dude.
It's all good. It's all we're flowing.
How do you pronounce the rapper's name? It's like XXX something.
Tenation?
Yeah, XXXTentaacion. So I know this guy, but you said that you'd seen him before. We've got this video here. I think we should all cue at 0. And basically, what's going to happen here is this XXXTentaacion guy is on stage performing in front of a. I can't tell how big the crowd is. I don't know if it's hundreds or thousands, but it's a bunch of people. You know, you see the cell phones. Everybody's got cell phones recording this shit. And then out of nowhere, a guy comes from stage left and cold cocks him, just sucker punches him and knocks him the fuck out with one hit. And apparently the guy doing the beating is like they're calling him a rival rapper's thug. And they named the other rapper, but I don't see it here, and I don't recall what his name was. It's nobody. He was just as well known as XXXTentaacion. So
what we do is we press play on the video, cue it up at 0, and then we'll count down and watch it at the same time. So
I'm good.
Is everybody queued up at 0?
Oh, I don't know how to queue up.
Just press play and let it buffer.
Gotcha.
And then hit pause.
Okay.
Pretty brutal clip. Jesus.
I'll give Yonas.
Where
Taylor, I
have no
feel like you're
idea where it
cheating.
is.
You're really giving it away.
I'm not cheating. I didn't watch it.
You totally said it was a brutal clip, and you're like, you've done the reaction video already.
All right.
Are we all ready?
I got a few here. All right.
Oh, it's the one linked in
You linked
Skype.
it into Skype.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's
I
that
got
one.
Ari's basketball challenge.
It's the one above
here-
that.
That one.
Oh, gotcha.
I linked Artie again. God damn it.
A great link. Yeah, it's just a GIF. You can even just watch it here. In the
Wow.
Yeah, that's how I know it's happening.
You lie.
All right, cool.
All right, we're ready to go, I think.
All right.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, play. Whoa. Sorry, that guy's out cold. What are they chanting?
We'll probably stop it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Probably
that
gotta-
audio was rough. But,
It's awful.
Wow.
it was terrible.
All
But
right, so he hit him so hard, and the guy couldn't have been more unaware. I read that the guy who got hit there is blaming the security in part. He thinks that they sort of collaborated with this guy and were like let him slip up onto the side of the stage there and do his thing. It didn't seem like they were collaborating with him very much afterwards, though, because that one guy who comes like left to right with that crazy like punch. I don't know what that was. That shovel punch that he threw into the guy's ribs. He was not playing any shit. And it looked like the guy took quite a beating himself on the way out. And then, like, they pick up the rapper and, like, carry him out like Jesus. It was...
Yeah, I love the multiple angles. That's like...
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, that's the future. That's what we got now. That's you could put all those things together and get a three-dimensional fucking VR thing we could get in and watch that guy get his ass whipped. And that's going to last for all eternity now because it's digital.
Yeah.
Woody, do you think this guy's a punk now after watching him get dick down like that in front on stage?
So we talked about it beforehand, and Kyle just described it. The guy came in, he decked him, and he was out cold and whatever. And then he's like, then the security really roughed him up. And I was like, hearing this story, I don't feel like the rapper came out ahead. He like if it was 50 Cent, maybe he would have taken down the bad guy or something. Now that I've seen it, I don't like. He was distracted.
Yeah,
the guy came at him from
can't
the
say-
blind somehow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't say he got punked.
He's got the
Just
light.
The fact that he didn't get a chance to see it coming, defend himself,
Exactly.
and square up. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like he should have at least got.
And that
chance to-
punch, that thing was telegraphed from like 30 feet away, without exaggeration. That guy
Wow.
ran, and brought it in.
Super Saiyan backstage. Like he like there was a whole kata he did, and he got all wound up back there. He came out and knew what he was
hit him
doing.
with
Meanwhile,
the force of like jousting with a lance or something. Like that was outrageous.
he may have broken the guy's jaw because like the guy's sitting there completely relaxed. He's talking, right? He's rapping or whatever.
Did he break his jaw, or we don't
saying
know?
he
I'm
might
just
have.
guessing because like in a fight, it's the opposite unless you're
Right.
breathing and you got your jaw tense. But this guy's having a conversation and then he gets blindsided like that. You could easily fucking break his jaw that way, especially as hard as that guy hit him. And the guy who got hit, like I don't know how big these people are. You can never tell, but it doesn't look like a big dude.
No, I
No.
think he's kind
Like
of a
the way
skinny
this
dude.
guy gets hit, he could have died. easily. Like fallen, cracked his head open or something like that. But like if I just to Woody and Kyle or Jonas, if you're ever there, if my rap career ever takes off and I get knocked out on stage, do not let anyone carry me off like this, like I'm a baby in one thing. He was not carrying him like Jesus. Like if you're a man and you get knocked out, you need at least 2 friends to reach under your arms and then one on the feet and to carry you off with a little bit of dignity.
Like this.
You don't
like you might just be drunk. They got to let your feet angle for the illusion that you're still there a little. They got it's like you're Hillary Clinton and you just passed out, right? They got to prop you up like a little marionette and just kind of like walk you out there.
Did you scroll down and see his picture? This guy to me is like the black Justin Bieber in terms of toughness. Like
shit, really?
He's pretty fit.
Has he got frosted tips?
Oh yeah, and then some. Look, Justin Bieber's in shape too. You know, like Justin Bieber's pretty athletic, but somehow that doesn't translate into toughness. That's how I see this guy.
Yeah.
But
he talks a lot too. I don't know if you guys like. He makes headlines for starting shit. So
if that were
kind of got what was coming to him. To be
this guy extravagant.
I like that better.
Yeah.
What has he been like caught? Like what has been something he's trumped up on social media? Like what is he known for talking shit about?
He accused Drake of like stealing his music and stealing his style. And that's like the most notable one. And Drake obviously is just like, who's this little peasant? I'm not responding to that. He's, but yeah, he's been out there, making some waves, and I think like locally too, like other artists from where he's from. I don't know where he's from, but from his area, he's kind of started issues with them. So I guess the Incredible Hulk with a hoodie came in and got him.
He did not care for those tweets one bit.
This is gonna be in a rap song now. That's the best part, because so often when rappers are going at each other, I mean, sometimes it's real personal shit. I saw a rap battle the other day that was, they had those like professional rap battles with crowds and shit, like from 8 Mile, and I don't know any of their names, but I think they're in the UK. And this one guy who I think was like from California is there battling a guy who's in the UK. And the guy in the UK is very good.
Oh, I think I saw that.
The California guy brings up the fact that like he cheated on his fat girlfriend or fiance or something, and like all of this personal inside shit on him. He's like, you got to go back to that fat bitch tonight, and like all of this shit about how he cheated on his fiance with this other trashy whore, and how like they're all nasty, and how he's a piece of shit, and how his girl's a piece of shit, and how he knows it, and how he begged them not to even say this. He's like, you made a deal with them, you didn't make a deal with me, and he just starts ripping him. And whenever he gets to the part where he says, when he gets to the part where he's gonna say the fiance's name or the other girl's name, he doesn't say it. He points at a guy, one of his like hype men, and that guy yells it real tough, right? Like, Diane! So he can say. Yeah. Like it's like some sort of like legalese to say that he didn't actually say the woman's name and bring it up, but he's just, and the guy almost cries at the end, and he lost. That was the end.
Do you remember the one we watched like 2 years ago, or maybe even 3? He ripped out a fat guy. Yeah. Oh my God.
Uncomfortable to be around.
Oh yeah. He said he was uncomfortable to be around because he was fat. He's talking about his short lifespan. He went hard after that guy. Yeah. Do you know who I'm talking about?
He did. That was like some. That was more psychology than anything. Like I felt bad for the other dude just because he was hitting him with the truth. He didn't make it. It wasn't like I'm saying this because it's a hot line. I'm saying this because, bro, you have issues, and I'm just gonna put them on display in front of all these people. And you're fat. You're fucking huge.
And he didn't stop there. Yeah. He wasn't just like, you're big, you'll die soon, and you smell bad. He's like, what does that say about you as a man? Kids. What does that say about you that you're this? It says this, this, and that. Here's the proof. Look at you. And it's just like, God damn, he's hammering this guy into shit right now. It was I loved it. I love that shit.
Like I don't like 350 pounds. I haven't seen this clip, so I don't know how big this guy is. But you kind of just, if you go into a rap battle where you know people are going to be as mean as possible to get under your skin and to win and to make the crowd entertained, you probably should steer clear if you're 350, 400 pounds. Like it's not going to, because people are going to look at you and go, oh, I spent all last night thinking up clever quips, and you've walked in with the best one of all. Thank you so much. I don't even have to think about this. I'm just going to,
unless your whole thing as a rapper is that you're fat, and you're the whole time you're rapping about how you're gonna sit on this little guy that's like that you're rapping against. So he's like, I don't have to fight you. I'll just fucking sit on you.
No, no, that won't work. That won't work because that's like a 5'1" rapper coming in and being like, does it bother me that I'm short? You can't get to me. I've got my own step ladders, or whatever the fuck he's gonna say. And it's like, no, you're not fooling anyone. You're insecure about it.
It's almost 5 minutes long, but I'd love to watch it. How are you guys feeling about it? Is it too long?
I really enjoy watching that fat man get shamed. You could link us to that. I will. But he's watching on his phone, so the audio is going to play back through.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it's
risky business.
Yeah. So, but it's really fucking good. I love that thing. I guess we can
Well, I want to talk about a little bit more the rap battle thing from Jonas's point of view. Have you? Yeah. I'm sure you have experience doing it, and what is that like? Like, this is something I never get. Like, I know they have you have a plan of rhymes and like stuff that you have in your head because you're thinking about it all the time. How much of it, in your experience, is truly off the cuff, and how much is like, oh, I know where to go from here?
So I would say the new school shit is all written. So they write that ahead of time, right? And so a lot of the stuff, even like the stuff you saw in the UK with that guy, it's all written material. But the way I used to go about it was true freestyle, like off the top of your head. And granted, you're gonna get some lines that don't make any fucking sense, but that's the point. You know what I'm saying? You kind of just juggle your way through it.
If you're easy, it wouldn't be oppressive.
Exactly. Yeah. And the more you do it, the more practice you have at it, the better you actually get. So, I like that type of battle just because it shows someone's true, wit and true ability to on the spot come up with something and tear somebody apart. But nowadays it's all written material.
Do you have any bad memories of getting just roasted in a rap battle?
There was one party where I smoked way too much. I smoked way too much, and I probably drank a little too much, and so it was known that I was one of the bigger rappers in my neighborhood, and this other kid was kind of right there with me, and so it was kind of this fucking 8 Mile moment that it could have been, but I was way too fucking high, and I wasn't even able to put together sentences that made any kind of sense whatsoever, and it was.
Did you just shake your fist at the sky at all those rappers who led you astray? God damn it, Snoop! You said to smoke weed every day. Every day.
I didn't know it's because you were trying to limit competition in this industry.
You're tearing up Chronic albums, you
meet
false
Snoop
prophets.
Dogg. If you meet Snoop Dogg for real, and he's like, "No, I never touched this stuff."
Oh, that would be the best mindfuck ever if you met Snoop Dogg and he was like, I don't smoke the devil's cabbage. Are you insane? I'm a businessman. And he just does a legit evil laugh like you see in the movies.
Trying to raise the barrier to entry.
I was
to the market.
I was more pissed at my friends for letting me get into that shit. They pushed me into that. They were like, yo, go for it. Let's get it.
Oh, they're just like those people who push you on stage to do karaoke, right? Yeah. When they know you're fucked. I love that because drunk karaoke is if you're at karaoke at a bar or something, I'd much rather hear the worst singer in the bar sing than the best singer in the bar. That's me anyway, especially if I'm drinking. There are exceptions. I can remember nights where some guy got up on stage and you're like, God damn, is that CeeLo for real? Is he up there right now? He's singing. It sounds like him. But then, I remember getting our Lithuanian friend who had spoke broken English to go up on stage and sing Patsy Cline.
Oh my God!
Right? Oh my God! That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. I wish I still had that cell phone recording of that. We used to get that.
That's where I was about to go to. I was like, thank God that was at a time where there wasn't a lot of camera phones and shit. Because if there was camera phones, I might not be here right now.
On the cutting edge. I was the only one that had the video. I got the first one that had video. I still remember it was this blue flip phone. I've seen if you watch The Office, this is kind of a stupid thing to notice, but it's the same phone Ryan Howard uses in The Office. But it was like a $400 phone in 2003, and that bitch took video, and I was so proud of my shitty. I videoed everything, and I'd be like, yeah, it's a video camera, and people's minds were just blown, right? I love
awesome.
that thing.
Yeah, you had a $400 phone back then.
I wanted that one. I bought it with my money. I saved up some money. I bought it. I like.
That's now the phone that if you like go to the AT&T store, it's like in that dusty corner where they're like, "Oh, take that one, poor person." You know.
Biggest downside to like the current like thing that the current style that phones are in, right? Like the flip phone was cool. That was an evolutionary path that should not have been shut down. There should be someone out there making flip phones. We shouldn't all just have a very thin tablet of glass and steel or aluminum or whatever. Like, there's definitely a market out there for.
If you're older, there's a certain like Star Trek cool thing to it. Like the idea that such a phone could exist and open and talk was like when that became a real life thing, it was huge.
You have no idea how like I'm trying to think what the equivalency today would be of like pulling out a phone. Gun. Of pulling out a phone and doing that motion with your thumb. You'd never open this thing up like it's a jewelry box with two hands. It was flick. Just fucking pull that phone out and flick. Like you're getting a switchblade out and like, hello, person miles away. Tell me your deepest thoughts.
What's the kind of knife called where the blade comes out from the handle? Like it extends straight instead
switchblade.
of.
Well, that's
a switchblade swings out.
Yeah, that's what I think of. I don't know if it's.
Isn't a switchblade a stiletto? Isn't that like the technical word for it?
Go with that.
Maybe I don't know my knives well enough, but there was a phone that had the stick out from the handle kind. It wasn't a flip phone. You just pressed a button and it got like a few inches longer.
Oh,
Matrix phone. Remember Matrix 2 when he pulls out the phone and he squeezes it and then it pops out from the top and the bottom? They made that fucking phone. They made the Matrix phone, and I was trying to buy it, and I remembered it was like stupid expensive at the time, and you couldn't get them. But they made that phone.
That doesn't seem like a cool idea. Like, it seems like it's a cool thing to watch someone use in a movie until, like, every time you want to use your phone, you have to squeeze it, and then the ends come out, and then you want to put it back, and you have to, like...
It was cool, though, because what happened
jam the ends back in.
Phones were getting smaller and smaller and smaller until they weren't much bigger than, like, one of those pack of, like, dentine. And but then it doesn't really reach your mouth properly. So they managed to make it dentine size, but then it would just pop open, and the mic would be by your mouth. It was nice.
And then, it was interesting to see how the phone thing went because, like, I've always really been into phones, especially, like, in the early part. Like, there weren't cell phones when I was 13, but there were cell phones when I was 15. And that's a weird thing to be part of, right? Like, children today, like, there were cell phones when you were 3, and there are cell phones now when you're 18. But back then, it was a new thing, this ability to talk to people who weren't fucking around anytime you wanted. You know, you notice that like every TV show and movie, like if you add cell phones, they don't work anymore. If you go back before the existence of cell phones, it solved so many problems. It made you so much higher on the tier of social levels because you don't have to wait by a goddamn phone at home. We had a cordless phone at home. Oh my God, I've used a payphone like twice in my life, but like I'm in a rural area, that wasn't a thing. It was always.
I lost my mom so much money. 1-800-collect because I don't know why I didn't have any fucking quarters, but I always decided that 1-800-collect was the move. I
wonder if kids they even know what you're talking about when you say 1-800
collect call.
Yeah. Do they even know? Well, I mean, if they've been locked up, they know. But like, other than that,
did you ever do the thing where like you gave a fake name or a code to save collect call money?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What? Like, okay, can I tell who's calling? First name, can I? Last name, stay out longer. Wow, that's great.
First name Red, last name Robin at 7. You know?
Wow, that's smart. I never even considered that. That's I feel like that's a loophole that terrorists might exploit now. That's fucking solid as hell. You can't get around that. Like what? Wow.
First name is the last name bomb in place.
Yes,
oh, no,
really
I don't need to
charges.
He will accept the charges. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about phones too. Is like when you were trying to meet up with friends, like think about that, right? You had to like call them, tell them where you were at, and stay there. It couldn't be like this moving meetup spot where it's like, okay, I'll be here, and then maybe text them if I move. You have to stand right there, wait for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on if you're operating on colored people time, and and shit, man, that it changed culture in so many ways.
You were a little bit late to the show tonight, and they were like, "Where's the guest?" And I was like, "He's operating on color people time."
It's a real thing. I'm the captain, by the way. I'm the captain of that team.
Kyle, you can still get that flip phone. They make the jitterbug. Do you know what the jitterbug is?
Yeah,
it's that commercial they have on late at night or early in the morning where it's like, the infomercial like our phone's hard and the button's small. Technology isn't easy to use anymore like it was back when we were churning butter. Introducing the jitterbug. Yeah, and it's this enormous flip phone with manhole cover-sized buttons, so big old arthritic fingers can find them without too much trouble. And it's just a bunch of people being like the same. They just grabbed the crew from Life Alert and filmed it in the same studio right after.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do without my jitterbug. My grandson still doesn't call, which makes me think it doesn't work.
No, it does work, ma'am. You just have shitty
it's
family.
funny, we're all here laughing at old people, but my next phone's going to be the iPhone Plus because I want bigger words.
Oh, do you for the tech? Like when my dad needs help with something on his phone and he hands it to me with the text screen still open, I'm always like, what the fuck is wrong with your eyes? Because it says instead of, hey, you want to meet up for dinner around 7? We can see a movie after that. It's, hey, do you want to meet around 7? We can see a movie after that. It's like, gee, get LASIK or something. The technology exists.
I can read the text, but sometimes the news, there's Apple News, and you go and it's like, all right, which eye is my better one? And here's my distance, and that's how I'm reading it. Taylor, you can back me up on that. Better eye.
I can't with the eye thing. I catch myself sometimes closing my left eye to read, but I try not to do it because apparently that's bad to start at 26.
Yeah. Probably so. Do you have any? Does that worry your eyesight at all? Do you think the glasses are just always going to be a fix for that, or do you have or do you have some hope somewhere, or would you even consider it of some sort of surgery to give you? And I'm not talking about LASIK because maybe that doesn't work for exactly what you have. I don't think it does. But what if we get some sort of what if they start growing eyeballs, right? And you can just get eyeballs and like 2010 vision eyeballs, and they're $8,000 a pop.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be the guy who storms that beach where it comes out on CNN that day new technology found, we can grow rat eyes into people eyes and put them in your head. I'm gonna let 15 years after that until it's just a thing where it's hey, I'm going to get an eye transplant. They're all right, you'll be home for dinner. That sort of level of expertise over it, and then I would try it. But I'd prefer to just get LASIK done if I can do that, because I do get worried about how fucking shit my eyes are. Because every time I go in, I'm I get the whole thing in front of me, and he starts playing the games, the A/B, which one's better, which one's worse, and I always feel like I go in and I'm yeah, I'm starting to peter out, I'm starting to level off, I'm not accelerating into blindness, and then he'll be well, another active year for these eyes, especially Mr. Lefty. And it's God damn it! I already have the thing on my license says I can't drive without assistance on my eyes, but I'm hoping I can get LASIK. That insensitive asshole eye doctor saying, oh yeah, you might not be able to because your corneas are too thin. It's oh yeah, that's just something you say. That'd be like if a woman goes in for OBGYN, she's me and my husband, we're thinking about having kids soon, and we don't know if we're gonna stop at 2, 3. I've always wanted a big family. I'm Mormon. He goes, oh, not in the cards for you, ma'am. It's a couple of old cabbages up there. Nothing's happening. No, you don't want to be told that by the doctor. But yeah, I definitely want to improve my eyes if I can. And LASIK seems if they can snip your stomach apart and fix that shit for super fat people, they can fuck
You're lucky
around
to
in
be
there.
26 though, because my eyesight's also deteriorating. I think it's better than where you are, but my eyesight is just one of many things on head to toe that I've got. Oh yeah, the knee that's hurt for 6 months now, and that thumb you thought was getting better kind of leveled at about 80%, and I've just got a whole it gets cumulative. Instead of at first you just heal and you spend most of your time feeling great, and then it gets to be you rotate from body part to body part that's recovering injuries. If you have any kind of active life, now I just pile them on. Oh yeah, the knee hurt, and now the knee and the thumb hurts. Now the knee, the thumb hurts, and the eyes are not so good, and I'm just packing them on. But
How old are you, Yonas?
30. I'm 30 years old. So I just I actually turned 30 in November last year. So that's not just turning 30, but that's what I tell people. I just turned 30.
Well, in the big scheme of things.
I mean,
we've been
talking about eyesight. I'm one of those weird people that thinks that you can train your eyes back to 100%. So you'll like often see me like looking at like squinting at street signs and like trying to will my eyes to be better. And it's fucking weird, but that's
what a unique perspective.
Yeah.
Let us know how that works out for you.
You would have been the guy like screaming at FDR, "Get up, you lazy shit!" You know, just do a couple jumping jacks. You know,
walk it off.
Bitch is screaming at JFK. Come on, you can get back up.
I wish that
what a quitter.
I wish that Yonas could rent my eyes for a day, so then you could go outside. I'd recommend you stay close to where you leave because you're not going to find your way back. And then you just stare at something as hard as you can for like
that's
3
exactly
minutes.
My look right there. That's my
and
look.
Then you're going to go, no, this isn't panning out. I'm going to throw up. You know?
Taylor, have you ever seen a woman that you thought was attractive until you got close enough?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And like you see, like you get to like 20 feet away, it's like, oh, woohoo, nice. Like I see some angular features. Like I see the world like one of those fish, very deep in the ocean, mostly shadows and structures. And then I get a little bit closer, and it's like, oh man, that's an enormous nose. But I'd be fooling myself again. So let's get a little closer. Nope. No,
Then
just an ugly.
close enough finally so that you can touch your face and you know.
I do the shit from Face Off, like Travolta, where I just like run my fingers down my face.
So where I grew up on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, and we would have like almost competitions to identify hot girls first, which meant that we'd be picking out girls from like a block away. And of course, sometimes there's the whole good from far, but far from good. But sometimes they were actually dudes that just kind of looked hot from a block away.
Damn, that's the worst, right?
That's the best. Oh, yeah.
Why are you wearing them pants so goddamn tight, man?
When your bro picks out like a good ass from a
can't
block
even
away,
breathe in there.
it turns out to be
yoga pants, dude.
that was the best time.
Have you guys seen that prank show? That show where the dude he's like wearing these like yoga pants and he's like leaning into the trunk of his car. and like guys walking by are like, oh shit, and then he like peeks out of his trunk and they're like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's just got like a athletic booty. Like
when you like at the mall where you see somebody like it's the same thing that happens at the mall when you see like someone like a girl walking away and you're like, damn, like nice ass, and then you see her like later walking out of a store and you're like, oh shit, she's like 13. Like, I thought she has a like from behind. That's a very 22-year-old behind. Like on this.
That's those fucking chicken hormones, man. That's those fucking chicken hormones.
They turn around and she's got like rub off tattoos. You know, like she's got like a birthday party, like her party.
You got an 8-year-old getting their periods, and you got 14-year-olds with double D's. It's not a safe world for the modern man. You gotta be careful.
Head on a swivel. No, head and blinders. Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
That's hilarious.
Or what you were saying, if you see the guy with the nice ass in the spandex or whatever, and he's like got the hippie hair, so you think it's a girl. Like after you find out it's a guy, you have to like retroactively go back and reprogram those thoughts and be like, I didn't even think she was that good looking anyway. You know?
Yeah.
Like even if she was a girl, I wouldn't. You know? Like this is fine. You
know? I've mentioned this before. We had an imaginary baseball league, right? We'd be like, yeah, that girl not old enough for the majors yet. We're gonna put her in AAA, let her mature a bit, and then she can come play. That was how.
There you go. Have a draft class.
Like AAA? You mean your basement?
A farm team.
No, small make believe. But yeah, like that girl's single A ball. Like why were we even looking at her? But we'll let her mature, and then a few years later she'll come out and play with the big boys.
That's pimpery 101 for sure.
I'm not sure how I feel about all this. This putting these underage girls on layaway.
Well, it's not like they have like reserved like deer like tags on their ears and shit. Like no, Woody's just watching and appreciating the future. You know,
these were just random girls walking by on the beach as we guarded.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he's not requisitioning them for their birthday, you know.
So starting like 8 or 10 days ago, I cut my calories down to like nothing. Yesterday I had 600 calories and I didn't eat the day before. And I'm at 176 pounds. 176.
Huh.
I lost.
So let's
fucking pounds since last week.
I want to run through Kyle's diet real quick and where we've got so far. So, Yonas, we all, like 10 weeks ago or so, started like a fitness kick, getting in better shape and whatnot. And, you know, me and Woody were more from the approach of trying to lose a little bit of weight, get more cut and in better shape. Kyle was like, all right, I want to pack on some mass, get that slab of marble, and then I'll start chiseling it down. And so for about 6 weeks, Kyle went on a 4,500 calorie a day binge of just drinking fat gainer shakes.
Worked for Michael Phelps.
He gained like you gained quite a bit of weight.
I went from 181.5 to like 187.5.
So you gained a good bit, and then decided, fuck everything I've done up till now. Fuck the entire trajectory here. We're cutting back. We're doubling back to the fork in the road and taking the starvation option. And so for the last week, you have not eaten anything just lost a bunch of water weight and then probably some fat as well.
Don't feel very good, but I'm gonna do this for a few more days. I'm gonna melt it. I'm gonna lose as much fat as I can. Here's what I think about the whole starvation thing and losing muscle. You definitely don't lose muscle at the same rate as fat, and I don't care if I lose a little muscle if I lose a lot of fat. I feel like you could. They're just not proportional, because if they were, like, I would just be so feeble and weak that I couldn't do shit. But I'm not. I still feel pretty strong. I'm still lifting weights and still doing my workout. I'm just not eating. And I get a little shaky in the middle of the day and have to sit down and put a cold.
Zero?
I had a root beer last night. That was delicious. It was 160 calories.
You gave yourself 160 calories to consume, and you chose fucking root beer?
Chose a root beer, yeah. I wanted that root beer real bad. Like, I didn't have any soda in the house, and I haven't had any real soda in a long time. And but I got Kitty some root beer, and that root beer was just sitting in there, and it's my favorite kind. I like Barks. And I had to drink that can of Barks root beer. It was just going to happen. I've been living on all healthy with this Diet Pepsi for months now, and can't abide that.
So how many more days until you think your body just collapses?
It would take months, right? Human body's so strong. Like I could starve myself for a month. I bet I could go a month without eating, and I'd still be fine.
So he means
without eating at all.
You would not be fine.
Yeah, I'd be fine. I'd be fine. I could go a month without eating, and I'd be fine.
Dude, you don't have enough fat. Like, you would by the end of it be ill. I guarantee. If you want to try it, I bet by the end you're feeling like shit. But don't do it.
Of course I'll feel like shit. I'm just saying I won't die or anything, and I'll still be able to I'll still be able to walk and talk and drive a car. I mean, I'm going to be operating at peak levels after a month of no food. I mean, I am starving myself to the scary extent. I think I'm going to wait until, I'm trying to work a bunch of fat off. I get a little bit leaner now.
What are you getting down to? What's the target at that you've got in your
I'm not even going to look at the scale anymore. What's the point? Like, because I want to gain muscle and lose fat. So, like, it's at 175, like, as with my clothes on, as of like 10 minutes ago or whenever before the show, an hour and 10 minutes ago now.
There's no way what Kyle's doing is productive for, like, chiseling a. Like, you're like, I'm going to eat total trash and then go on a total starvation diet and see how awesome I get. Like, none of those things lead you towards awesomeness, right?
Well, I didn't get that much more muscular, but I did get scurvy, Because I haven't had a fucking piece of fruit or vegetable.
I mixed in a little vitamin C to keep the scurvy away. I rub a little lemon juice on my gums every day, and I'm good.
I think we lost Yonas. We'll see if he comes back.
Oh, did we? I figured he just wasn't a blinker.
That's funny. Taylor, how are you doing? What are you up to?
I'm doing good.
Have you been measuring your weight? Because
as of last time I weighed, I was 206, and so I do it on Sundays, and so I'm expecting to be a little bit lower there. I can tell, like I said, I think in PKN, like my upper body is getting bigger. I can see more like definition in areas that I didn't before, like wearing my clothes. Like, how usually when you wear a short sleeve shirt, just the flat drop down of the sleeve, like I feel like I'm getting more kind of deltoid definition and all that. And so once you start seeing any results at all, the working out part is really easy because I want to do it. Like, I'm finding that during the day, I'm like, oh man, like I can't wait to get home and work out. Like, just because I like that high of feeling good afterward, where you're like, yeah, you fucking got something done. You did. Like, it's like an amped up feeling of what you get when you clean a bunch of dishes, but like, when you clean a bunch of dishes and you're like, oh man, like I feel like I really got something done. It's fucking spotless. You could eat out of this kitchen now. Like, hopefully. But like working out, same thing, where you just get through it, you hammer it, and you do it. I still don't think I've missed a workout in the last, I guess, coming up on 10 weeks now. And so, you know, I've had definitely some cheat weekends where I go out with friends and drink and eat like shit, and that's definitely what's keeping me from reaching peak potential at this point. But I don't know. I'm happy with how it's going, and I'm happy you two are sticking to it as well, because it's easier to have check-in dates where if I ever do feel like I don't want to work out, or I'm gonna order a pizza, I deserve it, I'll be like, no, because I'm gonna have to rationalize that, and if they didn't cheat, also I'm gonna look like a piece of shit.
Honestly, I think I'm just gonna. I'm doing this because my weight's always going to bounce up and down. There's never going to be a healthy lifestyle, and it's just not going to happen. I would rather. I think I have the self-control and still the metabolism at 31, I guess, to do that. I was afraid that I wouldn't. I was afraid that there was going to come a day where I was like, man, I'm 200 pounds and I can't get to 199 after 6 days of trying real hard. I'm going to have to like monitor my sugar and my calories for the rest of my life now, or I'm going to be a fat guy. I thought that might happen, and I was afraid of it, but I think I'm going to be able to continually bounce back and forth between where I want to be and what I want to eat.
I hope you're right. You know, I think I was 32 or 34, and I still had abs. At 44, no abs. So
32 or 34 still having abs, rather. That's impressive. Well done.
Yeah, it's good genetics over there where it's got this massive lungs, that gigantic rib cage. He's just a peddling.
Too big a waist, though. I feel like I don't have the V I wish I had.
Were you good at bicycling?
Yeah, I was very good at cycling.
I bet. Was there ever any like consideration of doing that at any kind of like anything other than for fun? Any sort of competitive level?
I was in, was it the USAA? I was in this.
That's great. You do that thing across Georgia with your dad. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if Jonas is coming back. I'll just hang on a second about fixing the layout.
I can do an ad read while he's gone.
He says he's coming back.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I want to do my little workout thing. I'll run through it real quick. So after the show's on Thursday, that's kind of my check-in day. By Friday, I was down another pound. So I thought this would be a 2-pound week. It wasn't. Friday and Saturday, the next day, I was still down a pound. And I went away. I had 2 cheat meals, which I hate. I like one a week. But I was camping and wasn't able to. I went to a restaurant twice. So not real camping, but whatever. I wasn't home. Had 2 bad meals. And then that pound I had lost was back for like 4 days in a row. Getting kind of discouraging. As of yesterday, I lost that pound again. Today, still lost that pound. And I'm at 208. So I'm down 12. I lost a pound this week instead of 2. And also have never missed a kettlebell workout, which is nice. Yonas, if you can hear me, turn your video on, please. And know what that was. But anyway, lost a pound, haven't missed a workout, and there have been, like yesterday, we spread 20 cubic yards of mulch around like the front yard, and we have this like circle and whatever. And then afterwards, I'm like, do I have to do my kettlebells? Isn't that enough? No, you dick. Do your kettlebells, because you're trying to like do more of these. You're trying to get strong. Like there's specific motions you're working on, and they're not shoveling, you lazy piece of fuck. So I did my kettlebells anyway, and yeah, I've never missed a workout. And I've increased both my reps and the weight. So there's a thing going on.
Today is the first day that I've noticed that you looked better. You're showing visible physical improvement, Woody. Your face is more chiseled. Your arms, or I'm serious, I'm not even kidding. Your face is more chiseled. Your upper body is more. It's a more attractive silhouette. Arms, everything, looking better, looking great. I hope you're getting the same sort of physical, positive. That's where I'm headed. Oh, it's continuing. Don't worry. I'm hoping that you're getting the same level of like physical positive reinforcement from your wife at home. I'm hoping that like when you come out of the shower and you're like toweling off, she's like, God damn.
I remember why I married that man. You know?
No, she does make positive comments about it. It's more kind of like no bullshit. She's like, no, I can definitely see it. No joke. Your face is more chiseled than it was before. Like she sees it in my face especially. But there's also a recognition, like shirt off, not at my target weight. You know, there's work to go. But look, things are moving forward. Every week, I haven't had a backwards week yet, and we'll keep pushing.
Awesome.
Nice. I was gonna ask you guys, like, what you probably already answered this to your audience, but what made you guys want to get into working out and losing weight and making that a goal?
For me, I'll jump on. So
I know.
I had recognized that I didn't look the way I wanted to. At the same time, Taylor initiated this "let's do it together" thing, and they came together as a, yes, I have a problem, and there is a solution. Let's do this.
I'm kind of just hopping in because I really enjoy this. I've done it a bunch of times, go on these like freak workout programs or weight loss and stuff, and I enjoy kind of doing it. I'm not able to stick to it for like years at a time, but you give me I can get a solid 3 months of like crazy working out going on, and then stop and let that go back down to an unhealthy level, and then head on back up again. That's the way I've chosen to live my life. And so whenever anybody wants to get one of these programs going, I'm totally down because it's fun to watch your body change.
Right.
So many people in your life, you're probably like, I've known Dave for 35 years, and he's always been pretty much exactly the same way. So I like being the kind of person who can and does change, even if it's just for the fuck of it. Just for the fuck of it. They say people don't change. Like, I often think about like, this is kind of unrelated, but think about things that you've always thought of one way and examine why you think of them that way, and maybe change your own mind. But I like changing my body with the weight loss thing, and I got so much goddamn workout equipment that I kind of have to anyway, or it's just I'm just a maniac to have a gym and not use it.
And I have one more thing. I pulled a Taylor in this regard. I have roped in another friend into this. So just like so Taylor's doing this with us, but he also has like in real life friends that he's checking up on. Now I'm doing that as well. I have an in real life friend.
Nice.
I'm like,
Doubling down on that accountability.
We're putting a pool in, and I'm like, dude, pool parties are coming. Lift those weights, and we check in with each other on whether or not we did our
That's
workouts.
I'd like to say I'm doing it just because I want to be in better shape, but mostly it's in recent months I've become single again. And there's no easier way to go back out there and, get it done than to not be fat and to look pretty good with your shirt off.
Yeah.
You never tried a handgun.
Well, Kyle goes the route of threats.
Yeah, well, there's a whole Cosby track on this that you could go as well. You don't even have to be rich. Roofies aren't that expensive.
Yeah,
Jonas,
but
can
now
you
that I'm
fix
doing
your
it,
video?
like,
Or...
Oh, do you have your video, Jonas? Because we're not getting
it's been the connection's been kind of crazy. You guys are going out as well.
Oh, that stinks.
It seems like your video's not turned on.
I can see you guys. I can see myself in that same kind of.
Can you turn it off and on?
Let me
that
try
is weird
that out.
because usually you can't see us if your video's not on.
Let me see.
Quit the quandary.
Right. Turn it on and off. Let's see if that works. That fix it?
No.
No.
Might have to hang up and call back.
Yeah, we were going strong.
Yeah, it was working for the first 45 minutes or so. So Taylor, you're single and you want hotter girls, and the way to get them is to be hotter yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. The best way to get back out there, I think, is to start feeling like you're getting yourself as good as you can be, and then you can go out there, feel more confident, and and that shit matters. If you're self-conscious about love handles or something, like, then you're not going to be as confident in your demeanor and the way you carry yourself. You'll be more slumpy. Your posture won't be as good. Like, all that shit plays in when you're out there in the wilds.
If you have poor cardio, they're just going to escape every time.
Well, my cardio is not great because cardio fucking sucks. Like, it's better than it was from.
It's more than one way to skin a cat. I mean,
it's your skateboard, dude.
You're developing
radical. You want to come back to my place?
Not only is it good cardio, but helps you catch them.
Yeah.
Chase them down.
Chase them down. Let me do an ad read here. It just feels like the time to talk about NatureBox. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on self-control to resist the temptation? Please, you eat the junk food. Start snacking healthy with NatureBox. NatureBox makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you, created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial colors, flavors, or sweeteners, so you could feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites here are the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. I really, really, really like the coconut cashews. I think that's my favorite. Definitely the coconut cashews. And I like any of the stuff that has yogurt on it, like the yogurt covered anything, especially the yogurt covered pretzels. They have blueberry, strawberry, and regular yogurt covered pretzels. And I haven't gotten them in a while, but last time I had them, I ate all 3 bags like in succession. NatureBox makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you. I already read that. Some of our personal favorites, I already read that. NatureBox recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required, and you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding delicious new snacks. Choose the snacks you want. They'll deliver them right to your door. With NatureBox, you'll never get bored. There are new snacks every month, inspired by real customer feedback. And if you ever try a snack that you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more because NatureBox is offering Painkiller Already fans 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. Naturebox.com/PKA.
So, first of all, 50%, that's a lot of percents. Second, I like peanut butter nom noms. They're my favorite.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of NatureBox. I am a member. I buy stuff every month, and I like to try. Right now, it's beef jerky. That's what I've got upstairs. I like it. I'm not a big beef jerky fan, though. I just got it because I felt like that's what I should get because I'm eating healthier. It seemed like that. It just seemed like that's the way to go. I want protein. I want a protein in my snack. Okay, I'm not. Just bear with me here. And so I've been enjoying that too. So check them out. Links
Yonas, your video's back.
Got your video.
And now he's frozen. This is almost the exact same pose he was frozen in previously. Oh, he moved. All right.
Oh, I am so. Oh yeah, NatureBox. I like the spicy nut mix. Check that out. I like spicy pub nuts.
I wanted to ask Yonas, like in your amateur athletic career, was there ever any temptation to use steroids or performance-enhancing drugs or any kind? Did you know guys who did them? Was it around?
No, that surprisingly no.
My fucking high school baseball team was juicing.
Really?
Yeah, the coach was putting there were like three. There were 3 or 4 guys on the team who had like aspirations of going to the next level after high school, and they had like smaller colleges, like Middle Georgia or something like that. They would come and watch these guys play, and the coach was hooking those guys up with steroids.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Wow.
There are 2 guys on my collegiate swim team who I suspected of juicing.
Fun fact, not to interrupt you, fun fact, I was on a swim team for about 1.5 years called the Flying Dolphins.
All right.
Don't ask me about that.
What
Were you
stroke
pretty
did
good?
you swim?
Yeah, so say that again.
What was your stroke? Freestyle, butter, back?
Freestyle.
Freestyle. Very cool.
Yeah.
I did swimming for 1 year when I was 7, I think, and we were called like guppies or something until eventually I was like, I already know how to swim, and I can swim as good as I will ever need to swim living in Missouri. You know, like I'll be fine. But
no,
yeah, it was fun as a kid.
I was on a bunch. I was on one team, my least prestigious team ever. I was just brought in like as a ringer, and there was subdivisions, like just a group of houses that had teams, because like the subdivision had a pool and they'd compete against the other ones. And they grabbed some of the guys from my high school team, and they're like, dude, we don't even have guys in this age group. Can you just come in and like win all the races? And I'm like, well, how fast are they? Because I didn't want to lose. I was such a pussy, I guess. And then like it turns out the people I'd be swimming against were shit, and I could just like, I don't know, like imagine you're like a collegiate wrestler, and they're like, yeah, all the other people will be in 8th grade. Can you just like win these matches for us? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. That's a service I provide. And we would show up in these like can't lose swim matches. And
that's the best. That scenario. The go in there and take it because I'm hooking you up in this. Those happen in life occasionally, and it's across the spectrum, right? Like when I was selling cars, we called that a cheese deal. That was when like Young Jeezy, the rapper, came in and he was like, I want 5 Dodge Chargers. But he didn't come talk to a salesman. He went and talked to the manager. He's like, I want 5 fucking Dodge Chargers. And he's like, all right, I'll get you 5 Chargers. Garrett, write this deal up. So now Garrett just sold 5 fucking cars for doing nothing, right? Call that a cheese deal. And you call the guy who takes the cheese deal the house rat. In our case, the house rat had done time for the manager, so he always got the cheese deal. I found out over my years of working there that the general manager, who was 28 years old over this massive corporate AutoNation store, had been running like a drug gang, and like one of the finance directors was in charge of like growing, And the Garrett guy who came on as a salesman, like in the middle of my tenure, came on because he just got out of prison doing time for the manager. So of course he got all the free deals, as it were. But yeah, that happens a lot in life where you're just kind of handed stuff, and it doesn't happen a lot, but when it does happen, grab onto that with both hands. If they're going to let you go in there and wrestle some 8th graders or go in there and swim against a bunch of guppies, you want to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
So wait, did you get trophies for that? Did you keep any of your trophies? I'm sure you have had like medals and trophies and stuff throughout your like sporting career. Like, did you keep any of that stuff?
A couple things. I've got some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu medals. I have some
the
medals I won in college, and I have my first surfing trophy ever. I was at if you're 12 and under, they call you a Menahuni? I forget, something like that. And I've got like a second place in a Menahuni division thing. I got some trophies here and there, but I didn't keep everything.
Yeah, I never won a trophy of any note of any kind, really. My dad always shot
surfing in Jersey.
Yeah. There was actually a pretty good surfing scene where I was from.
My dad shot archery tournaments a lot, especially when I was younger, and he'd travel around and do that. And I remember seeing him on TV a time or two doing that. And he had this massive collection of trophies that he kept at a shop we had. And someone came in and took them all. The same people who came in and got my goddamn Play-Doh, my cousins.
Really? Your cousins stole trophies?
They broke them. These were so tall. Like some of them were 3-4 feet tall with like it's like 4 pillars that go up from a slab of marble, and it's like a chalice at the top and stuff. And they broke all these fucking trophies. It was so shitty. My dad didn't care, which I cared so much more than he did. He was like, there's a reason they were in that old shop. And I'm like, didn't you travel around for years earning those dozens of fucking trophies? Like, yeah.
That's how I feel about my trophies. I think a lot of them, like, we got rid of when we moved to this house and stuff. The accomplishment's still there. The trophy just stays in the attic or something.
I guess that's true. And he still got the bow. Whatever. I didn't like it. I guess just from my point of view, that seems shitty. I don't like people who are shitty like that, who will come and mistreat your things and be fuckery.
Yeah. You know what?
You ever loaned something to someone and they mistreated it?
I'm sure. I can't think of anything right now.
I got your saw back to you, goddammit. Woody's got this very special saw, and he had like left it at my house. I can't remember how it got, and I had it with me, and I was I put it in my safe. I was like, yeah, I put it in the vault with like my expensive scopes and suppressors. I was like, that Woody's saw is getting the same level of treatment as a machine gun at my house.
Oh,
maximum security. Because I telling Woody one time, Chiz, I was like, fuck. I went to the post office today and I forgot to send Woody his saw back. I gotta get him his goddamn saw back. He loves that saw.
I do like that saw. I still have all the pieces.
Of course you do. It's a cool saw. Just so you know, it looks like, for those listening, it looks like a piece of like aluminum pipe, and you kind of screw a cap at the end, and out comes a saw blade, and you sort of flip it back around and screw it back together, and you have this really effective saw.
Bow saw, yeah, and it's really sharp. Like it would hurt your hand to touch it, and it cuts well. What was I going to say? Oh, today, Hope took her last test. Hope has finished high school as of like a few hours ago.
Bro, congrats to her.
Very nice.
That's awesome.
I don't know. Has she graduated yet? Have they walked? Is that a thing?
Saturday. So Saturday is the ceremony. She's speaking. So her school doesn't do class rank, so they just like try out for it. I know, right? It's weird, but
they try out for it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, class rank is kind of informally considered on who is like the commencement speaker.
PKA, motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. They don't do class rank, so.
I'm interrupt, but I gotta know. I think it's important. Would Hope be very close to the top of the class?
She'd be top 10%. Okay, but I don't know if she'd be first or anything.
Yeah, see, I guess it's not as big of a deal. I remember it was a big deal at my school because this guy transferred in, and his grades from the other school made him fucking top dog, like 99.9 percentile. And the chick who had been in this school district for her entire career, who got like a 9.8, got bumped to the side, and there was a whole fucking mess over that. I remember. I think they split it in half and like gave them both first or something like that.
We had a controversy in my high school way back when, in that our high school had 2 tracks. One was called college prep, and the other was called business. But business meant like you were going to be an auto mechanic when you grew up or something like that. Well, it turned out that someone from the business school who took much less competitive courses throughout high school was like right there with the valedictorian in terms of best grades. And it turned out I think she was the salutatorian, which is like second place. But it was really like, wow, like should she be able to win? You know, she's been pulling her A's in like secretarial classes.
There's two different.
Yeah, this
guy's
guy's
two different
taking
leagues.
physics, and you know they're both A's, but
She's the best in AAA. You can't give her the World Series ring.
yeah, right.
It made no sense. She hasn't been facing the same competition. Not even. That's a clear cut one. I hate that when they
the commencement speaker. That's what I was trying to slip out there. So yeah,
that's very
awesome.
cool.
She tried out, and the teachers, like it wasn't just the teachers, like the guidance counselor weighed in and all that stuff, and yeah, so she'll be speaking on Saturday, and I haven't heard her thing yet. Hopefully, it's good.
Yeah, that's awesome. Does she write that alone? Does she ever ask you or her mother or anyone like around for input, or does she like?
She tried out a few lines on us, but she mostly like she did like the rough draft of it. She like performed it, and then the school gave her feedback, and she did another iteration. So I really don't know it, but people at the school do.
Yeah, that's so odd to me that they wouldn't do a valedictorian, salutatorian. I think it's important to like say. It's not about telling the guys who are at the bottom of the class, hey, look at you, dummy. It's about recognizing that extra amount of effort it took to be the best and putting that up and praising that and setting that as a lofty goal for all of those below. It's to let the average student look up and say, God damn, I'm as smart as Catherine. What the fuck?
Exactly. It's like when they sign a little kid with cancer to, a professional team for a day. You don't deserve that.
No.
Get off the roster.
Yeah, I see those bat boys out there all bald from the leukemia. Like, get the fuck off the field. What if he causes an incident, right? Like, what if he lets one go through the gap and we hurt somebody in the stands? I don't like that. I want my bat boys to be athletic
go through the gap.
and know what they're doing. No, of course not. No, not even a thing.
To what Woody was talking about earlier with like you would go to swimming and be the guy where they're like, bring in the woodster, to like jump in and be like the butterfly man. I did something like that, but I was not useful. So obviously Yonas doesn't know the sport. I played growing up was ice hockey, and I played goalie for a huge percentage of it. And when I got to be like 16, the way high schools work is I played for club teams mostly, so I didn't take high school as seriously because the skill is just not there. And I played for the high school team, and they also had high school, varsity, JV, and then something called C team. And what C team is in hockey is it's middle schoolers and freshmen and sophomores who are not good enough to play JV or varsity, and so they play in this very low level league. Because there's a lot of people who like hockey.
I'm glad that's a thing. It's great that that's a thing because that doesn't exist in a lot of other sports. Like there was a point when I was like, I can't play baseball anymore. Like because there's no like fun, silly baseball leagues that I'm aware. You can go play softball with a bunch of old dudes, but I'm not going to fucking do that.
This was basically making it. Yeah, it was a full check league. This comes into the story, and they were like, well, you can't play goalie on this team because that's you're not allowed. That'd be unfair. But you can play out. You can play forward if you want. And I'd never got to play forward as like a grown up. I didn't know how to like hit the right mechanics and everything. Like all the rules I knew the rules, but I'd never been in a clash against the board, so I didn't know like how the rules would pan out. So I was like, oh, I'm so excited, I'm gonna get to hit. And keep in mind, at this point, the only reason I was allowed to play C team is because they're like, hey, this guy who looks like he's 23, he's actually a junior in high school, and he only plays goalie, so you should make an exception and let him play on the C team. And they're like, oh, he's a goalie, he won't even be able to skate, he'll be fine, let him play. And so they let me get all dressed out in my stuff, and I was so excited.
Did you even have gear? Like where'd that come from?
I wore my dad's gear.
Okay.
And so I wore my dad's stuff, old rusty ass helmet. So like people looking,
this is like something out of Game of Thrones when like the old fat knight comes out and shit's not modern anymore.
Putting it all on, getting my stick, my wooden cheap ass Sherwood stick that my dad's like, I'll just take this. If you break it, who gives a fuck? Well, everybody else has their nice sticks. And in my head, I'm just so excited and a little bit nervous. I'm like, I can't wait to get a hit. I can't fucking wait to get a hit. I've never felt what that feels like before. Rule in hockey, you should know. Charging. You're not allowed to take more than 3 strides towards an opponent because you are on ice and you can get going like 30 miles an hour, and that's how you kill people. And so I didn't fully internalize this rule.
Especially people with the helmets.
Yes, and keep in mind, like, it's not like you'd be watching this game and be like, oh man, there's a couple big guys on both teams. Like, you would look at it and be like, oh, there must be a handicapped fella over there who's just, a head and shoulders taller than everybody else. and so this guy, we were in their zone, and we had dumped the puck behind the net. And this guy on their team, head down, bad move against me. I'll make you pay the piper. He comes back around the net looking for that puck. I see the opportunity. I don't do what hockey players are supposed to do, where I glide into that area and then maybe take a step and hit him and knock the puck away. The puck wasn't even on my mind. Thankfully, the guy picked it up. I just make a beeline, charging for this dude, lower my shoulder and just get him right in the chest, square to the glass, and I shit you not, the glass didn't break. The pane got knocked out. I hit him so fucking hard. And immediately the refs are blowing their shit. And their whole team is coming up on me, trying to throw punches and hit me. And I'm like, my bad, man. Like, I thought it would be kind of fun. Like, they're easily pushing these kids away, because if you get in a real fight in any non-professional hockey league, they take that super fucking seriously. Like, they'll just kick you out of the league. And so I'm like, I'm not going to drop the gloves and not be able to play anymore as a goalie. And so I just kind of stood there and took it, and then I got it was like 2 minutes into my first shift as a forward, and I got a 5-minute major for a 5-minute major for, what was it? Charging, and that was it. It wasn't a 5-minute major at first. It was a 10-minute misconduct, because it was borderline unsportsmanlike conduct how hard I hit this kid. And then the coach said, oh, come on, he doesn't even know how to play out. This is his first time playing out. That's his first hit. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's like, all right, 5-minute major, charging. It's like, sat there in the box like the whole time, like, this is fucking awesome. This is great. Like, I do something shit.
If you could have done that every game, would you have? I
would have, because you know what? I had been trained as a goalie that every time my team gets a penalty, I'm like, fuck. All right, guys, I'll bail you out, because now we're a man short and I'm going to get shelled. I took that horrible penalty, and I was sitting there looking out on the ice, and I was like, oh, man, like, I did the shitty thing. They all have to pay for it, and I get a 5-minute break. So they actually did not let me return and play any more games.
Really?
It was a smart move, because
he was playing against 8th graders as a 6'1", 200-pound man. He had a hairy chest like the fucking Wolverine, and he was checking boys through the pane of glass. Of course they didn't let him play again.
Yeah, like when the refs skate over to be like, hey, settle down. I'd be like, hey, you're 2 years younger than me. I see you sometimes at the rink. Like,
like, you settle down. I'll fuck you up, ref. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Taylor.
The playoffs,
is
it 2-2 in the finals still? I've only been barely keeping
2-2. The game may have just started like 15 minutes ago, but yeah, 2-2, Predators, Pens, 2 apiece.
Nice.
Jonas, are you following the NHL playoffs at all? Or the NBA playoffs?
Crosby is a beast, man. He's a beast. Been a fan of his for a while, so I'm pulling for him.
Nice. Are you a Pens fan, or just overall? Who's your team?
No, just overall. Just more about like the individual player when it comes to hockey. I don't watch it too much, but it is my favorite spectator sport. Like, in person, seeing hockey is like, I think it's just the most exciting. It's fast paced.
You know what I enjoyed about it the most? It was that aspect of the hockey game that you could get hit with a puck at any time. And you get that in baseball games too. And I think you never know in a basketball game when some guy's going to come up in the stands and whip your ass, I guess. But that ain't happened lately.
Our test is retired.
Yeah, every weekend you see a bat get slung in the stands or a foul ball hit an old lady. And the same's true with hockey, except that, like, hockey takes that shit seriously. I was really surprised. We went to go get beers and we were coming back down in, and the guy's like, whoa, they're on the ice. I'm like, yeah, that's why we're coming in. We want to. That's what we're here for. And he's like, and Taylor's like, oh, we can't walk down right now. A puck could fucking take us out as we're walking down the aisle, and then they don't want that to happen. And I was like, yeah, I guess so. I guess
politeness. Like, you just weren't
it's
supposed
politeness.
To block
yeah, it's a lot of politeness is the main reason, is that it's very rude to walk down. But I mean, I guess you could make that case too. You don't want to get hit with the puck. But Chiz really, like when I told them that, because Chiz and Kyle were not hockey fans, I was like, careful, lady in Columbus like 6 years ago died when she got hit by a puck, and Kyle was like, oh man, that's crazy, that sucks, and then kind of just continued on with watching the game. Chiz very much internalized this, and so every time there was like a clearing attempt, he'd be like, oh, all right, I'm good. I'm good.
He was watching the skies like a man who gets abducted by aliens every weekend. He was just, I think, when's it coming? I know it is. Right in my ass again. Like, he was
my ass again.
I'm glad I agree with Yonas on this Crosby thing, because Woody is a Flyers fan. Obviously, Flyers fans hate Sidney Crosby. He's a Crosby
denier.
Crosby sucks. It's not a denial thing. Like he's totally a pussy. This is widely known. He complains to refs. He embellishes, and he's dirty as fuck. He broke that guy's finger off.
Almost cut it off.
He did cut off Mark Mathot's finger, but not like
yeah, by slashing him in the fucking hand.
Mark Mathot says it's grown mostly back.
He's a reptilian. Crosby is not the kind of player that you admire, and I'm glad that he's getting his ass kicked lately.
Like, let me ask you this, Taylor.
I guess I don't watch him
if your son wanted to play like Crosby, would you think that was a good thing? Would you, if you wanted to emulate Sidney Crosby's playing style, wouldn't you sit down with your son and be like, he's the best, but he's kind of like the Ty Cobb of hockey. He's kind of a dick. Watch this. He cuts this man's finger off. You see?
If you have to be as good as Crosby is to get away with like because he has early in his career, he embellished quite a bit and he whined to the refs. To credit to Crosby, like I don't have a dog in the fight because I'm a Blues fan and they're in the fucking East, but he has tamped down the whining and such in the last few years compared to like 08, 09 Crosby, when it was like every single play was him going up and chirping at the refs. But man, like the reason he gets away with all that stuff and people are like, yeah, he's still the best in the world, is because you watch him play and he's the best in the world. It's not like, at this point, it's barely an argument. When people are like, McDavid, he's really coming up on Crosby. Like if you talk to someone for real, it's going to be like, no, he's not. Not for real. He's not on Crosby's level yet. Maybe a couple years from now he will be, but he's not yet. Like Crosby's just insanely good. Watch him play with the puck.
He's always in the argument, right? There'll be a year where you're like, you know what? I think this is Ovechkin's the best in hockey this year. Crosby's second, and then Crosby might be first, like if you use some sort of slanted, measuring stick, and then another year it'll be like, I don't know, some other guy. Malkin seems to be better this year, but it's always like Crosby and the other guy that is the conversation. And he's still a piece of shit. You wouldn't want your child to grow up like Crosby.
No, and I think think about it this way though. No, you really wouldn't, because you said exactly why, Taylor. You were like, well, he's allowed to get away with that because he plays at that level, and yet you're going to have like a generation of kids emulating this guy and trying to play his style, and they're not going to get away with it. They might hurt someone. I mostly didn't like, and I don't know shit about hockey, but I've seen that clip of him chopping that man's finger off, and that really didn't strike me well, because it seemed like he was doing harm to that person just to do it. It wasn't like chop his finger or you lose.
I can provide some clarity for that. So what he was doing is those hand slashes, which is basically Mark Mathot was skating with his stick in his hand with the puck, and Crosby went over with his stick and gave a hand slash, which is where you smack the guy's hands really hard, try and get him to drop the puck. You're not allowed to slash people's hands, but it's the most common place they try and give sneaky, shitty slashes.
Wait, he cut his finger through the glove?
Yeah. He cut his finger. He cut the tip of his finger off through the glove, because what happened is usually you get slashed in the hands and it hits your hands. What happened here is it clearly hit the guy's glove, slid down, and then pinched the tip of his finger off between the two sticks. So between his own stick and between Sidney Crosby's stick. And so it wasn't a super dirty play. It was just one of those things where, like, once he took his hand out, it was like, oh, fuck, that guy's finger's gone. Like,
pretty dirty.
Here you go. Here's a picture of the finger. And I think this is pretty telling, because, when you just hear it at first, you're like, oh, he busted his fingernail, huh? Big whoop. I've hit myself with a hammer before. You're a professional. But then you see this, and you're like, oh, that required some medical attention afterwards. They needed to sew that back together. I just
linked the video of it. Look at how calmly he starts at, you see it at 18 seconds.
Yeah.
That Mark Mathot just handles the fact that he just had his finger cut off. Like, he looks like the way
that's a hockey thing.
If they forgot to put ketchup on your burger.
That's a hockey thing.
Yeah.
I admire
Ask for
that.
pickles.
I once, so when I played hockey, if you got there early or stayed late and the other team would benefit from another player, usually it was like 10 is a good number to have, 11 sucks. 12 is a good number to have. So if they have 11, they would let you play. If they had 9, they would let you play. And it was a playoff game. It was like the team playing up before mine. I showed up early. I broke my foot in the second period of the game and then played 5 more periods on a broken foot because that's a hockey thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a hockey thing. They play through so much pain. I was thinking about what Kyle said there, where you were like, well, yeah, I mean, if you go to a basketball game, they might come up into the stands and fuck with
your
you.
ass.
So I just linked a video of in 1979, Mike Milbury, the guy who was still the commentator on fucking ESPN or whatever the fucking net that they play the hockey games on, still in the business. He and the Boston Bruins in 1979 got into a fight and went up into the stands and fought with fans.
Yeah, I've seen that
full
before.
gear.
Well, I don't understand why you'd ever take the gear off. Like, I get it if you're going to face off against an opponent. Like, that makes sense. But if you're going to go in the stands and fight, they fucked with the wrong one already, right? So wear your armor, you take the skates off if it's easier, but leave them on because maybe you can slash somebody with those at some point. It'd be hard to beat up a guy in hockey pads. If you're a better fighter,
especially if it's an NHL player.
I would like to see this in action, right? Like, I'd like to see fighters pitted against one another. One of them is like, I don't know, a blue belt or something, and the other is like a brown belt, but the blue belt's wearing hockey pads. like, he's fucking armed. So like most of your striking doesn't work anymore. I'd like to see that. Little armor to the mix. Let's talk about MMA a little bit, because I'm trying to think. I've been watching
You talking about Aldo versus Holloway?
Yeah. That was Max
Are
one,
you an
right?
MMA fan at all, Yonas? UFC?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. I think McGregor is, obviously the easiest person to kind of talk about, but for me, because he's a guy who transcends the sport, and it's kind of crazy what's happening between him and Mayweather. I want to see that.
I want to see it too.
I think everybody on the planet wants to see that, just because it's cool to see the crossover.
Yeah, it's not good for the UFC. I was going to talk more about Demetrius Johnson being told that he had to fight TJ Dillashaw or they were going to close down his whole fucking weight division. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if that's I didn't like to hear that at all. But yeah, Conor fighting Floyd is going to be great. I think it's going to happen. I believe it will happen. There's just too much money in the mix for it not to get a deal not to get made. I think I don't know if I've said what I think would happen in the past. I think there's a chance Conor wins, but I think the best case scenario for Conor is to go the distance, a la Rocky. Like, if he pulls a Rocky Balboa and just goes the distance, and somewhere along the way, maybe he trips Floyd, throws him on the ground, or maybe he gets a shot in and Floyd looks bad for a segment. Maybe there's 45 seconds where you're like, he dodged it. And, maybe that happens. Then Conor won. He de facto wins. He doesn't have to knock Floyd fucking Mayweather out. He just has to survive.
I agree. Mostly.
Jonas didn't like any of that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we lost Jonas again.
If he survives, that'll be like a Balboa-like win. I feel like I'm not qualified. I don't know enough about boxing to come up with my own opinion. So I just listened to people who seem to, and that's what they say. They say, look, very slim chance, the puncher's chance that Conor actually wins. But, if he puts up a good showing, then that'll be a moral victory. And he does have this thing that he's bigger and stronger, and he's got the touch of death in his left hand. So there is that.
I'm gonna bet on Conor to win.
He's like 10 years younger, right?
I think we have to put some money on Conor to win, though, because the odds will be great, right?
How old is Floyd? He might be. Is he 12 years younger? Is Floyd 40?
Floyd's like 38,
12.
39.
Either way, that's a lot of time in a sport.
There's a point when it happens, and it's a split second when they go from being able to still fucking do it and not being able to do it in a sport like that. And there's no way to know if Floyd still has it.
Floyd's 40, so he would be 12 years younger. I'm almost positive Conor's 28.
Yeah. Conor 28, 29 maybe. But But I want to see that fight. I'm going to bet on Conor to win, although I don't think that's the outcome. That's certainly not. I think that if Conor goes the distance, it's a win really. But I'm going to bet on Conor to win by knockout, and cross my fingers, and I'll really enjoy watching the fight. And then if he does, right, like I collect my like $400 or whatever it's going to be. I'll be the happiest guy ever that night.
I like DJ, Demetrius Johnson, Mighty Mouse. He's the guy that Kyle mentioned that was getting bullied by the UFC. I like him. Sometimes I feel like the arguments he's using, I'm not getting promoted enough, I'm not getting this, I'm not getting that, are like what unsuccessful YouTubers would do. Like, oh, it's not my fault I'm not getting subscribers and views. Machinima didn't give me the push that they gave somebody else. And it's like, no, dude, a lot of it's yours, right? Conor is interesting to watch. Conor could be a Kardashian with the way that he maintains his social media and his presence. And the guy transcends the sport. He's huge. Ronda Rousey was interesting to watch. It wasn't just that she was hot or just that she was pushed. Maybe I don't get even exposed to it very much. I don't see UFC promoting fighters enough to get them popular. No. What are they even doing? Ronda
trying to get their $4 billion.
Ronda got promoted by the getting on the swimsuit issue of Sports Illustrated. Ronda got promoted by doing movies. Demetrius Johnson's not doing any of these things, and I like the guy. I wish he was my neighbor. I think he's nice. I enjoy him. I invite him over for barbecues. He can hang out at the pool. But as he
Twitch streams,
I know.
I'm sure you know.
Yeah, as a sports personality, he's not crushing it like some other sports personality. That's just where he is. Tyrone Woodley's not crushing it either. But I don't see Tyrone Woodley being like, the UFC doesn't promote me, that's why no one likes me. No, it's because you dodge fights and shit. And now DJ's doing it too. So that's where my head is on it.
You know what my favorite Conor McGregor moment is? And I think it's kind of speaks to why we like him so much over Demetrius Johnson, who's more dominant in his league.
Go ahead.
It's when he's on the mic and he says, I'd like to take this moment to apologize to absolutely fucking nobody. I don't ever apologize. I take what I want. And he just goes off. He's just screaming, and the crowd just erupts. Yeah, don't fucking apologize to anybody. Take what you want, Conor. And it's just that was a great moment on the mic. I like that moment when they're at a press conference and the other fighter says something like, "Do you even know what wrestling is?" And he's like, "Oh, wrestle me balls on your head."
yeah.
And the other guy's like, the other guy goes, "When I knock people out, they go to sleep." And I'm thinking what a dumb cliche to throw out there, right? When I knock people out, they don't move. And it's that's done. They're for fucking unconscious, bro.
I can't wait until the first really big Mormon fighter and seeing their trash talk when it's going to be one guy who's like, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to put you in the dirt. You're going to be in the ground when I'm done with you 6 feet under." He's going to say, "Well, respectfully, if that's the Lord's will, then it will go that way." But I'm really confident in the way I've trained, and I think that the Lord's going to be proud of me as well as my friends and family. Thank you so much for having me. And it's going to be like that, and they're going to be like, "Shit, well, all right, I guess, all right, good fight." Good. That's what's going to happen, because when you're confronted by a friendly Mormon, you can't stay angry, because they're going to be so nice. They're going to get under your skin that way. That's what we need.
My favorite Conor moment is this. He was lined up to fight Jose Aldo. They had done a press tour around the planet that lasted 3 months. And he held the belt up. He went to Rio de Janeiro and tore his pictures in half and said, "I own this town." Big deal. And then Jose Aldo pulls out of the fight with a hurt rib or something. And Conor McGregor's sleeping on a bench in a locker room. And they're like, "Look, Jose Aldo's out. That's it. You're going to fight Chad Mendes." And he opens one eye, says, "Yeah, one man's the same as the other." That's my eye. And closes his eye. And that's it. Doesn't give a fuck. He's just "Yeah, fight anybody. I'm the best in the world at this weight. It doesn't matter who's in the octagon with me. That guy gets second place." And MMA fighters or MMA fans value that huge. That's a big deal. It's bigly. So, to hear DJ be like, "I don't want to fight TJ," he has kind of a point. TJ hasn't made 125 in a long, long time. But, what I'd love to see as an outcome is for the UFC to say, "You're fighting TJ. If he doesn't make weight and you do, we'll give you full pay. We understand your concern. You are the perhaps the greatest ever. Certainly at this weight class.
Tiny man.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He's like the best at something that people don't want to see that much. He's like the best. He's not as bad as like a WNBA player who outshines the rest, but he's not far away because he's so dominant in his league. If there were 2 or 3 other guys at almost his same level, and every time he defended, it was this fucking fireworks show, and there was like a Max Holloway and a Jose Aldo to like contend and fight each other to rise to him. But there isn't. I read about this guy, and they lay this laundry list of names of little fighters I've never heard of that he's beaten up, and I'm like, well, that's your problem right there. You're not giving any name recognition to his competition. At no point are any of these guys built up. You're not. I don't remember the last time I saw 2 125-pounders fight, and it wasn't.
They fight on main cards.
DJ,
like a guy. I forget if it was DJ or one of the other guys in his class was saying like, look, the reason that we're not big is that you put us all in the prelims. And there is some truth to that. The little guys get on prelims. But the guy on Reddit just started detailing like all the fights that were not on the prelims. You know, they were on the main card. And it's like that argument just seems invalid when you look at how many main card fights there were. People just care less. And people, like, let's say that you weigh 220 pounds and you're a fairly muscular guy. You'd be wrong, but they look at a guy who fights at 125 and say, I can beat him. I can take that guy. No one does that with Daniel Cormier, or whatever the fuck his name is. No one looks at John Jones and says,
John Jones,
I could beat that guy. No.
Nobody.
No. Everybody knows.
Not even in the UFC.
Yeah, even heavyweights.
Well, Daniel Cormier in his deepest, darkest moments is looking in the mirror like, I can't beat John Jones.
I don't know.
Like, he knows.
He's going to beat him. John Jones,
John
without
Jones
the dick pills, is going to lose.
The pointer.
Yes,
John Jones
he's
is the guy
poker.
who takes out the pregnant ladies and enjoys the cocaine.
Yeah. And he takes steroids. John Jones without steroids will not be the same fighter. There's no way. Daniel Cormier, he's like, the big surprise I had with him was how strong he is.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. He's just coming off his suspension now.
Wow.
So, he got caught by USADA. And the theory is that against OSP was like the first time that he fought without the steroids, and he did really poorly. So now he's going to come back and fight Daniel Cormier, hopefully without steroids. And I think DC's going to mop the floor with him.
It's going to be a great fight. I really hope it happens.
July 29th.
I lean more toward John Jones because after seeing Daniel Cormier's last weight cut and knowing that they're not going to let him slide with some fucking towel bullshit next time around. It was hard this time. If he doesn't get his act in order, it'll be hard next time. I like to believe that there's a machine in order that's trying to find some PEDs for John Jones that won't be detected. It just seems like he's a real money-making machine, and there's a lot of people who would benefit if they could get John Jones back in the business, dominating his weight class. He's really fun to watch. He reminds me a lot of Conor McGregor, not in his fighting style so much, but just his legs and the way he doesn't walk, he doesn't stand, he doesn't run. He sort of just his torso sort of sits on these 2 loaded springs all the time that at any time can just rapidly bounce him around and move him from where he was to somewhere else. It's almost like he's got teleportation and everybody else has to move where they want to go.
Well, what happens in the middle of the fight if he gets called on another eye poke? Is it going to be something like, all right, you've got a history of it, you're out? Like, just
you would have to pull like a Kill
that.
Bill and rip an eyeball out before they give you shit about that. You have to go so far over the limit with your dirtiness in a fight, in a big fight, for them to affect the outcome. That's one of the more frustrating things in MMA, is that you see the fighters you care about abused in the ring, doing their thing by a dirty fighter. And if the outcome, like when Durandamy beat Holly Holm, I fucking hate Durandamy now. I hope she dies in a car crash. That was a cunty display.
I hope she fights Cyborg.
she was, and just, she was hitting. I hope Cyborg. Yeah, Cyborg would be worse than a car crash. I'd rather hit a brick wall going 20 miles an hour than face Cyborg for 3 rounds. It's a real easy fucking decision. Exactly. So Cyborg punished her to no end.
It's going too fast.
Too. Like Cyborg's no better really. She'd poke an eye, hit a late hit if she thought it would benefit her career. What I hated the most wasn't that she had the late hits against Holly Holm. It was her facial reaction to them, to her own late hits when she was clearly like caught and they were like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And the crowds, boo. She goes, like sticks her tongue out, makes like a face like, whoops, did I hit her a little too late? Maybe she shouldn't be a professional fighter if she's not in for that. That's what I read into her little tick, like, whoopsie daisy, silly me. And then she does it again like a round or two later. And it just, if I'm the ref in that fight, I don't know what the stiffest thing. I take points.
No,
points.
you know what you do is you say, no, next fight, you have to fight against that man that turned into a woman and then beat the shit out of all those people.
So
you got to work your way back into the women's league. Have fun with that.
MMA fan
monster
culture
over there with the big
has this
man
thing.
hands.
It's not okay to dodge fighters, but it is okay to dodge Cyborg because everyone knows she's a steroid cheat. I forget if she's been caught once or twice, but she is built like a muscular guy. And her face is transformed. This woman is all but transgender.
She walks around much bigger than me.
Oh, yeah.
At like 185, 195 pounds. Deadlifting 400 for reps.
Insane.
All
so
right?
the MMA fan base is torn because on one hand, it's not okay to dodge fighters, but it is okay to dodge her. On the other hand, they really want her to get her comeuppance for being so dirty against Holly Holmes. So when they say like, oh, and by the way, she's dodging Cyborg. Cyborg is like, I want her. I want my title shot. Everyone knows Cyborg is obviously the toughest person at that weight class, but I think she was suspended for roids or something. Yeah, she got suspended for roids a second time. It was some sort of weird pregnancy pill that is used to like mask roids or whatever.
I mean, I don't want to say that makes sense because I'm no chemist.
It was a precursor. It was, you know, it was something you take after the steroids. I can't remember if she was taking Clomid, which would help her with the like testosterone to estrogen levels, or if she was taking like a diuretic of some kind to help her like piss it out. But it was something like that. It was something indicative of PED use. It wasn't a PED itself, but it was like, you don't take this you don't have peanut butter without jelly. Like we know what's going on here. We see bread and peanut butter. We know the jelly's in there somewhere. Like it was just clear. And, you look at her if you have eyes.
If you're curious as to why I have this bindle minus the stick, basically. While I was out today working, I got back and my AC had gone out. And obviously, I haven't been able to get it fixed since the start of the show. And so I filled a fucking trash bag with ice. And I've just been moving it around my body because I am so hot. I told before the show, I told you it was 92 degrees in here. Like I came in, but at least it's Missouri, so it's not extremely humid also and sticky. Like, oh my, this sucks. Man, I empathize with Woody now more when you're sitting there being like, oh, you want to call it a show? Because there's at least once where you've done that, like, and I get to see the perspiration beating, and I've never had to deal with it before. It is way rougher than you would think, just being like 20 degrees hotter. Well, honestly, like 25 degrees hotter than what you're used to, in your house. But and this is melting fast. And my ice maker isn't quick enough to keep up with this, and so I'm gonna have to make a decision.
Remember when Homer Simpson's AC went out? He took the fridge and he opened it, and they built like a little tent around it and lived in that tent with the the freezer providing AC for his own little personal area. Might have to employ something like that.
Yeah, I'll sleep in the kitchen with a makeshift tent tonight.
Make a refrigerator fort. Bring your laptop in there.
Let me do an ad read, and then let's talk about the Trumpster.
All right,
about the man.
All right.
Tell everyone a bit about movement watches. The past few months, we've been working a lot with movement watches. We love them. You guys love them, so I asked myself, why do I only have one? You see, Movement offers different color bands, different faces, and different styles for each of their many watches. Movement watches start at just $95. So do some quick math. You could have a couple of Movement watches, and it would still be a better deal than having one department store watch. Get a blue and a white one, maybe sandstone is your thing. Whatever your style, Movement has watches and bands to match for every outfit in your arsenal. There's no hassles. Just order online with free shipping, free returns, and a 24-month warranty. So join their more than 1 million social media followers and get a Movement watch today. Go to mvmtwatches.com/PKA, and they'll give you 15% off your entire purchase. That's mvmtwatches.com/PKA for 15% off your entire purchase.
Check out Movement watches. They're awesome. They sent them to me. They have the heft of quality. They're nice.
Movement watches. It's time for a change.
Look at this. You can use that free of charge, Movement.
Yep.
No.
I expect Yeah, I expect a little bonus for that. That straight on top there.
Check them out. They're very heavy, high quality.
The Trumpster, you say?
Oh man, I got up early this morning.
What
got
time
my coffee.
is early in Kyle's world?
11:45.
I got up at 6:30 so that I was like ready to roll at 7, and I had to go do some things. But anyway, I was sitting there fucking, and by the time I got back, I was a little bit late to the Comey thing. But I sat down. I watched like 4, maybe 5 senators interview him. I got like an hour into it at least, like the last hour. Although I'm aware it went 2 hours.
Real quick, to jump in. Did you know that in D.C. today they opened bars at like 6:30 in the morning? Or in California, they opened bars at 6:30 in the morning so that people could watch it. And it's like, if you are showing up at a bar at 6:30 in the morning on a fucking Thursday to watch a hearing, you have many more problems in your life that politics is not going to fix.
I was watching. A lot of bars were offering a free beer for every time Trump tweeted during the thing, and he didn't tweet a single time. But yeah,
they were probably really happy about that.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Oh, this could go badly.
So this was the first time I'd really heard James Comey speak, at least in length. I was incredibly impressed by him as a speaker and just as an individual. He just exuded gravitas. He exuded calm, collected, focused intelligence. He was smart. He was believable. He seemed to have integrity. Everything about him was the opposite of a Donald Trump. He was precise and exact with his speaking. Every word, there wasn't any fat on his speaking. He didn't use any extra fluff words. He told you exactly what was going on. And if there was an area where like things were going to get a little fuzzy because whatever, we should move this to the other hearing because of et cetera, legalese, blah blah blah. He said it very. When he explained why he couldn't say that thing in a way that was satisfactory to me as the viewer. And then the motherfucker stood up, and he's 6'8". Like, did that guy just win the genetic lottery? He's clearly an incredibly intelligent guy. He's a massive dude. I bet he's got a 13-inch cock. Like what is the
12.
downside to being at least? What's the downside to being James Comey?
The downside is everybody in the country really, really hates you. And then they come back, and then 2 days later they're like, "Oh, fuck that guy again!" And so you never know what's going to happen when you wake up as James Comey. So I would say that's a big negative.
I bet James Comey has a brilliant career in the private sector ahead of him. And today he put on we have a sponsor that helps you, ZipRecruiter, helps you get your job posted online. James Comey just went about tenfold of what ZipRecruiter could ever do. He just sat in front of a billion people and showed you that he's one of the most articulate. Yeah, maybe probably not as good as ZipRecruiter. Sitting in front of a billion people.
I want to see these people. Like you're saying that he'll go out and have an awesome career in the private sector, which he will. He'll go work for some military contractor or something. But what I want to see eventually is someone like even if like Obama did it or someone, but one of these politicians to not go into the private sector and go into something where it's like, well, I've always just wanted to be a train conductor. So I finished the presidency, and so I decided that that's what I'm going to do. And nobody can tell me no. I was the president. Fuck off. Or like whatever he does. Yeah. Like that, that would make me like Obama or any of these politicians so much more. If fucking Bernie Sanders went out, well, no, not him. But if Obama went out there and did that, or if Comey became a train conductor, I don't know why the idea of that is so funny to me. He's crouched down,
an ice cream truck driver guy, with the music and everything, driving through the suburbs.
I feel like George Bush has the most potential to be funny with that because, like, you could see George Bush leaving the presidential office and being like, "Kind of want to be a U.S. Marshal." yeah. Can I have a horse too? What if he wanted to be a Texas Ranger and like that was his thing? Of course he's got the pull. He just goes and calls up his buddy Rick Perry. And he's like, "Yo, I want to be a Texas Ranger. I got my own gun. Don't worry about it." And then he just sign him up. He'd totally give him a badge.
Don't worry about it.
Give him a fucking badge and tell him to go. I've heard about that a lot of times. Like one of the things that rich gun guys really, really want, and I'm not even kidding here. I don't talk about it much. The thing they all want is a badge. And if you have enough pull, you can get one. If there's a governor in New Mexico or a senator in Arizona or something, he can fucking give you a badge and make you law enforcement. You don't have to go to a job. You don't have to clock in. Now you are just deputized.
I don't know.
lost you, Jonas.
And you have arrest powers and all that stuff. And they talk about like, getting lights on their vehicles and doing and the end goal that a lot of these guys explained was they wanted to go on DEA raids. And if they had this like whatever badge they were getting from the state, then they could go in on with like a SWAT team and be part of that shit and be part of raiding houses and stuff. And like all those guys really wanted that. And I was always hearing like, yeah, Dave knows the like junior senator from like New Mexico, or it was always somewhere in the Southwest where like I guess things were a little bit more lax.
Can you just picture like after W calls, hey Rick, Mr. Perry, I'd love to be a marshal for you, and then like 4 a.m. the next morning he like calls, I don't mean to wake you, Mr. Perry, I realized just recently I forgot to ask about the dress code. Is that something that's important to you? Or like I could just picture him still being kind of a blithering fool, even in his post-presidential world. Like, because obviously, like in the like years after they leave presidencies, they're always like, "Oh, remember that guy? What a champ! How great he was." But like, you go back to when it was happening, and everybody's like, "Oh, he's an evil dictator." But I don't know. I wish they would do stuff like that more. Or if they, like, so many of these politicians make fucking hundreds of millions during their careers, apparently, great salaries, I guess, or they're doing something nefarious. Buy a sports team afterward. That's always my first go-to for billionaire. Buy a sports team.
Yeah, I'm with you on that sports team. Like, I that would be really cool to be able to influence something you cared about that much. I think I would want to. I'd rather own, and I know that's not a thing, but a professional fighter, if that makes any sense. I think I'd want to be like.
Do they have?
I don't know. I don't know how that would even work. I don't know how that would work. But I would rather that. I'd rather own Chad Mendez or TJ Dillashaw and be like, yeah, I pay for all of his everything and I get 30% off the top.
You guys already lost the Civil War. Like, you can't own these people.
We're taking it back.
Well,
enough paperwork will make it. Slavery wasn't completely abolished. It was there's that little caveat in there unless it's given as a punishment. Then slavery's okay.
I didn't know that. Oh wait, that's probably not true, and I'm being very gullible right now.
You can't Google unless you put some money on it.
Oh,
so now you know it's not true. Yeah, because
it's true. It's true.
Wait, is Kyle saying that right now? That you're saying that it's a law that slavery, you can have a slave if it's a punishment? So if someone like murders your wife, you could like the judge might be some like goofy like I declare that you become his butler. Like
no, this is not Jerry, the sitcom that Jerry Seinfeld.
My butler.
Fictitiously made in the show Seinfeld, but no, like you put someone on a chain gang. Clearly, you are forcing them to work, right? I'm almost 1,000% sure that's a thing. The amendment. Which amendment was it that outlawed slavery? I don't know off the top of my head. The 26th or whatever the fuck it was. It's in there that it's except by a punishment. Like that caveat is like the last sentence in that paragraph. Then we're gonna have to kick our guests. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get any input.
I can't hear him. Like at all.
I like Yonas a lot. He seems like a chill guy. Lots of cool experiences, but we're having some technical issues with him. Speaking of technical issues, I was told third hand that people were upset with the audio issues, and we have found a solution to that.
Maybe.
And we have not tested it, but we are going to work on it this weekend. We think we may have found something that's going to work to improve some of the mixing levels. Contrary to like popular belief, it's certainly not a laziness issue or a disregard to the quality of the show or anything. We care about that a great deal. It's just fucking Skype and technology in general. Like these don't work very well sometimes, and especially when you're doing a 4-hour show. I think someone suggested that each of us individually record, but then what you're doing is multiplying the possibility of a failure, because right now we have one piece of hardware, and if that doesn't work well, then we lose the show, of course. But if we got 5, and each, four rather, the 3 of us plus a guest all recording individually, now there's 4 pieces of hardware that can fail just in the hopes that we're able to piece something together with a modicum better of quality. So I think we found a service that we can use that will record us individually, but off-site, and then we'll be able to mix the audio levels and get everything as good as it can be. But you run into a lot of syncing issues when you record traditionally over a 4-hour podcast when bandwidth comes into play. There's more going on than if we were doing like a dual comm and Call of Duty back in the day.
I'm thinking we play around with it on Painkiller Nearly for a bit, like and in maybe 2 or 3 weeks, if it starts going right, introduce it to Painkiller already. One of the issues I always had about changing is the nice thing about Skype is your guest doesn't have to be tech savvy, right? Like, like an Anthony.
This solves that as well.
For example, he usually if he doesn't have his like assistant there, then he's on like an iPhone mic or something and a notebook camera. I remember Chris, is it Hansen? Is that his name?
Yeah, Chris Hansen wasn't very tech savvy.
I mean, we have a bunch of guests who aren't tech savvy. I was gonna say Sailing La Vagabond too, but they make videos every week, so they're probably tech savvy enough.
Yeah, but the end result is like I think that this new thing.
Like, overwhelmingly, yeah.
Yeah, I think this new thing is going to be a fix for it. Like what he said, we're going to test it this weekend, mess around, and probably debut it on PKN if it does work. And I think it's going to work. I have high hopes. Like to be an optimist, and yeah, hopefully that improves as we go on.
Do you remember how last week we were talking about like cultures and stuff we should steal from like other cultures that is good? Where like we steal the thing from Japan, where instead of the waiters having to come and pitter pat around, you just go, I'm ready to pay, I'm ready to order.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You do stuff like that. I was trying to find a list of other things that we could emulate that are good from other cultures in the U.S., and it just devolved into me searching for ridiculous things that other cultures do that we can look down upon, which is easier. It is easier. And I linked one there, and I made sure to find ones that are still today that they're doing it, because obviously you can say shit like, oh, the Mesopotamians would fucking cut your ovaries out if you looked at them the wrong way or something. That one I just linked to you, the 7 bizarre things that are still carried out today. These are so much more fucked than I thought they would be. And they are not at all the ones that you've seen before for them, or at least I haven't seen these. I'd never heard of this. So there's this tribe in Indonesia. And usually when you think Indonesia, you think like a hub of culture and progress, right?
Yeah.
But in this regard,
and prostitution.
Yeah.
But in this regard, the Dani tribe of Indonesia, when someone dies, like a member of your family, they make the women in that family cut off half of their finger to remember that person dying. And so this is just the first part of this article are tons of pictures of these old ass poor women. With this lady has 6 of her fingers cut off. She has 2 fingers and her thumbs left, and that's it. And all the rest are just nubs. It's they're basically Sir Davos from Game of Thrones. They have that look.
Yeah,
like
the half hand.
The half hand is what it is. Except these people are even worse than that. They must have stolen way more than fish and beans, or whatever the fuck he did. But the onion knife, that's what it was. But yeah, this is fucked. Like, imagine how awful it must be to be a woman in this culture and have a big family. And then one of your sons becomes successful. They go on a ski trip, and the whole time you're like, "Oh, not the double blacks, no!" Like, I'm down to 1 here. They didn't even offer me fucking poles at the goddamn ski shop because they knew I couldn't hand them.
Your nephew buys a paramotor. You're like, God damn it! I might as well just shove my hand right in the back of that motherfucker.
But this is like
most common injury.
So fucked up. Like, how did that get started? Because all this stuff has to have an impetus, like something that gets it going. When did they think, a good way to remind these women to remind us about our deaths is that we cut the fingers off? Well, I mean, we got to hunt still, right? Of course, we're not going to do it. How about the women, though? Well, don't they need to sew and do things? No, we run around naked. You forgot. Oh, yeah, you're right. But I
can just imagine. I can just imagine like the white British scientist sitting with these people, and they're all naked, of course, because he's trying to fit in with them, and he's like, do you realize how barbaric it is? Do you realize how barbaric it is to cut off the tip of her finger, like just to remember a dead person? And he's like, "What happened to your dick? What happened to your dick there? Who cut the end of it off?" He's, "Oh, my mom did that when I was born." They're like, the barbarian! Like, cut the end of your dick off? We only do that when the whole tribe dies.
That is true. That is another thing that you think about.
It's completely different, though, of course, because we don't need our foreskins for really fucking anything. And you really need these. I can't think of many appendages that are more important than your goddamn fingers. She is never going to be able to play do any PC gaming. Like,
this next tribe.
Oh, the worst.
They'd be
worst hand. That's the worst hand job of all time. Look at this. Can the viewers see her fucking hands right now?
Yeah, I'll put it
I
back
would
on.
kill myself before I took a hand. I'd vomit like half hand. I'm like, God, they're so rough too. I can feel the bone.
What if it goes the other way? What if she's jerking
Look
me
at the
off and
tip.
I'm like, dude, my dick looks huge next to your half hands? Like, I've never been more flattered.
She's having to like grab your dick like this anyway with her fucking crazy hands.
Maybe I just say, you know what? Why don't you just use that toothless mouth of yours and finish this off?
Oh, I don't like that one bit. I don't like those hands.
I've heard the gummer is where it's at.
Here's one I hadn't heard of
Maybe.
before. It's called Ainu bear worship. And so what these Japan and Russian hybrid people do is they sacrifice bears. And so they will go into hibernating bear caves, slaughter the mom, steal the cubs, and then raise the cubs for a couple years, and then eventually they take those cubs and they either choke them or, while choking them some, spear them to death, and then they drink all the blood.
What number
and
are you on?
Put the fourth one, I believe. Yeah, if you just scroll down until you see the bears. But it just seems like all of these cultural things seem like excuses for food. You know, like, and then they just backfill it where they're like, why do you do this with bears? And it's like, oh, it's very deep and spiritual. Are you sure it's just because fucking corn doesn't grow here in this part of Russia? It's like, oh yeah, well, you know, that definitely plays into it. But like, but man, this is, oh man, what is it in our culture that is this weird? Because obviously you're inculcated in it, so you can't quite see it. Maybe circumcision is a thing. Kyle seems to think not.
Circumcision.
But I'm not on Kyle's team at all with circumcision. I think it's fucked up. Like, male circumcision and female circumcision, both of them, they're both fucked. Like,
Completely different things.
Well, but at the baseline, what you're doing is you're mutilating. I'm just saying, baseline, you're without consent mutilating the genitals of a child. Like, you're cutting bits off.
The guy is still left fully functional, and the girl's not. If I understand female circumcision.
Not always. There are mistakes with circumcisions all the time, and there's no reason for it. And so it's like, why do it?
Yeah, same team here in general. I'm just trying to say that they are different. Like you know, with a girl, they're like trying to destroy her sex drive and any kind of reward she might get from having sex. With a guy, it's just they've decided that
that's what they're trying.
That's normal.
That's why they do it to guys too, not because it's aesthetic. Because it's harder to masturbate if you don't have a foreskin. Because you need lotion.
Was that the original motivation?
Yes, it's to decrease sexual pleasure. Like, that's the whole point of these circumcisions at all, is to decrease sexual pleasure in populations. It was never like, oh, this thing looks icky. Like,
it really cut down on the drive too. I tell you, no, I'm very happy being circumcised. It's just unattractive otherwise. I watch a lot of pornography, more than any two of you combined, and so I'm going to tell you right now, like, the average cut penis is just much more attractive to the eye than the average non-cut one. And I
just pull it back and it looks the same.
No, no, it doesn't. Not always. Sometimes you can't pull it back. Sometimes it's so tight it tears. Sometimes, and then you get smegma. I don't even know what fucking smegma was. That's disgusting. I don't even want to know that word. It feels dirty in my mouth. It's it's easier to keep clean. You cannot deny that. It is aesthetically more pleasing to the eye on average. Certainly not individual to individual, but on average, if we took a vote, I guarantee the cut. Here's where I live. So that prevails, and so if I were not cut now, I would get it. I saw on Reddit the other day a guy who got an adult circumcision, and it looked real bad healing. He had like pictures of it healing, and around like the frenulum, like the whatever the fuck little like bottom of the head area, like it was all scabby and kind of gross. But even then, I was thinking like, yeah, dude, you made the right choice, because before this, it looked so disgusting. It looked so gross that, like, I couldn't masturbate if I were. I would look at it and be like, oh, I don't even want to now. I don't even want to now. Like, all I got to do to turn myself off. Like, cold shower, please. I look at my cock. That does the trick every time. I don't even want to be involved anymore.
I want to get this
I'm happy with my own.
Yeah.
So I looked up why circumcision started, and Taylor's thing was one of the many reasons. It's not the origin is not known with certainty. They proposed it as a religious sacrifice, a rite of passage marking adulthood, a form of sympathetic magic to ensure virility and fertility, as a means of reducing sexual pleasure, like Taylor said, as an aid to hygiene where bathing is impractical, marking of a higher social status, humiliating enemies and slaves as symbolic castration. There's a whole bunch of reasons here. Discouraging masturbation is one. Removing excess pleasure is one. But
what was it in the Bible,
By
though?
the cleanliness thing.
In the Bible, somebody was in trouble, if I remember correctly. God was going to fuck them up, and they were like, quick, I'm going to cut off my son's foreskin and put the foreskin blood on your feet, Abraham, and now God will let you slide. Like, that's a thing, right? I'm almost
I think it was
about
Abraham. I'm going to look up Abraham foreskin. Abraham.
The way I remember it, like,
99
Abraham
years
was in
old
some
when he
shit
was
with God.
circumcised.
Yeah, it was very, very painful. I think Abraham was in some shit with God, and God was gonna like fuck him up, and his wife was like, "Oh God," well, she was like, "God's gonna fuck up Abraham. Come here, Jacob," or whatever Abraham's son was, because he had many sons, I'm told, and many sons had Father Abraham, and she was like, we're gonna have to cut the end of your, we're gonna have to cut the end of your dick off, and like put a little. Flick the blood on Abraham's feet, and when God sees that, it'll all be chill. Like he'll be like, "Whoa, we're straight now." We're
know
good.
what is even creepier is this is from the New International Version. It says on that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born in his household and bought with his money, so his slaves too, every male in his household and circumcised them as God told him. Now Abraham was circumcised at the age of 99, which means that this 99-year-old who had cut the tip of his own penis off was now conscripted to cut the tip of everybody else's penis off. Imagine
He's suffering from blood loss.
Yeah, you're suffering from blood loss because you have no idea how this shit works. He's figuring it out as he goes. The first three guys in line are like shuffling to try and get behind. Like, no, I insist. You receive the blessing of God first, my brother, and like just push them forward and shit. Like,
I imagine.
But you had to know that it was gonna these guys, all the other Jews. Had to be like, yeah, well, of course we're all about God, Abraham. Like, yeah, we're going to do whatever he says. Do you want us to slaughter a goat? Do you want us to slaughter a cow? You want us to give him, a couple of our slave girls? Like, no. He wants us to cut off the tip of our penises. It's like, oh, no. Oh. Well, I have heard Babylon's nice this time of year, guys.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Boll, I talked to Boll the other day, and he was straight with my cock as is.
Beelzebub doesn't mind one bit. Satan's all about a whole cock.
And that golden calf over there, he's straight with it, too.
Yeah, that's fuck.
What was the golden calf? That was B-A-A-L. How do you pronounce? Is it Bell?
Baal? Yeah.
Baal?
Yeah.
Baal. Like
I've heard
it's
Baal,
pronounced.
I've heard Boll.
Yeah, I've heard Baal. Like in church, like my Sunday school teacher always like put a lot of emphasis on it. She was like Baal or something like silly like that, and I was like, "Are you sure about that?" And but good question.
No, you're not allowed to ask questions because they'll go, "Of course I am. You didn't read the book," and it's like, you got me. Like it's like, oh damn it, you're right. I didn't do any of the prescribed reading, which is funny because it wasn't until it was totally on my own volition that I read the fucking thing. Like up until then, it was just an ordeal of like, how can I sneak around faking it?
I enjoyed the stories. I enjoyed the stories. If you've got a good preacher, then you don't need to be religious to go to church. You really don't. It's a show sometimes. Like you can go and you can go to like a Baptist church somewhere and sit down. And if you happen to come to the right sermon, you don't need to take anything religious from it. It'll just be some good life advice, right? And he'll tell you a story from the Bible or an allegory, as the rest of us know them. And you'll take away from it some real meaning that you can apply in modern day life a lot of times. And you often leave with a good feeling, a good positive feeling. You just got to get around all of the worshiping the zombie thing.
We tried to get into the church. It wasn't so much because I needed to be closer to God. It was because I wanted a community. I was like, all right.
What kind were you trying to join, real quick?
I think it was a Catholic church. It was involved in my daughter's preschool and stuff.
Okay.
St. Mary Magdalene, does that sound Catholic to you?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's very.
Yeah. So anyway, we wanted. She got into the kindergarten, but like first grade wasn't guaranteed. So we're like, all right, we're going to join this community, whatever. Go on.
Wasn't Mary Magdalene a whore?
I think she was. Yeah.
Your daughter's school's named after a whore?
She was a blessed prostitute. The Lord loved prostitutes.
How does that not tie into Catholic schoolgirls anyway? So we went there to I guess engage in the community. There were some woodworkers there. I was hanging out with them and doing that myself. But the church itself, were such fuckheads. Like I fucking hated them. You know how you had that good experience with the speaker and feel good and whatever. I couldn't understand a word fucking Methuselah was saying up there. He wasn't entertaining. He seemed to lose track of what he was saying all the time.
Because you
and
went
he
to
didn't
Catholic
speak clearly.
church.
And I think he had too much saliva in his mouth. It was just a
probably
really terrible
some
experience.
He was probably speaking in Latin, Woody. Like that's
doing that shit.
They wanted
Yeah,
your
this,
money
like, the problem is
I'm
you
not
want
done.
math.
They were so fucking after your money. Like, step one in joining this church is bringing in like an account slip so they can take their whatever the opposite of a direct deposit is, like a direct withdrawal from your bank. Like, they're not asking for checks. They're asking for access. Like, all right, give me the transfer numbers and your account numbers so that I, and sign over this authorization so I can take money from your bank account automatically. That's how this place rolled. And then on top of that, it was like, give me things to sell that we can like donate and do raffles and whatever. But they were big things. This church would take in like $75,000 twice a year in these raffles, and in exchange, I was getting nothing. Like every experience, every interaction I had with these guys was either shit or just sucking money out of my account. Neither of which I was a big fan of. And I don't know. At the end, like I fucking hated church more than before I knew them. And it's like, what? If these church people don't like my lack of interaction with them, they have themselves to blame because they're dicks.
Yeah, that sounds like a terrible experience. That is not the Protestant experience on the whole. The whole tithing thing, it's certainly never compulsory. I've never seen the whole direct deposit thing. Maybe it's more prevalent now because I haven't been to church in a few years. But they pass that golden plate around. Everybody throws a few bucks in it, and you feel good because like the churches that I always went to, like they did good things with that money. They weren't very like. See, the difference, those Catholic cathedrals are absolutely outrageous. You see them spend, you see the Pope on a goddamn throne. You see like a 10-ton Pope mobile, and you're like, that's where the money goes. But if you're just at one Baptist church where the preacher is John over there, and he's a member of the community, the money that's flowing in, I know that's paying John's salary. Like, and I'm perfectly cool with that because he lives in that house next to the church, and it's pretty modest. John's not like high on the hog because of his church. And, he takes any money that doesn't go to that, and it goes back into the church and back into good deeds. And I always liked that, too. So I never minded giving...
Not my fucking shitbags.
Oh, sorry.
My fucking shitbags, like, first of all, you do have to give money every Sunday, but that's not accounted for, really. They need to, like, know how much you're giving because it directly impacts whether or not your daughter gets into first grade.
What horseshit.
So they're like, all right, how much
BS.
can we take from your account every week? Automatically, in addition to what you're giving when you attend the services, and the services attendance is taken there too because they want to know that you're going every week because otherwise you're not. And it was just these guys.
They'll set it up like it's basically almost like your 401k, but you get nothing out of it. Where it's just every time you get paid, just automatically a section.
The kingdom of heaven is your reward,
like
my
the
son.
Kingdom of heaven. Like you were saying that like there's that situation where the pastor lives adjacent to the church in a small, humble home. I've seen that before. And to be fair, I've seen that more times than not. Yeah. But I've also seen it where pastors live in enormous houses and they will park in their own parking with a nice-ass Jaguar or a nice-ass LS Series Lexus. And it's like, at that point, like, I always wonder, like, how do you walking into church see your pastor with a Lexus? And obviously you can do the old Christian cop-out of, well, the Lord's blessing him. But it's like, is he really? Like, isn't that a bunch of other people you could save? Isn't that a little more proselytizing you could do? Like that, I don't know. Yeah, it just seems like be a pastor and to be wealthy is the highest level of cognitive dissonance you can possibly have. To be a Christian pastor and be rich as fuck.
The version of Jesus that beat up those money collectors, those tax collectors, I feel like he'd do the same thing to these modern day pastors, right? Like if that guy... If that's a true attribute of Jesus Christ, rolling out and tipping their fucking tax tables over and whipping their asses with a whip.
People like I think his name's Peter Popoff. He's one of the TV pastors. So I picture them being the kind of person that God would come down now and like smite like lightning bolts because they're the evil motherfuckers who don't just misrepresent God, because I don't really care about that as much, but they take advantage of old people where they say things like, You know, all you got to do is you just send in your check. You send in your check, and I send you a vial of holy water. This water's been blessed. When you're going to take that water, you're going to sprinkle it over the table that you pay your bills on. You're going to see the Lord's going to come through for you. All you do is wait. You get that check, you put it in the mail. The Lord is looking out for you. I promise. I'm Peter Papa. And it's like, you're a piece of shit. You're a shameless piece of shit. And this guy, it came out. This guy's an old example years ago. But he had an earpiece in, and his wife would be in the back area with the people who were going up there. And so she would be talking to people, getting information like, what's your name? Oh, Susan, what are you here for? Oh, you have glaucoma. All right, well, Susan with glaucoma, we're going to get your eyesight back. Just, give us what you can. And so then they'd go up there, and they would think that Peter Popoff had no idea who they were. And so they would go, oh, man. Oh, Susan. I can feel the Lord is telling me your name is Susan, and I can feel that you have glaucoma. Your eyes cause trouble to you, my dear. And it was like, and they would, this guy and his wife would make shitty comments about the people coming to get help from them. They'd be like, look at this stupid, crippled idiot, thinking we're going to save him. How much did you get him for? Like, it's a level of shamelessness that's baffling. Like, I don't know.
Let me ask you this. I don't remember this exactly. Like, I know that Jesus roughed up the tax collectors, but then it seemed like he told one of his apostles or something that they actually do have to pay this tax though, but I shouldn't have to pay the tax. I should be exempt because I'm the Son of God. Go to the sea, and a fish will come forth, and take the fish, and in its mouth is a shekel, and take that shekel and pay for you and I. That happened, right? Is that the same story?
It might be. I know it sounds really familiar.
It definitely happened. Like I'm not just making that up. It definitely happened. Well, I mean in the Bible.
Well, no, it's in the Bible is where we should say it. But yeah, I don't know when that happened. I know, but of course you're talking about the story where Jesus is so mad when he goes into because he wasn't mad at the tax collecting per se or the usury, I guess. He was mad at the fact they were doing it in the temple. And so they had tables set up everywhere because he was in a new town and he wanted to go to the temple, see what was up. And he went in and there was no worship going on. It was just tables of wares and, people paying taxes and loaning money out. And so in a very Christ-like way, he goes bananas, grabs a whip and starts whipping all around this temple at people, whipping them as they're like, Jesus! Well, I guess they did. Yeah, Jesus Christ, this guy's out of control. And they're just whipping these people, whipping them until they run out of the temple, and he's scolding them the whole time. And I don't know. I like that Jesus. I like take charge, get it done.
I like just do it because it was bad for business. They just be like, you know what? The temple is a place where unpleasant people like yourself aren't allowed to be because otherwise they won't be in the temple.
Because he hated because obviously a lot of the people who were benefiting from those usury laws and the tax shit were the church. And the people the head honchos at the time were the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who were basically their priests, the big, we read the Bible, you guys, or we read the Torah, you guys can't read shit, we take care of it all for you. And he was so mad at them that he said, he said, when you pray, go into your rooms and do so in private. Do not do it for people to see. Obviously, I butchered the exact language of that. But it led him, which is why I still hated it. I hated it in fucking school. When we would go to the goddamn chapels once a week and have to sing about Jesus and get some stupid speaker or whatnot. It wasn't once a week, but too often we'd have to do this shit. And all the time, there were teachers who wanted to show off how fucking godly they were. And so they would do this shit. They'd stand up in front of everyone in the front row, right in front of the band playing, and raise their hands up and be, oh, God. Oh, I'm feeling God. And it was like, you are exactly the fucking person that Jesus was talking about. You are fucking faking it. You're faking it so people will think you're a better Christian. You're not just a bad Christian because Jesus also said that he will keep the hot and the cold in his mouth, but he will spit out the lukewarm. That means that the people who don't know of him and the people who are all about him, he'll keep in his mouth. He'll keep in his system. But if you know about him and you still reject it and you misinterpret his laws and you do things like, oh, he doesn't mean me. He doesn't mean me to stay humble. He needs me up here being a beacon for the Lord to all these kids. No, you're lukewarm. You're doing this for your own gain. Pissed me off then, still pisses me off now because it's so fucking hypocritical.
I liked when Jesus is petty.
Taylor.
Jesus is riding along on his burro and he sees he's a little hungry, a bit peckish. He sees a fig tree up ahead and he's like, oh, rides over to the fig tree and looks digging around through the leaves, Not a single fucking fig. And he gets angry, of course, as this when a fig tree doesn't have some figs on it, and he's peckish. And he says, "You shall never bear fruit again." And the bush withered away and died. And he wrote off. The fuck is that meant to teach us? What is the allegory there? What do we take from this? That like, if you don't have the goods when the people want them, like they'll just turn aside. Like, what am I learning from that? That's absurd.
What you're actually supposed to learn from that is that God says you will know a tree by its fruits, meaning that you will know a person by what they produce. And so this tree he was looking at, it was producing nothing. It had the ability to produce, and it chose instead to not.
The tree chose.
In this allegory, basically, like the tree, you know, it had the sun, it had the dirt, it had everything it needed to create figs, and it did not do it. You know, it knew it should be making figs, and it did not. So he
is
said,
that like a person who doesn't go forth and be fruitful and multiply? Do you think that maybe someone like myself who has made it a lifelong goal not to reproduce, like would that be looked down as poorly as a fig tree not producing fruit?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Would Christ I feel like if Christ saw me, he'd make my cock wither immediately. He'd point at it and like, it will never get hard again, and my cock would just wither away.
Yeah, he may. You know,
That's
you
one
should
of
be
Kyle's
too
reasons to kill himself.
Yeah.
He just throw this account away.
Number one. and it's not even not having sex anymore. If you told me you'll never have sex again, still will live through that. If I can't masturbate though, then what is the point? Like there's got to be some sex of some kind. Or life's not worth going on. If I can still masturbate, all right. Well, you know, I got the one hand left. It works.
You know, if you couldn't masturbate but you could still have sex, you can maybe make that work too.
Oh yeah, 100% could make that work. Like sex is definitely more important than masturbation. Yeah.
You know, we started talking about Comey. We got distracted by his height and penis size and never really
so
finished the
fucking
conversation.
who's hanging dong in the Senate? Come on.
I just like talking about the Bible.
I
realized.
I was gonna say on the every week, not every week, but you know, at least twice a month, I come in thinking like, "Ooh, this could be the week that, you know, like minds are changed, positions are reversed, and the Trump grit will set in," and it never seems to happen. But I feel like certainly the Trump experience is getting chipped away. I'll say this thing: this notion that he might actually do something as president seems to be like not even an expectation anymore, right? Like he just did that signing ceremony for his memo. Did you guys catch that big thing?
Negative.
Oh, well, he did a signing ceremony, gave the pens away to people, had cameras in, brought in this little desk, and all he did was he wrote a memo to Congress saying that they should privatize the FAA, like privatized airports and stuff. And they're like, this wasn't a...
Oh, I'd love that.
He acted like he signed a law, but he didn't. He didn't actually. It wasn't an executive order. It wasn't a law. It was literally just a memo from him to Congress making a suggestion, and he put a big ceremony around it to act like he was getting things done, and people went wild with it because he's not getting anything done. Like the first 100 days, when was that? Like 50 days ago? I've forgotten, but he really didn't get. Probably
30, 40 days ago.
Doesn't matter. Close enough.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
But like in the first 100 days, it was like, wow, he really hasn't done very much at all. You take away the Supreme Court nomination, and I can't think of much. You know, there's certainly positive stuff. There's a bunch of executive orders. Now, like, I just don't like. Are there any bills being worked on? Are there any like Trump
infrastructure
initiatives?
plan? Yeah, the infrastructure thing is big right now. It's like $1 trillion infrastructure bill. I saw Bernie Sanders really tearing into that, but I don't give him much credence when it comes to something on that level. Yeah, sure. I don't know if he's going to get anything done either. It really seems like, to me, from the outside looking in, and watching that hearing today, it seemed like everybody in the room thinks it's a big fucking joke. Like all of those senators were kind of like, there was some levity there. There were some laughs. Like he said something like, I didn't want to, he made some quip about not wanting to be left alone in the room with him. Trump.
Oh, okay.
Donald Trump. Comey made some quip about, not wanting to be left alone in the room with Trump or something like that. And it seemed like everybody laughed. Like you could feel kind of a collective thing like, yeah, none of us do. And it was just like, because he'll lie on you. You want to have somebody with you. You want co-counsel with you, your partner with you, or you want the attorney general, or you want the VP. You want somebody else in the room who will corroborate your story when it comes down to it, because he'll lie.
I read that.
And even more than he'll lie, I think he'll misremember and then start remembering the way he wants to.
Because his private attorneys, I'm told, only meet him in pairs. because they feel like Trump will change the story and lie about what happened, and they need backup.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about?
He's definitely guilty of like a revisionist self-history kind of thing.
Sorry, I think I might be lagging a little bit because I'm like talking and then might be stomping over you. Sorry about that.
For the record, I've seen that we've had internet issues, and my internet's perfect. I'm running a ping. I don't know what's causing it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It could be internet on my end. I don't have anything else
It's
going
the heat.
on.
That router is 100 degrees.
I am so fucking hot.
Poor Taylor.
I am so hot that like my face is hot. My whole body, like I'm explaining what hot feels like. I'm so hot. You guys know what it feels like.
Yeah.
But
tell me
how do
more.
you feel? It's like a warm sensation, like radiating. It's like I'm not comfortable. I don't have time to think because I'm not comfortable. I'm not
Shirtless
comfortable.
Taylor
I'm hot.
needs to make his debut.
Yeah, just take it off. But what do you guys think about the fact that New York Times article, or really all those articles that were claiming that Trump was under investigation, like it was a fact? Comey debunked that, and
yeah,
like, and the
interesting.
only thing that didn't leak throughout all these leaks, the only thing that didn't leak is the fact that Trump wasn't under investigation. Like, how does that not show deliberate intent to harm Trump leaking?
That's exactly what it was. It was clear that all of the leaks were meant to harm Trump.
Also, yeah, the leaks are meant to harm Trump. Also, the fact that when Comey was asked, did Trump try to get you to stop the Russian investigation? He said no. He said he wanted me to stop after Flynn. He did. He said that when he was being asked today. He said, no, he did not do that. What I felt it was like is that he was telling me to let go of the Flynn thing, but I did not feel like he was asking me to shut down the Russia investigation. He actually told me to find out if there were agents who were working with Russia. Like, it's just, this whole thing has, like, so now I'm waiting for the pivot, because clearly there's not direct collusion between Trump and Russia. There's not. And so I'm thinking the pivot is going to be, okay, well, he's obstructing justice. Now we're going to go to the obstructing justice angle, which is still interesting, because what Comey admitted in this is that when he thought that justice was being obstructed with Loretta Lynch and the Clintons, basically when she met him on the tarmac and whatnot, and they were, Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton talking about the Hillary email thing, Comey said, I think that he said that made me uneasy. It made me feel like it was unfair. And what did he do? He ended up shutting down the investigation. Similar thing happens with Trump. And what's he decided to do? Appoint a special counsel. And so it's like, but on the same token, you can't look at the Loretta Lynch thing and be like, see, obstruction of justice, that's awful. And then look at the Trump thing where he says, baby, don't investigate Flynn anymore, and say, oh, that's fine. That's whatever. Because everybody out there who's conservative, if Obama fucking said to the FBI investigator, hey, I want you to lay off this person in my cabinet or whatever, you would be rightfully upset by it. So both things can be true. Both things are bad. It's just a very huge difference in the way Comey responded. In one, he shuts down the investigation. In the other, he takes it ultimately seriously. He refused, by the way, the one thing, like what Trump was pissed about, is that Comey never came out and said, you're not under investigation, Donald Trump. You are not under investigation. That when Trump said he told me 3 times, that was confirmed today. It was confirmed that he told him 3 different times that you are not under investigation, and Trump was upset because Comey would not say, you're not under investigation in public. And so Trump, being the narcissistic, fickle, impatient, surround yourself with yes men kind of guy that he is, I'm convinced he just said, fine, you won't fucking go with my plan. You're fired. I'll get someone else in. And because there's nobody around him to say, hey, you know what? That makes you look like a suspicious douche. Because he surrounds himself with yes men and loyal, to a fault people, that he just made a stupid political ploy.
Yep, I agree with all that. I thought that today it didn't look like what came out today to me. It made Trump look more incompetent and like he didn't know what the hell he was doing, especially as it comes to protocol. Sure. And I don't know anything about protocol either. None of us do, because we're not ingrained in it like a Washington, D.C. politician. But I thought it was interesting. They were like, what? He spoke to the FBI director without the attorney general in the room? But that doesn't. And I was like, well, why is that a problem? I don't understand. And they're like, oh, well, that's his boss. He can't do that. And I saw Paul Ryan come out and he said, oh, you got to
hold on. The thing about Trump not working with the Russians as a confirmed piece of fact is not true, right? Like, we do know as a confirmed piece of fact that Trump said, I'll tell you this, Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you'll be rewarded mightily by
Do you think that is that's not collusion or evidence of any collusion at all?
That is
it's something he said.
Exactly what it is, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Precisely, undeniably, irrevocably asking the Russians to hack Hillary Clinton's emails and release them, which is what they did.
Not.
Right?
No, it is not.
That is working with the Russians to influence the Russians.
No, it's not. Him saying,
how is that not working with the Russians?
Because obviously he's not telling
just
Russians.
Just because he did it in public doesn't mean that's not asking the Russians to influence the election. That is exactly asking the Russians to influence the election. But that's not collusion, and it's not illegal. And then headed into the campaign after Trump was going to get the. Headed into the campaign where they do what the fuck is it called? The convention.
The debates?
The convention I'm going for. And 1 second, Kyle. So headed into convention, he had the Republicans change the plank about Russia into the platform. It used to say that the U.S. would provide Ukraine with lethal defensive weapons, and they changed that to be appropriate assistance, right? So they're backing off this whole Russian-Ukraine thing. When it was the Republicans previously that were more aggressive towards this. They felt like Obama... It's kind of a pussy towards letting.
Well, Obama wanted the Russian reset in 2012, where he wanted, the reset with Russia.
Yeah, and that didn't work.
I looked up the definition of.
Continued to fuck him, and he wanted to do a Russian reset. Obama was kind of like not as harsh against Russia as the Republicans were until Trump came along, and once Trump became the leader of the Republican Party, now he's not even as harsh as Obama was. Right? He stepped it back. There's a lot of smoke around this thing. Taylor went for like 10 minutes. There's a lot of like. Whether it be Kushner setting up back channels, whether it be, Trump praising Russia for not responding to the sanctions that Obama put in place, and then talking to them behind the scenes saying, hey, we're going to release these sanctions on you as soon as we get on board. And then the Russians undeniably did do their best to influence the election. So,
it's not undeniably at all. Like, there's nothing confirmed about that. There's no collusion between Trump, even if Flynn and Manafort, it turns out that they're shady and there was shit going on. That still does not at all implicate Trump himself as colluding with Russia. Like,
right, so what Comey said today is there should be no fuzz on this whatsoever. The Russians interfered with our election during the 2016 cycle. They did it with purpose. They did it with sophistication. They did it with overwhelming technical efforts. It was driven from the top of their government. It is not a close call. That happened.
But the bridge between that and Trump asked for this and colluded with them to do it is where none of the evidence
think the definition. I want to talk. Can I? I want 15 solid seconds.
Yeah, take a minute.
The definition of collusion might be important, right? Like collusion isn't a word I use in my day-to-day, so I had to look it up. I wanted to know what collusion meant. Secret or illegal cooperation or conspiracy, especially in order to cheat or deceive others. So I do think that him saying it in public at a campaign rally or on the mic negates it being collusion necessarily. I see your point, and I understand where you're coming from, and he's definitely up there saying that. I just don't think, and I've said this before, we've defined the word before, that it meets the qualifications of collusion as the law would view them, especially. And I think at the end of this, 4 years from now, 10 years from now, what we're going to find is that Trump did a lot of things that were unsavory, wrong, morally corrupt. But I don't think we're going to find anything that Trump did illegal, against the law, that could be prosecutable, impeachable, or any of the above. I don't think that will ever be found. I think we'll find a lot of smoke, and we'll see a lot of things he did where we're like, God damn it, what a shady motherfucker he was. But I don't think he's going to break the law.
You might be right. To be honest, I should have looked up collusion too, because I was just using it as a synonym as cooperation, which he did out in the open. Out in the open, he asked the Russians to hack emails, and they did, and they released it every week. I remember we used to joke about it. We're like, they're getting maximum mileage out of this. If they were a YouTuber, they didn't release all these videos on one day. They did daily videos to make sure it got all the mileage possible. We talked about that. And that was done. It may have been done whether Trump requested it or not, but that's what Trump requested. He requested that they hack these emails and that they just distribute them.
But to pretend like him saying, if someone's got all those emails that and they let him go, I think our press would reward you mightily for it. Like tying that at a speech to him colluding with Russia to win the election and to cheat is where between those two things there is no evidence at all. Like, which is why I think they are going to pivot, because this hearing with Comey today really did not it wasn't the full, aha, vindicated that a lot of people on the right wanted, but it also did not go well for the Democrats because Comey didn't come out and say, yeah, we got all this stuff, we got this, we got that. He actually came out and said, yeah, the New York Times, they got that story wrong, and Slate and HuffPo and CNN and MSNBC and fucking Fox Business or whoever else reported it, yeah, they all reported it as fact, and it was wrong that he was under investigation. That's not true. Like, it's just like that's a huge story. For the last few months, it's been confirmed and reported as such that Trump is under investigation. Schumer,
I didn't think that was true.
Elizabeth Warren, both of those people used that as an excuse to say you shouldn't be able to put Gorsuch in as a Supreme Court justice. You're under investigation by the FBI. It was a huge news story, and it comes out today that is 100% bunk.
I remember them
it
saying
false.
Until this Russian thing is settled. That was the language that I heard. I never thought Trump was under investigation. Everyone around Trump seems to be under investigation. I didn't know that other people thought Trump himself was under investigation. It seems to me they're getting everyone next to him before they go after the president of the United States directly. They did ask Comey, do you think Trump colluded with Russia? And his response was, I can't answer that in an open setting. And that to me
just like
is not
he couldn't answer it. Go ahead, sorry.
That to me is not like the vindicate. That's not no. It's not yes, but God, it sounds like he's got that. That's not an answer that would make me comfortable if I was Trump. I'll tell you, let me get into that in an hour from now when we talk privately.
You were saying that they're going after the people close to Trump. Why would they fucking get Jeff Sessions right away, right? Like that motherfucker is just the worst. I not a big fan of him, even a little bit. That's a real.
I don't like the drug stuff. I don't like he was amping up anti-weed stuff. It's like, aren't we hit the tipping point of this finally?
Yeah. He's like the only guy left who's that backwards, and he happens to be the only guy in the position of enforcement on that. Like he's the guy who gets to decide, and he's like old timey and backwards as it fucking gets. That's infuriating. I don't like that a lot.
He seemed like he was running cover for Trump on this whole Russian thing, and then he had to recuse himself. I forget what the event was that made Sessions be like, all right, I got to get out. Was it when they ran the thing to them before it got public? I forget. Like they had information and they told Trump about it.
There's so much to keep track of.
We're on the same page on that one.
So many times that you'll be following a lead or a story and you'll think it's relevant, and then like 3 days later it like turned out to be complete smoke. Like not even relevant or even a thing sometimes, and you're like, God damn it, so much misinformation, and I just want to be informed.
It feels
but by
to
that
me
point,
like on
the
this
news
Russian
cycles moved
thing
on.
that there are a lot of people doing the investigation on Team Trump. Like I felt that way about Richard Burr for a long time, right? Like he's leading the whatever Senate investigation, and then he just seems like he's there to protect Trump while leading the investigation against him. Like, oh my God, don't we all wish we had that scenario, like your own friends and family were the people investigating you? And Sessions seemed like he was that guy until something happened, which he pretty much was forced to recuse himself. I can't remember the event. And Comey was a guy that it seems like wasn't that, and then he got fired. And that was a neat little line too. Like, do you believe the president fired you over the Russia investigation? And he said yes, because I've heard the president say so, right? Because he said to Lester Holt in that interview, I fired him because of this. And then, of course, he told the Russians, like, oh, this guy's a kook. This is going to take a lot of pressure off of me, etc. That's obstruction of justice. Like, I feel like
it's not obstruction of justice.
Not if he didn't actually commit a crime.
I actually heard a Harvard professor of law talked about how it is not obstruction of justice. Mm-hmm. I'm actually not an attorney. Cliff Hutchinson's made up. It's not real. I know. I'm impersonating an attorney.
Are you serious?
Okay, all that legal advice I gave you, Kyle. It is
stamping my paperwork.
You've been notarizing all my shit, but no, it's not collusion. Like, and another thing I
read that. So just
learned,
for what it's worth.
Oh,
I was on the internet today, and someone, I forget who the source was, and it's on the internet, so clearly it's true. But they linked a legal precedent where it was proved to be obstruction of justice, and the guy used the same language when he said, like, I hope that you can see your way to make this not happen at all, end the Flynn investigation, what have you. So I was like, oh, well, there's some sort of legal precedent where that I hope precursor doesn't make the guy innocent.
There's not a legal precedent for even like running the president up on criminal charges. Like I was listening to CNN explain that today. They're like, there's not a precedent for even filing charges against the president. Like in the Nixon thing, he was a co-conspirator in other charges, and that's how they got him involved. But they were saying, like, even if he has broken the law, we're not sure if we can even do anything because Congress isn't going to impeach him.
It's going to be on something like related to this. It'll be on the cover-up. It'll be on the obstruction. Like, I don't think they're actually going to get him for colluding with the Russians. You know, like when they get gangsters, they get them on tax evasion or something. I think it's going to be something in that family. Like Trump got ran out of town not because he colluded with the Russians, but because he's a constant double parker and
he does not pay us. I don't believe in single parking. I'm a girthy man and I do a lot of exit route.
Yeah, and they're just going to get him out on something other than the actual thing they got him out on, if it happens at all.
All right, let me do an advertisement, and perhaps we could shift to maybe some TV talk, because I know we've all got shows we're enjoying right now. The doldrums of the January and February months are long over, and TV has kicked up a few notches.
I'm embarrassed by how current I am on several series. I've devoted too much time to
Have
television.
no shame. No shame. Let me tell everyone about Smart Mouth first. Bad breath is nasty, embarrassing, and a major problem in both the boardroom and the bedroom. Most people still don't know the true cause of bad breath, instead relying on ineffective, low-tech methods like gum or mints to mask the odor. When you smell bad breath, you're actually smelling volatile sulfur compounds, also called sulfur gas. Germs in your mouth consume protein and produce these foul-smelling gases as a form of waste. Smart Mouth is the only activated oral rinse clinically proven to eliminate existing bad breath and prevent the return of sulfur gas for a full 12 hours per rinse. Smart Mouth comes in a 2-chamber bottle. One side contains a clear sulfur eliminator, and the other contains a green zinc ion activator. The eliminator and activator are kept separate until you pour, at which point the two liquids combine and activate. The sulfur eliminators gets rid of existing bad breath, and the activator releases billions of zinc ions, which bind to the germs and block the germs' ability to consume protein or produce that smelly sulfur gas for 12 hours. No sulfur gas, no bad breath. If you want to solve a real problem, you need real science, not a minty cover-up. Nobody wants to be that guy with bad breath, and now you never will. Find Smart Mouth at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Target, Amazon, or your favorite shop. Or visit them online at smartmouth.com to get an in-depth analysis of how Smart Mouth is able to deliver such an incredible result. Remember to use code painkiller when you visit smartmouth.com for free shipping today. Yeah, code painkiller for free shipping today. Smartmouth.com.
That's what you want.
Dude, my mouth has been. I can taste it. I want to run and pee. But first, I want to finish this spiel about Smart Mouth. Like a couple times this week, I don't know if it's because I haven't been eating food or what, but like my breath, my mouth, I could taste it. I was like, ooh, it tastes so nasty. And I do that thing where you're like. Into your hand, and I was like, God damn, my breath smells rotten. It smelled like I had gotten like a piece of meat stuck in my tooth and it had rotted. I was like, so I go to the bathroom and I get the Smart Mouth and I'm just spit, and immediately I'm fixed. Like I usually rinse for 60 seconds in the morning, like as a part of my routine, but this was afternoon, like 3 seconds spit, and I was like, oh, I'm fixed.
Yeah.
That's
and
an instant
it takes
fix.
care of you all day. Like it lasts an insanely long amount of time, and it's not some hokum. They've got real scientific clinicals showing that they last this long. There was the thread on it about the Reddit. I saw every once in a while they do, I tried this product, I tried that product, and everybody really seemed to like it. So I'm really happy about that. I hope you guys are getting laid more. You should be getting laid more if you've been getting in shape with us and your breath is incredible.
Really covering most of your bases.
Yes,
all you need after that is money.
You just need money, Smart Mouth, and to be in reasonable shape. So there you go, and you're just going to slay it. You're going to slay it. They also, if you're a cigarette smoker, a cigar smoker, maybe a smoker of whatever else you may smoke, they have a dry mouth rinse as well. So if you get that tacky, awful dry mouth feeling, use their dry mouth rinse, gets rid of your dry mouth, and it has the Smart Mouth breath technology, so it knocks out your bad breath at the same time all day. So I'd recommend that highly if you have a problem with bad breath. You can obviously buy that all the same places.
Taylor, maybe you have a friend that would know, but does pot give you bad breath like cigarettes does?
I have heard that. Yes. Oh. I have heard that one of the side effects of it is that it dries your mouth out and gives you, because like, here's a thing people don't know. If you ever taste your mouth and you go, oh, that's kind of dry, you already have bad breath. Dry mouth means you have bad breath.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you realize your mouth is dry, your breath's already bad. Sorry, you've already passed that base. You got to knock it out with both. So take care of the dry mouth, take care of the bad breath. You're gonna be getting laid like nobody's business.
Okay.
And smoking as many cigars as you want. like a fancy man.
Like a fancy man.
Like a fancy man. I know you'll agree with me on this because you have the same position towards wine and whatnot. But have you ever smoked a cigar? Have you smoked a few?
Yeah, like less than 3 in my life, but I've tried it.
Oh, okay. I want to like it, and I want to feel cultured, and like I don't know. Like when I see a bunch of people smoking cigars, it makes me feel like, oh, that's cool. Like Tony Soprano, like, oh, look how hardcore that guy is walking around with a cigar. And every time I do it, it's like, oh, this isn't in the cards for me. This sucks.
Yeah,
like
I've been in environments where like that particular cigar actually smells good to me. Like I find that to be a pleasant odor. I wonder if I'd like smoking that. The answer is no. I would not like it. I'm almost like lucky in that I really don't like alcohol, and I really don't like cigarettes, and I really don't like cigars. That's not good. I wish I hated sugar. You know, if we threw sugar in there, I'd be really styling. But sadly, I think sugar's awesome. Yeah. But
yeah, they are very tricky. You're right. I'm glad you mentioned the smell thing, because the smell of someone smoking a cigar, like the actual smoke, can smell great.
It can.
You can be like, oh, that cherry, maple, oak, whatever mixture. Like I can smell it. It smells so complex and nice. And then you try a hit, and you're like, smoke. It is smoke. Yeah, it's somewhat the flavor comes out after you blow it.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just gonna rattle on it.
Pens are up 6-0 after 2 periods.
The poor Pens. That's it. Yeah, it's less than. Yeah, I am relatively confident that Nashville's got 1 touchdown in them, and they'll come back if they could just take it down the ice and get it into the end zone.
So, I really want to see him go to 7 games because, and this is crazy because Pecorine, the goalie for the Predators, first 2 games against Pittsburgh, played horrible. His save percentage round 1 against Chicago was like .97, 97%. It's insanely high. For those out there who don't know much about hockey, we'll say 91% is about average, 90, 91. Against the Blues, his save percentage was 93%, 93.5 or something, still incredible. Against the Ducks, like 92-ish, lowered a little bit. And against the Pens, it's been like .79 the first 2 games. He let in like 13 goals in the first 2 games in Pittsburgh. In his whole career, up until, I guess, last game, he had never won a game against Pittsburgh. Or 2 games ago, he had never won his whole career against Pittsburgh. He was like 0-9 against them. And now he's back in Pittsburgh again tonight, getting shellacked, just getting shelled. It's so crazy how much that home advantage matters, because he played like a dynamo those 2 games in Nashville, and now they're back in Pittsburgh for Game 5, and he looks like this is his first day in the rink. I assume. I'm not watching.
Have any goals?
Crosby does not have any goals.
He sucks. That's why.
Yeah, he does. He has 3 assists though.
Fuck.
You devolved to hockey talk without me? Dear God.
Fargo. No, it's because the Pens are up 6-0 after 2. All right, Fargo.
Oh, that's wonderful. If they're up 6-0.
You know what? I enjoyed both the first 2 seasons of Fargo more than the third. It's evolving too slowly for me. I do like the one British character with the teeth, but by and large, I don't know.
It's not.
I fucking love it.
Episode.
Season 3 is better than season 2. And are you up to date, Woody? I know we talked about this before the show.
I'm fully up to date.
So when the deaf guy from season 2 reappears in season 3, I was like, oh my God, this is great. I love these. Only now do the storylines converge, at least that I've noticed, though it's a really deep show with lots of shit going on in the background. And I loved this most recent episode. It's probably my favorite episode thus far. The whole crossbow hunting thing, them getting set up for the bus crash thing, how ruthless they are that they run that couple down and murder them. The whole scene in the woods was really well done. And then we get to the bowling alley. And I love that. I think what's going on there, I didn't Google or anything. I should have to like make sure that I interpreted this correctly. It seemed to me that man sitting there was the rabbi himself that was telling the story. Remember that man sat there and told him a story about the Cossacks in Russia killing an untold number of Jews and burying them in a mass grave, and how a Jewish rabbi came forward and said, when I die, bury me there in that mass grave, and I will be the comfort to those souls. Through me, they will gain peace. I think the man sitting there is that rabbi, and Yuri, the Russian guy, his descendant was one of the Cossacks who slaughtered those Jews. And now you have this man coming down, and he's adding a little supernatural to the mix all of a sudden. These are the UFOs of season 3, I think. And he's coming down and giving assistance to the woman and the deaf man, and he's giving a warning to Yuri. And I was like, oh my God, we just like, it was like in House of Cards when you get to the Elysian Fields episode and the big crow is up there, et cetera, et cetera. You're like, whoa, things just expanded a little bit. There's more to think about now. I'm digging season 3. I don't like the female cop. I find her to be wanting. Funny at all. She's not funny at all. She's wanting. That's the thing. Like I could think of a few actresses who would just be better. They're just other actresses who could have done a better job, who could have been funnier or quippier. And notice I'm not even saying more attractive, because that's not what I want from that character. I want that to be my Sherlock Holmes, and she just doesn't fit the bill. I'm a little upset with that casting, and that's my only complaint.
When I was in high school, I read the book Animal Farm. I liked it, the horses and the sheep and whatever. And then after everyone had finished reading the book, the teacher explained, there's 3 ways that people absorb this book. 1, they just don't get it, they didn't follow it, whatever. 2, people like the book, and they think it was a pretty neat story about animals. 3, they get the symbolism to Russia's evolution into communism and what happened to the workers that got them there and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, this book went from, hey, I like the story about a bunch of farm animals, to my exploded. I feel like when I watch Fargo, I'm on level 2. Wait, what? I might genuinely have Alzheimer's because I didn't remember that guy was from season 2, the deaf guy. It seemed like it was 3 years ago to me. And
he's a main character. Mr. Numbers,
I definitely
think.
remembered it. Because I'm not as far as you guys. I haven't watched episode 8.
He's even wearing the same shirt.
Yeah, it shows that guy in episode 7, in the very end of it, which is as far as I've gotten. And I was like, oh, yeah, fucking deaf guy. All right, I like you, ish. But your brother was funnier.
When he put his dick in that cup, I didn't realize he was peeing in it. And I didn't realize that's what he drank. Now, I am multitasking while I'm watching the show, so I'll give myself a little bit of break. It's not completely just in a malfunctioning brain. But, yeah, I feel like I'm watching Fargo on a very superficial level.
You must be multitasking a lot. Because I hadn't seen the episode last time we spoke about this, and and Kyle was like, he clearly peed in the cup. He peed in the cup. And then you were like, oh, I didn't notice that.
I remember
I watched the scene now. Yeah, and I was not multitasking, so obviously I was all the way.
That's the best thing you've said. I do remember him shaking it off at the end.
Yeah, the urinal, you tap it, shake it a couple times, get the drips off. Yeah.
See, now you got it. But I was watching it, and I was not multitasking. I was watching the episode, and as that started happening, I was like, this can't be the scene that he didn't catch, right? The one where he puts his penis in the cup and then presents the man with the full cup of liquid, and then the man goes, I don't want to drink this. And the guy pulls out a gun, and he still reservedly puts it to his mouth and shakes and goes like that. If somebody offered me a cup of coffee that was lukewarm, and they dip their cock in it and they pulled a gun out, I would guzzle that down like it was nectar, happening. Like it was my life being saved. But if it's pee and the gun's out, you're still gonna be like, oh my God, this guy's teeth are so gross and his pee's so gross. He probably doesn't hydrate.
Forgive me for the spoiler. I don't understand the second in command guy. I don't know his name. I'll call him Chewbacca. His little helper.
Sil.
There. Okay. Right? And it's Chewy to me. Yeah. And he gives him a bonus of $5 million and then poisons him. I don't understand what happened in the
He didn't really give him a bonus. He was luring him in, as the wolf may, into his den. And, are you upset? Well, hey, I'm about to give you $5 million. He happens to be a Jewish character. He's saying that, too. So it really puts him at ease. And just enough so that the man, for some reason, accepts tea from Fargus, while Fargus watches him fucking consume the tea from 6 inches away from his face. He's like, no, have a little more tea. I was like, God damn, he's the most easy to poison guy I've ever seen in my life. If Cosby had victims this, he'd still be on a roll.
So now I know the guy gets poisoned. Yeah.
Glad I could help. Sorry.
He doesn't die if you want me to.
Oh, now I know he lives.
Double spoiler.
Double spoiler.
Well, we don't know how.
Scene's so nice, I ruined it twice. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Fargo.
know what? Just to unspoil a little more, I thought he did die, but that's me, so you don't know what the fuck happens because
He did not
That's
die. 100,000% did not.
I think he died. So Taylor, you don't fully know.
I think he
Incorrect. He's in a coma. Remember, he's in a coma. Yeah, because they show the date. So
That's
a
what
bit of
happens when you
time
surf
passes.
the web while watching this dumbass show.
Yeah, they even write the date, the new date on the board, and they show that now the guy's got a beard because he's been in the coma so long or whatever. Like they started in like, remember it was like just after Christmas, and he was like, I'm gonna give you a $5 million bonus, and he's like, but we already had one this year, and he's like, this is the second round. There were going to be 3, but I thought for tax purposes, we should wait till after the New Year. So that lets us know that it's somewhere between Christmas Day and New Year's when the man is poisoned. And then the next scene, you see him in the hospital with a goddamn beard. And they're writing March 20th on the marker board or something like that. And like all of his medications and shit. So he's been in the coma for 3-4 months. They just put him completely out of commission. I doubt he's getting his bonus.
Well,
Fargo's not a one-dimensional show. It's definitely, and it's not. And I don't pick up on everything, and I certainly don't pick up on all the hidden meanings. And some of it, I think, is just left up for interpretation, and each person will take his own thing from it. Unless you go to the creator, the writer, or whoever, and ask them what they meant, you might never figure it out.
I'm not a big fan of the addition of supernatural at all into this series. Like last season, season 2, at the very end, when after constructing that entire, orchestrating the whole plot, it gets to be aliens. Like I that really pissed me off.
They showed the aliens in episode 1 and episode 10 or whatever, right? So they let you know it was gonna be a little weird.
I don't like it. I feel like it takes away from it because it's the same way that what's that movie that Quentin Tarantino did, Until Dawn, From Dusk Till Dawn?
Mm-hmm.
From Dusk Till Dawn. That's Robert Rodriguez. Quentin Tarantino was a writer.
Oh, okay. And so he was in that movie though when he sucked the toes.
He was in the movie. He's
Yep, but he it was like that movie where it went and it was a really interesting kidnapping film for a long time, and then out of nowhere it's like they just realized, oh, how do we wrap this up? I don't know, fucking vampires. Like just throw fucking mystical vampires in it, and I don't like that because it's like it's lazy. It feels lazy to me. It's like you didn't weave this into the story. You took these people out of Middle Earth and plopped them in fucking Seattle, or I guess the reverse of that at the last second. Like you didn't reinvent characters. You just changed the setting to get a few more miles out of it. And I feel like that's what they did in season 2. I haven't seen the supernatural part of season 3 yet, but I hope it's more muted and more minimalized. I doubt it will be.
It's what I just mentioned. It's what I just mentioned. That's all there is. It's so the ghost/angel of the rabbi. I think that's what I took, coming back from the dead, to like interject himself into this showdown between Yuri, whose ancestors killed those Jews in that mass grave. And there's even that point where like, so Yuri and that really tall dorky guy from I don't know, all those movies in the early 2000s are hunting the people in he's from that movie The New Guy, where he transfers to a new school and he puts on a new persona. He's like, I'm gonna be a badass here, and he does. He was in Road Trip. He's been in lots of shit.
Maybe I don't even know.
Really tall, like 90 pounds, like just any. Yeah. So he's got a tattoo on his arm that says Helga, and Yuri says, I knew a Helga once. She never shut up. And one of those Jews that was massacred way back when, her name was Helga. So when the Jewish rabbi reincarnate, at least that's what I took, is sitting there, he says, Yuri, I've got a message for you from Helga. And then we have that crazy supernatural black and white flashback to a field full of Jew ghosts, and there's Helga standing in front, like giving him the stink eye, So I didn't mind that at all. I liked that little bit of supernatural mixed into the bit. The UFOs were way too much. Season 2, in my opinion, is just bad. But you gotta watch it to like get the whole flow now, I think. I used to recommend not seeing season 2, but now that I see that the deaf guy has returned in season 3, you need to know his story and what a badass he is. And he's the bad guy that you can kind of root for in all of this.
House of Cards?
Yeah. We're all done with House of Cards, all of us.
So hey, as to the listener, There's timestamps. Hopefully, before long, we are going to spoil the fuck out of House of Cards. Know that going into this conversation. I liked it. I thought it was very good. I think I gave this one a little more attention than I gave Fargo, for example. I thought I predicted the ending. I thought the ending was going to be this. So you have the Underwoods, Claire and what's the Frank. And you have the Underwoods, and they're kind of like corrupt together. They're both bad people, but they're on the same team, and you watch them do their despicable things. And the other guys were like the all-American apple pie super people. But throughout the campaign, they kind of devolved a bit into being a little Underwoody. They were more willing to break a rule. They were more willing to to play dirty if that's what it took to win. The wife went from someone who just supported her husband through thick and thin to someone who wanted the power, who wanted to be first lady, who had her own sort of desires and thirsts. And I thought what was going to happen is the other two people were going to win. The Underwoods would lose, and then the husband would talk to the camera as president in the same way that Frank did. The wife would knowingly support him as a bad person, and the takeaway was going to be that it wasn't the people, it was the position that does this to the people. That's how I would have ended it. I think that's neat, but that's not how it ended.
Frank is unique. He and his wife. I think that's the kind of the whole point of the show is that they play by their own rules. They don't use the rule book that everyone else used. They're despicable people who are incredibly narcissistic and self-centered. They really only care about themselves. I didn't feel that way. Okay. The scene you mentioned, she says, "Yeah, don't fault me now because I want it too," because she's trying to help with the campaign. But I didn't see that as a negative. That's just her seeing that's not. It's a little ambition. But it pales in comparison to what do we see Frank do the first time we see him? He fucking smothers a dog, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen him murder people in cold blood. And meanwhile, you got this ex-war veteran who's all shaken up with PTSD over what he saw. Do you think Frank would have any PTSD if he had been in that situation? No, he'd have reveled in it.
Was he the war hero after all? He didn't want to talk about that story. There was the guy who was there who also didn't want to So
yeah, he really was the hero.
They didn't spill the beans on that. They kind of leave that up for interpretation for us to figure out, I guess, what really went down. But it seems
there was that scene where he was doing the live stream, and that guy called into it, and he clearly, it was the guy being like, "Oh, you saved me, you saved us," and it was the guy responding the way you might anticipate. I don't know, a person with PTSD to respond, where it's not like they take advantage of it. Because if he was just a politician and didn't think of it any other way, he would have been like, keep this guy on the line, have him keep telling me I'm a hero. I'll tell him, you're a citizen. I did everything I needed to protect you, just like I'm going to do, or whatever fucking sound bites it would be. But he was like, get him off. You need to get this guy off here right now, because this guy, he could have a flashback and he could, this could really ruin him. So it's not even worth the undoubtedly awesome points that you would score politically for the risk that he could, revert into some.
They're afraid. State. I don't know. They're afraid he'll look mentally unstable, and that's going to kill the campaign, right? So any kind of hero points that they might win by telling the full story could be lost in that exchange. And I think that there's definitely a shadow, an inkling, a suggestion there that the story wasn't as heroic as it sounds. They don't even explain how he got there. It's very foggy. And to me, it almost felt like a mistake in the show-making process. It's were they intending to let us know later what went down and they just never got to it? Or maybe a character, did the budget change? Or did a character die? What the fuck happened that we're not following this more? Because there was even that part where they were questioning. They're like, "Sir, I'm confused because you're a pilot. Why were you even boots on the ground?" And I'm like, yeah. Wait, what kind of plane was he flying? How did he land it? Then what did he do? You never get the story, and it just seemed needlessly ambiguous and confusing in a show that's already full of he said, she said, backstabbing, and you often can't tell a character's true motivations until 3 episodes later when they show you a flashback of Frank and his wife conspiring and weaving it all together. And amongst all that, they chose to put this bit of confusion, and I didn't care for that. Yeah, that's probably my biggest complaint.
I remember the scene about the boot. Why were you even on the ground? Why did to me it cast doubt on whether it happened at all, whether it was him, whether he hijacked somebody else's bravery. I was very confused about it. I thought maybe I missed
the bodies. I knew he was there because he talked about the way the
smell
heat
of the
had melted
bodies.
the bodies.
Yeah. and he's
So
like, that
clearly
smell.
been there. Something traumatic had happened. My thought process, like the thing that makes the most sense to me, is that he got there, did something heroic, and then like pissed his pants, and they had to drag him away. Like whatever he did broke him right then and there, and the people he was saving then had to be his savior.
You
Like
thinking
that's
of the
the sort
JFK
of
parallels, or was that just me? Yeah, if
JFK was shot down, right, or something like
JFK
that. I
was
don't
like
know.
shot down. He landed in the water, and I think he swam someone else to safety. And the story is just like full on bravery, Superman. And he was talking to a confidant about it, and he's like, you know what, that story's been so fucked up and twisted, I don't even think I know it anymore. And I don't know what happened or what the scoop is, but I felt like there was some sort of parallel.
The main thing I didn't like at the end of the series, or the end of the season, rather. How many more seasons are there, by the way?
Is it
Do we
over?
know?
Don't know. It's not over. There's no way
it's not over.
It.
But like at the end, and this is a spoiler, when it kind of turns out that Frank's not going to be the president anymore, and it's like, and it just feels so out of character for him to suddenly be like, "Don't you realize I've been orchestrating this the entire time, and I have planned my own demise. I know that we can be more powerful than ever. If I'm out in the private sector and you're in here, we'll control both aspects of the country, and you know it, Claire." Or like whatever the fuck he said, and it's like, wait, what? This, like, number one, I know Frank isn't retarded because he would have seen, I don't know, dozens of other political couples having one person in the government, one person in the private sector, reaping huge benefits from it. And the explanation for that is always both of these people want political power, especially Frank. He even said earlier in the show, there's a difference between money and power. Power is permanent, or whatever the fuck he says, and money isn't. And it's like, what? You're just going against your whole kind of life work of putting political authority and power above all else, and suddenly just being like, well, it's not too bad, Claire. You run it from here, and I'll go do something in gas or oil or whatever the fuck. Like, it's like, no, this isn't in line with you at all. This is like if at the end of the movie, Gandalf changed teams and was like, actually, let's go get that ring back. I see a lot of potential.
He explains his motivations. He explains his motivations, right? Though he says that when he was at Elysian Fields, he came to this understanding, and it's also at Elysian Fields. I think I'm pronouncing that right, with the whole secret organization, etc. That he made that statement that there's a difference between money and power, and one is better and lasts forever, and all that shit.
I was thinking he was
then ate the
referring
bull
to
balls.
He said that seasons earlier when Remy went after the money to work as a lobbyist, and he kept the power. Yeah. Anyway, he was saying Elysian.
But that just
Fields.
seems
He says
like
again
it was
Elysian
totally,
Fields, but he says that the Elysian Fields thing was his motivation. Well, think about it. He gets there and he's the president, and nobody wants to fucking deal with him. And he looks at what he sees that he doesn't have much power, and he sees all the power that these guys out there have. And then of course he's really cornered at the end where he doesn't have much of an option. They're going to impeach him.
That's how
it seems. You know what I thought would have been crazy? What if today during the Comey thing, if Trump had walked in and sat down? That would.
Trump was on a leash.
Can you imagine if Trump did that? Like, he goes in just like House of Cards. That's where he learned about it. And he sits down and he looks over at the camera. He's like, none of these rubes have any idea with Russia. They don't buy it. They're all trying to convict me. They'll never convict me. They have no idea what I'm doing. I'm thinking up here. They're thinking down here. And then he looks back at the crowd and they're like, we can hear you, right? Like House of Cards? No?
that would be so funny.
Heard all that.
Oh my God.
These idiots genuinely think that I eat McDonald's on my plane. Fucking roots, right? That kind of shit. But he does eat McDonald's on his planes. His figure has given that away.
I feel like when... I don't even want to say this, but I have to. So when I land my paramotor, what I used to do is like I try to land in a particular spot, but I wasn't doing that. I was predicting the spot I would land. So I was under the false impression that I hit my spot very frequently. When in reality, about 100 feet away, I'd be like, I bet I land there. I feel like that's what Underwood was doing. He was like, he moved the target to wherever he was going and said, I've been planning this from the very beginning. This is the spot I intend to land. Right out here in the private sector as a resigned president. It's like, no. You just figured out where you were headed and acted like you aimed for it from the start. That's not the truth.
It's like when you're playing a board game with someone in like Monopoly or whatever, and 3/4 of the way through the game, they start doing like ridiculous moves and do that bullshit with like, oh, I'm just trying to lose as fast as possible. I'm going to lose all my hotels, all this and that, trying to rob you of your victory. And it's like, no, we started this game. You lost the game, and now you're going where I'm putting you, which is in the loser bin. Like, don't act like, don't haughtily saunter over to the loser bin, jump into the shit and go, feels good. Oh,
I bet it would.
Oh, I love losing. I love this. This was my plan the whole time. And it's like, what are you talking about? No, you're the fucking first grader that peed his pants in Happy Gilmore or Billy Madison or whatever, and everybody had to pee the pants too to make it seem cool. All the cool kids pee their pants, you know? Like, it's that level of infantile behavior. But of course, Frank's, and I've also noticed that Frank's, his little turn to the camera and talk things have become so, like in the first couple seasons, I really felt like, oh man, like these are some like little tidbits of wisdom. Like it seems like he really has some good tips here. Like he really knows what he's doing. More and more, it's like, no, these aren't sneaky things that you're doing. You're just ham-handedly romping around the White House and then going and whispering with Claire like you did something deft. Like, no, you're like a bull in a china shop.
Talking to the camera. Like Claire,
I hated
Claire
when Claire.
Who else
just
started
so you
talking
know,
to the camera?
I've always known you were there. I'm just ambivalent to your attention.
I hated when Claire broke the fourth wall too, because it's like, no, this isn't a show about a bunch of people who are going to end up breaking the fourth wall because you don't know how to write
who else did the other
exposition.
break it? It wasn't just Claire, right?
I thought it was just Claire.
I think it's just Claire and Frank, but I wanted it to just be Frank. Like, that should be the thing of the show. He's the only one that knows the audience is there. I didn't like.
Well, next show was gonna be Claire. You know, like next season you got Claire as the president. You got Frank holding that dead body over her head, and her holding his pardon over his. Next season has the makings of some interesting intrigue. I'm glad we got through the boggy, boring crap that is presidential impeachment proceedings and Senate hearings that this season kind of was part of. I love this season, by the way. I thought it was very good. House of Cards is always really strong, and I like it. Just, I mean, the strength of their cast is so good. Robin Wright Penn is in the Justice League now, right? Her name's not. It's Robin Wright because she divorced
Robin
Sean
Wright?
Penn. She's Claire. Claire is it? Yeah, Claire is in Wonder Woman. And she's also going to be in the Justice League films now.
I have two Game of Thrones non-spoilers. You'll just be happy to hear it. The last 2 episodes are the 2 longest episodes. They're 71 and 81 minutes long. And that's the whole thing.
Oh, nice.
That doesn't ruin
The season
anything. But people
itself,
are excited.
The season itself, I saw that a similar article. The season is like all the other seasons have been like 9.5 hours of content. This season's like 7.5. So it's like 2 hours shorter because they have fewer episodes, which sucks. But I don't know. At this point, like every time Game of Thrones comes out, I'm always so excited that it's come out that it's like watching F is for Family, but way more intense. Where like F is for Family.
On the books? Do you remember the cute little thing
I don't
we
even
used to
think
do
about it.
that? Like, will the books come out before this season does? Oh no, the TV show's getting ahead of the books. Like that's a really weird state of affairs. Now books don't like. I remember towards the end of season 1 as it was airing, and I was finishing the book series up to what they had, and I was like, season 1. It's season 1. Of course the books are going to be out. Like he's written 5 books. It's going to take him 7 seasons to catch up. Of course the next one is going to No, of course not. This fat fuck is doing nothing. He is doing nothing. Like I bet he has seen all the same TV shows we've seen. Because he is not. He's doing a podcast talking about Fargo right now.
He's up to date on Supernatural too. Like he plenty of time.
That show is like 20 episodes.
Dude, I'm getting there. I fall behind. Yeah, I like Supernatural. I've shat on Supernatural many times. It gets better as it goes. Steady pace throughout its run. There's a season around 5 or 6 where it's quite bad. But my complaint has always been that they've got an amazingly cool premise, and that is that these 2 brothers travel the United States in a classic car, fighting monsters because monsters exist. People just don't know it. Vampires and werewolves and all that shit, demons, angels, all that stuff. And I thought that's the coolest premise ever, but their special effects budget seemed to be about the same as mine. And they just couldn't fucking cut it. Like the Wendigo episode, like season 1, episode 2, like it's just shitty CGI and they shoot a flare gun at it. And it's like, real bright. They can't see shit. And so many times it was like if they needed to make a dragon, well, they just put some like weird contacts on a human and make it so when he touches stuff, it gets hot. It was lame, so bad. But now in season 12, where I am, the special effects are quite good. It's a very violent show. People get their brains blown out on a weekly basis. Last week, Hitler was brought back from the dead. His soul had been kept in this pocket watch, and so they take Hitler's soul out of the pocket watch, and they put it in. They find an ancestor of Hitler. They take all of her blood out, and they put it into this other Nazi who has sustained himself since the 40s with black magic. So now he has the blood of Hitler, so he can take in the soul of Hitler. So they put Hitler's soul in this dude. He pops up and he's like, "Finally, yeah!" And Hitler's jumping up and down, super excited that he's out of this goddamn pocket watch after like an eternity of living in it, or like 60, 70 years of living in it. And one of the characters ends up killing Hitler. Spoiler alert. He fucking blows Hitler's brains out, and that's it. So for like 2 or 3 episodes afterwards, he's like, "Killed Hitler," and they're like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." And he like tells them the whole story and brags about it. I like that about the show, that there's not just continuity, but like realistic continuity. Like if you kill Hitler, you're going to be bragging about it for a while. You're going to be telling
conversation.
Yeah, every time you run into one of your friends who you know will believe you, because like, an average person not going to believe that you killed Hitler. That's insane. But if you run into one of your friends who is like down with demons and angels and shit, you tell them you killed Hitler, they're going to be like, "For real? God damn, boom, fucking hell yeah. Awesome, Dean killed Hitler." And I don't know. I like that show a lot. Their special effects budget has improved great.
Do you remember when they stopped the Titanic from sinking?
Yeah.
I liked that one. And like it changed a bunch of subtle things about history.
Yeah.
Like, I think they drove a Mustang. I'm not sure about that.
They were what they were doing is
increasing
changing
the amount of
historical
souls in the world.
Yeah, they were rolling some extra souls over, so that because souls are like a power source for the angels and demons. Like they're like one soul is 100 suns, I think they said, or something like that, or 10 suns worth of power or something. Because at one point they built a soul bomb to take out God's sister, and they need like thousands of souls to like compress.
God has a sister.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. God's sister. You get to meet God eventually, and God breaks it all down. Like he starts writing his autobiography. And it's like chapter 1, why I don't answer prayers. Like chapter 2, why I never intervene. And it's like, God damn it. And the guy's reading this like, "This is good stuff, God. This is your best work yet." I like the show because it's very, as ridiculous as it is, and clearly it's ridiculous by my summarization. There's also a lot of biblical stuff mixed right on in that's entirely accurate. One of the main characters is
like
Castiel. The Nephilim, of course. But one of the main characters is Castiel. Castiel, I think, is like a 13th century Jewish angel. Maybe he's the angel of Thursdays or something, or he's like the angel of Godspeed, or I don't remember. But Castiel,
I'd rather have Godspeed
from the Bible.
Thursday.
Heaven forbid you're the angel of Mondays and no one likes you.
Yeah, you're just.
But you see Lucifer and Michael and a lot of the biblical
characters. There's the
characters.
angel of Thursday, in the back.
And we watched F is for Family too, right? Are we all done with that?
I want to like that show so much because it's Bill Burr and I like Bill Burr, but this show just isn't good. Like compare it to any other of the cartoon funny shows, even Family Guy, and I'm not like the biggest Family Guy. Like Family Guy's fucking funny though. Like this, it's just not on the same page, and the storylines are so like I can be halfway into any episode and I can tell you exactly how it's going to end because it's basically just the same formulaic sitcom but with cartoon people instead, and it's just not very funny. And I've been carrying the water for it, wanting to like it for so long, and I just don't that much.
They can't find a good balance between so realistic it hurts and fantastical, and you kind of got to be one or the other in most animated series that are fun. I really liked the episode where that baseball player with the dented head like goes ape shit and like takes out all the black supremacists. Like I liked that part in particular. I thought it was great, especially when like the crowd like this guy like hulks out, right, and just beats up all these black guys who are armed. And I think he kills a couple of them or something. And the crowd is going wild for him. The crowd of reporters, the SWAT team, all the hostages that were previously taken. And then he's like, "Resegregate baseball," and they're all like, like I like that little nuance about his character. That the character with the dented head. He's great. If the whole show were about the antics of Frank's workplace, it might be better. If we didn't have to know about the children at all, remove them from the fucking equation. If we didn't get to hear about the wife's salad bowl or whatever, or salad tossing, remove that. If the whole show was Frank at the airport dealing with Chauncey and that fat, disgusting boss, and that dented head freak, and the goings and comings of an airport and those antics, and the characters who would be flying in and out all the time. You could have weird, goofy characters always showing up. They could have some fun with it. But as it is, they're trying to be a slash between Roseanne and The Simpsons, and that doesn't work.
Oh, dude, so there's a couple things. The relationship of the two brothers is making me crazy. It's not funny. It's just sad, and it's awful parenting. If the two brothers are treating themselves like that, the parents need to intervene, and I hate it. It's so awful. 2, the fat, disgusting ex-boss of his is so fat and disgusting. It's a test just to sit through it. I will change browser tabs. I'm watching it on Netflix in my browser tab. I will, just so I don't have to see him. But just having to hear him slop down cottage cheese while he talks is so...
With his frostbitten fingers.
Are they frostbitten? There's condoms on every finger. It's disgusting.
No, the rat... Remember, he got trapped. So because he got trapped in his...
I have Alzheimer's disease.
Have you ever been trapped in a Cadillac for 72 hours in the negative 2-degree cold? Realizing
have you ever had to been cut out of a car that hadn't been in an accident? That was a good fucking line. He has to live in his own car for like 3 days, shitting himself. He's like, I have to drive with the windows down now. All of that's funny. I will give you this, Woody, and I agree with you. In the same way that Rick's drool is a bit gross and off-putting, and it's like takes you out of it a bit. That guy stuffing down the cottage cheese with his gross fingers was just, it took me out of...
times 10 to me. Like, I don't like...
I agree. It's just in the same league, you know what I mean? Like this guy, animation grossing you out. And it's that cottage cheese and the whole thing. That was gross. I don't care for that. And it's not funny to me either. I thought that character was very funny, but he'd be funny as like a 300-pounder instead of a 500-pounder. And less gross.
You mentioned Rick. Do you remember how adorable it was when we thought Rick and Morty was coming out like a year ago? And then it eventually came out on April 1st, and we were all so excited, and it was a gift on April Fool's Day, and I didn't believe it was real until I was like 2/3 through the episode. And then nothing. It's June now, and there's still no episode 2. Like, what are they doing with Rick and Morty?
My thoughts are there's probably 2 possibilities. One is that Cartoon Network has a plan. You know, they know Rick and Morty is their a tentpole series for them, and maybe they're trying to like get something else to slide in there. But that's me under the presumption that they are all finished with their production work. I think it's more likely that this is taking a really long time for them to get done. I don't know why. I've heard Justin Roiland say that it's just taking much longer now. They don't know why. They're just like, it just takes a lot longer to get this job done now for some reason than it did earlier on. So maybe they just don't have it ready. I know it's coming, though, and I'm willing to wait.
I wonder if the magic is gone. Like, if something's going wrong while they're making it. Taylor, you think it could be possible, too?
I'm a little worried about it, too, because it's one of those shows where so much of it is because it's a cartoon show, and it's not the funniest cartoon show out there as far as getting raucous laughs and stuff. Like, I'll get funnier laughs from South Park. You know, for example, putting something up against South Park is a very difficult thing because they're kind of the titans there. But so much of what carries them through are the interesting plot twists and the different dimensions and the scientific, hullabaloo and all that. And it's interesting and it keeps you engaged. Lots of shiny, weird nutsack creatures all around. And that archetype, I really think, can only take you so far. It's only a matter of time until they just start going to more ridiculous places and more, asinine plot twists until it's like, is this even the same show anymore? Like they're just making it ridiculous. I hope so much that it stays good, but it seems like these shows where it's like all hinging on one dude, Roiland, I guess his name is mostly, and those kind of shows have a lot of difficulty having longevity most of the time, sans South Park, because it's just like those guys are going to get worn out. Like, how much do they really have in the tank about Rick being an alcoholic with his nephew?
Like
there's a ton of funny
comedy
shit.
Special. Like I feel like oftentimes the first comedy special is amazing. It's all your best stuff that you've been building for the last 30 years. And then your second comedy special is the things you didn't put in the first one. But by the time you get to your third one, it's all the stuff you were able to do in just 12 months. And it's not good anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of how you're right. Like a lot of specialists from stand-up comedians, they're better at first because they're the more not pure. That's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. But
this wasn't their first cartoon.
I'm really just trying to tamp down my expectations because I really, really want it to be good as as the first 2 seasons were. I think I've rewatched them 5 times each because I think they're great. But I don't know. I'm almost mentally preparing myself. Like there's no way they can strike. I'm
calling it.
Lightning will strike a third time.
It will strike a third time. This will be their best season yet. It will be more content and better content, and I say that confidently. And I believe that because in episode 1 of season 3, they kill their entire villain. They get rid of the entire consortium of Ricks. They get rid of the entire intergalactic power force, whatever that was. And you don't do that unless you got somewhere to go. You don't do that unless you got somewhere to go, and it's got to be big. They just replaced their.
Archer does it every year, and they're not getting better.
Archer's a whole different story. Archer's been on a downhill slide for years, and this season is trash. I
watched 1 episode.
I regret purchasing this season, and that's rare. You've really got to fall really into a shitty series for me to regret a $20 purchase for a whole season. But it's bad. It's bad. It's not good. He's in a goddamn coma, so nothing that happens matters. And this is the final season.
What are you buying it on? Sling or something?
Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can buy it, and then every week as it comes out, you get it. That's how it works.
Yeah, as soon as it comes out, it's like you already own this video, and it's usually delayed a day, I think, because that's how I get all these shows that we're mentioning right now. That's how I get them. Like Better Call Saul, it's the same thing. I was so irritated with that Memorial Day bye week that all of my favorite shows had that last night it rolled over. I don't always catch it when the show, because there's a break between when the show will air on say FXX and when it will be released onto Amazon for purchase of sometimes it's if it comes out at 8 p.m. then 4 a.m. the next morning you can get it, and that was the case last night. So I was up pretty late. I'm not working on much sleep right now. I've had a lot of caffeine.
Hyped up.
Yeah, I'm having a good show. I wish that our guest could have hung around more because I wanted to get into fitness talk with him. I think I just had asked him about performance-enhancing drugs. I was going to be like, oh, man, all you needed was the cream and the clear. You could have been hitting dingers in the fucking Wrigley Field somewhere. I wanted to ask him more about that. Yeah. And specifically, if this guy is actually kind of a medium-level athlete, what does he do? We're all amateur, Google and lift weights kind of body workout kind of guys, but maybe he has some sort of insight into this. Maybe he's had personal trainers, you know what I mean? Or like some guy who knows what the fuck he's doing. I've never had any professional assistants. I Google and I watch YouTube videos and try to come to a consensus.
You know what I'm not getting that Taylor has? Blisters on my hand. Not blisters, calluses. Taylor showed his calluses, and it was just a legit manifestation that he has not been bullshitting this whole time. And I'm I want that. Yeah, look at that. I don't have that at all, really.
Gloves, baby. Put those gloves on, and even if it does help you a little, then just get 2 more pounds of weight, right? Just lift a heavier weight.
I think that maybe my weights are smooth.
Look at these pussy mitts.
Are your weights smooth?
Pussy hands. Yeah.
Are your weights smooth?
The handles are pretty smooth, but I'm still getting calluses. One of them is more ridged than the other, and so I'm starting to get a callus here because I'm using that one on my left hand where it's grinding up against it. But it's it bothered me more at first, and then now that they're kind of hard, they've hardened some, I don't really mind. But I still don't I'm still trying. I've got Nivea Extreme Moisture, and that is I'm convincing myself that it helps. It does not. I don't think it gets rid of calluses at all.
For calluses. Maybe I would, but to me they're
I just want my hand to be a little bit soft.
Pride. I don't know.
I think that women really prefer if you have some soft ladylike hands. I'm just imagining my dad always had my dad's hands are so calloused and rough. it's like there's like grit to them, like skateboard chalk or something. There's like skin that like hangs off, and like that's like, remember Spider-Man when they zoom in on his hands? It's a little bit like that in places, and I'm like, oh, I wonder. I bet Mom's pussy was in for a real handling back in the day, right? You know, he's like, hey baby, you want to go into the bed? Or she's like, no, I'm just gonna sit on this bag of peas for another day or two. Had a good time last time, but I need to recover. Would you pass me the aloe vera and the Tylenol? You know, I've talked to women about this before, and I've been like, I've been like, yeah, they'll see me moisturizing or something with my special hand lotion. I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh, I appreciate your moisturization. You keep it up. I'm not mocking you. Keep it up. I always get the same reaction when it comes up. I've never had a woman give me any shit about that because they're always like, yeah, I like it. I just don't see it very often.
Yeah, I'm sure that you're right with regards to women's response, but I feel like a calloused hand is a guy who like does shit, and
I lube up when I get out of the shower.
That's definitely true too. I'm getting rid of this fucking. I'm just gonna be done with trying to moisturize it though because it's not doing anything.
I bet
like,
the gloves
it will.
do
You
everything.
gotta be consistent. When I get out of the shower, so I loofah off in the shower. I've got that back scrubber, and I got all kind. So I'm like red, and my skin's pretty raw when I get out. And then I hit that cocoa butter, and I'm like pump, rub my hands together, and it's like that. All right, that's the core. And then it's just I'm lubricating and moisturizing every inch of me for like a good solid 2-3 minutes or something. When I come out of there, I'm like a greased pig. Like if I could run and take like a slide down a slide or something, or
that's
what was
insane.
That thing, the greased watermelon thing.
Greased watermelon. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like I've only ever used lotion on my hands and my dick.
Look, your skin will feel. You feel a difference in your skin. Yeah, like if you feel like my arms and my back and like the back of my neck and everything, like I'm moisturizing 3-4 times a day, and I got my sunscreens and stuff. You feel much better, and you won't age as quickly.
Well, maybe I'll try it. I won't end up doing that because
I'll try it too.
Like I'll rub lotion all over myself, and then I'll put on pants or something, and I'll be like, oh no, I'm sticky.
Oh, I rub it in. I don't stop rubbing until it's in. Like I rub it into my skin until it's gone. Like I try to get as much in as I can. I want my skin to like drink up all that moisture.
You know how you use wet platinum and then you wash off, but you're still lubed? I don't like that. I don't like being slimed. I don't actually, even if like I have a cut, I don't like Neosporin.
That's silly.
Burn creams and stuff. It's like, I'd rather just have a burn than a burn with cream on it. It's,
really?
Yeah, I don't like being cream. Maybe I've got some sort of weird neuro thing.
But yeah, maybe somebody raped you once, and before they did, they shot a little lube or something. Not the lotion. Yeah. It's all suppressed now.
Or like I've had back rubs and stuff from like
your mom beat you with a fucking Lubriderm bottle
shit around the house.
You see extended moisture and it wins.
You know what I?
You got a bottle of that a night mask in the bottom of a sock.
Yeah.
I remember childhood memory sprung up. One time I took my mother's lipstick and I wrote something on the mirror with it, and then she came and she's like, did you do this? And I was like, no. And then she asked my brother, and he's like, I didn't do it, but he wasn't lying. And no one got in trouble. I don't know what happened. She never pursued that crime. She knew it was one of us, but didn't know which, and just let it go.
Well, she was just exhausted from the beatings. I was like, I've got my cardio for the day.
If I beat that kid one more time, my rotator cuff is taking a killing, Raven Woody. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have to get Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, she's getting Tommy John surgery because of her throwing of objects at you. You just like come back home one day, and then she just rookie of the year, a fucking cantaloupe at you, and just boom, like she was into the fucking wall.
She's looking at she's like, your ass is in so much trouble. I got the same fucking doctor as Greg Maddox. You're fucked.
She's coming over tomorrow.
Like
I think.
Pumping heat.
My parents are coming
John
around
Smoltz,
for Hope's
that Tommy John.
You were saying?
I was going to say John Smoltz had that Tommy John surgery, and I'm a big fan of John Smoltz as a baseball player, as a pitcher for the Braves. He was with us when we won the series in 1995, and he was the last of that group of Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz that was left after their big team in 95. Those were all big-time Hall of Famers, by the way, and with those 3 starting Hall of Famer pitchers, we got 1 World Series. That's pathetic, Bobby Cox, you piece of shit.
Didn't
that
you guys
was
make the playoffs in baseball like
every
10
single year
years in a row?
consecutively for like 18 fucking years or something like that. I throw it all away for one more series, 2 series that would do it. But Smoltz was like 40, and he was like 40 pitching at the same time Clemens was, though, and I hated Roger Clemens because he got all of the press for being this old champion. Meanwhile, he's fucking doing steroids for sure because he's not 40. Smoltz is 40 and still just tall and lanky, and like he went from being a starter to a closer. He's like, I can't give you 5 innings anymore, but I can give you 1 with everything I've got, and I love that. I respected it so much. It's like, yeah. He retooled himself. He came back as a different man to still compete. Like he raised to the next level. Meanwhile, you got fucking Clemens, who just shot some more shit in his ass and came back as a fucking muscle balloon that throws real hard.
He sounds like the Sidney Crosby of baseball, just totally unlikable and overrated.
Woody, I was gonna point it out. That scroll up a little bit to the tweet that that Chiz posted right there, the Carl Bush on Twitter, and he posted that like so soon after you went on your Twitter or your Crosby rant, and it totally falls in line with the kind of shit you were calling out Crosby for. He just takes PK Subban's head and just bounces it off the ice after the play. You can see it.
He like loops his finger into his helmet and like near where the ear is, so he can grasp the helmet and like boom, 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 gives him a few taps on the ice.
That asshole.
That
And Crosby isn't even a tough guy. Like, you know, if you want to get revenge on Crosby, you have to face some actual tough guy.
Yeah.
He's just a piece of shit pussy who gets away with nonsense like this because he's a star, doing things to... there's nothing likable or respectable about this guy. Look at him.
Now, that's very unsportsmanlike at the very least. I don't like that.
And it's not tough. If he fought, it would be tough. If he was like, yeah, I'm going to do this, and if you have anything to say about it, meet me at center ice. But that's not what he says. He says, no. I'm just going to do dirty shit like this to players who are laying on the ground, and if you want to fight, I'll run away.
And we got a big guy over there. We pay $800,000 a year to beat people up like you who think they want a piece of me. Because you don't want a piece of me. Because a piece of me turns out to be him. I got nougat on the inside.
This is who Crosby is. Right? And I bet the play
like that
after
Whitman
this,
sampler you don't want.
He'll complain to the ref about being treated unfairly.
Yeah. Like his, I can just imagine like his bodyguard comes out and just beats the guy up and the guy's eyes hanging out. And it doesn't seem fair. I don't like unsportsmanlike conduct. Let me do a couple ad reads here. Get us... Wonderful. Tell everyone a bit about ProFlowers. Have you ever forgotten an anniversary? Have you ever forgotten an anniversary, Woody?
Mm-mm. But I mean, there are anniversaries where I haven't done shit, but I did at least say happy anniversary. In fact, most anniversaries are like that with me.
When, pray tell, is your anniversary, if that's not a question you don't want to answer for some reason?
April 21st, I think, is my real one.
But
okay. April 1st is when we met. That's the one I put more value in.
I like that better. Yeah. I like that one much better. Yeah. Especially since it's been like this lifelong partnership. Like, I like that one better. All right. Anyway, have you ever forgotten an anniversary? Need a gift for someone last minute and you have no idea what to do? Well, we're going to make that easy for you. ProFlowers is our go-to stop for high-quality flowers, getting you out of your present pickle. And right now, ProFlowers has a special offer just for our listeners here. You can get $10 off your purchase of $29 or more by going to proflowers.com and entering the offer code PKA at checkout. This still works for best-selling gifts like their 100 Blooms bouquet, a dozen red roses, or even their totally unique plant gifts. Whatever you choose, ProFlowers bouquets are guaranteed to stay fresh for 7 days or your money back. Do yourself a favor and help out our show by supporting ProFlowers. Plus, get $10 off your purchase of $29 or more at ProFlowers. Go to proflowers.com, enter offer code PKA at checkout. Hurry, this deal will not last long. Proflowers.com, code PKA at checkout. I would suggest the roses. You can't go wrong with that. I've found in life that anytime you try to get a woman like her kind of flowers or something, like you just put too much on yourself. They don't care. I've never found a woman who's like, oh, tulips. Remember it. Like, no. If you show that you thought about them, went and did a thing, spent money, and like, here it is now, like that's the thing. Yeah. And ProFlowers is taking all of the hassle out of that out. You get all of the benefit and none of the hassle because it's all about the symbolism of giving her these flowers. It has nothing to do with her. Like do you think roses make women wet? No, it's a flower. it's the symbolic gesture that you're doing. You thought about them, you made an effort, and here it is incarnate. ProFlowers does all the work for you. This is the way to go. This is no different than when you use one of the cooking services that give you meal kits and you take full credit for it with a woman. Do the same thing with ProFlowers. It'll get you out of the hot spot.
How much of a deal you got at ProFlowers? You let them assume, man, this beautiful bouquet must have been expensive, because they're going to talk to their friends and they want to believe. Like if you went in, if you gave them the flowers and you said, all right, here's your flowers, they cost me $4,000. They're going to be like, oh, $4,000 for flowers, and they're not going to question. They're going to go to fucking work the next day and talk about how awesome their boyfriend or husband is. They just want to know that you tried. And with a deal like this, you're going to miss out if you don't. Yeah, you don't want to be in the doghouse. You don't want to be dealing with them.
ProFlowers.com. They're problem solvers.
And now
problem preventers.
If you've ever stayed at a luxury suite or a 5-star hotel, you feel like you could sleep forever. You know how good you feel in those sheets. I want to tell you about a great brand, Boll & Branch. Their sheets turn your bedroom into a luxury suite. You're never going to want to get out of your bed again. What makes these sheets unique is that each one is crafted from 100% organic cotton. That means Boll & Branch sheets not only feel incredible, but also look amazing. You're getting twice the comfort and style at half the price. You'll love these sheets. Try them for 30 nights and see for yourself. If you're not impressed, return them for a full refund. Anyone who sleeps on Boll & Branch sheets loves them. That's why they have thousands of 5-star reviews. The New York Times, Forbes, and the Wall Street Journal all rave about them. And even 3 U.S. presidents use Boll & Branch sheets. Go to bollandbranch.com today. You'll get $50 off your first set of sheets plus free shipping when you use promo code PKA. That's $50 off plus free shipping right now at bollandbranch.com, spelled BOLL and branch.com. Promo code PKA, bollandbranch.com, promo code PKA. I have the Boll & Branch sheets, of course, and I actually have a second set on the down low that I need to slide over Woody's way because I know he's got the California King. They are unmolested. They are still wrapped with their ribbon and their presentation case and everything. They're just.
I will feel bad about not sending Taylor his gift.
Tomorrow.
The presentation you said with the bow and all that, they really do come looking really, really nice. Like they come in a very
with a carrying
bag. That's like it.
They come with a carrying bag if you want to take them with you.
Really
I've been sleeping on mine for, I guess, a little while now, and I just washed them for I guess the second time because you're supposed to wash sheets before you put them on, and just as soft, just as wonderful. You didn't know that? You didn't know you're supposed to wash sheets?
I always thought when you put them on at first, it was like the best they got.
Oh, you get cancer from that. That's a huge thing. There's so many carcinogens. No. Like for real. So the dyes that they specifically use in sheets and pillowcases are full of carcinogens, and there's like a huge skull and crossbones on the back. And I'm lying about all this. I realize I shouldn't bullshit about this. As soon as I remember we're doing a sponsor that's they're not bad. You can lick them. Don't worry about it.
They're clean enough to eat off of, and if you put these on your bed, you'll be doing a lot more of that.
Yeah, I get it. No, they really are different. Like prior to this, we always got our sheets at like Target or something. They're better than the best sheets you can buy there. Like I don't even know where else you could get sheets at this level. And I feel like they're causing me problems because now my wife's standards are higher than they've ever been before.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. I really like mine. I've got I love my whole sleeping situation. There is nothing I would want that I don't already have as far as my bed, my blankets, and my whole like thing there. I've got those big gel pillows that like stay cold, and like if I like prop them up on my my like headboard to like sit up in bed and watch television, like I can feel them pushing. Like when I push into it, it pushes me back out. And I've got the Modal pillowcases on them, so they're the same material as the MeUndies, incredibly soft. And I've got the Casper mattress. Taylor's over there keeping cool right now. If you're not watching, maybe you're a guy who doesn't normally watch. Maybe tune into this one so you see that Taylor had an ice pack, using it this entire show. He's got an ice pack on his head right
Taylor,
now.
It must be cool outside by now. I bet it's like 70. Can you not open a window?
It feels so just hot in here and muggy. Like it was a very muggy day today, so just thick in the air. And when there's not, like I have my fans on and everything, but it still doesn't feel like it's circulating enough. that to get rid of that stagnation.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna have to, get my AC fixed tomorrow. But tonight it's gonna be really horrible night.
Do you have to get like a supervisor to like come fix that for you, or is that your responsibility? Or
no, not mine. No, I'll fucking call in and tell them, hey, I had a horrible evening last night because I was sweating balls all day, or the whole time or all night rather. And so hopefully they'll fix it quickly because this sucks. I'm so hot. This bag is now just like semi-cool water, and it still feels so good, so good. All I did before the show was take this garbage bag that I got from one of the 6,000 garbage bags I bought 2 years ago from Costco, and took my entire ice tray with like the full thing, dumped it in here, and here I am.
You have an ice refill by now. You've been on the show for almost 4 hours.
See, I've been hearing it go as it makes more, but I'm not foolish. I'm not going to go in there and deplete that ice because I'm going to need that ice to put into another garbage bag so I can keep next to it tonight and just kind of huddle a cold bag of water,
have a wet bed,
and try and sleep as I then go from this a little bit of coolness to 2 minutes later going, oh, my chest is so cold, my back is so hot, and then switch, and then I got the wetness from the fucking condensation on the bag.
Is that the pillow you have?
Not fun.
In the Skype?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm taking a look.
There's an Amazon Choice reversible cool gel memory foam pillow. Is that it?
I have that one, but I have 3 different ones. This one I didn't care for very much. It's smaller than it looks. It's and I like a king size. I have the other 2 are king sized. One of them this one's like $20 or $30. Another one was $80, and then the other one was like $45 or something like that. And they're all slightly different compositions.
$80 one the best?
Yeah, $80 one's the best.
It's rare that you find that cheaper and better.
It's the only pillow you need. Like I have a lot of pillows. I'm traditionally it's like, all right, get 3 under my head. I'll hug one. One's gonna go like between my knees, and like maybe one like scrunched up against my back, so I'm just enveloped in pillow, right? And this one, it's like, God, it's a king size pillow, so it's like the size of a goat. Like I hug this thing and put my head on it, and it like extends down, and my whole body's on it, and it's got that cooling effect, which I really like. My entire life in bed has been spent flipping a pillow over to get to the cool side for those precious 3 seconds. It feels wonderful. But now I've got a pillow that it's more like a minute of cool time, and then you flip it, and then when that's gone, I got 2 more backup pillows. It's
a minute. I'm not sure that's worth the. I don't know.
It's not just the cooling effect. It's
pillows.
Kyle, have you considered taking the cold garbage bag approach instead of spending all this money needlessly on pillows?
And air conditioning.
You could just wrap a Costco hefty around your neck.
That would be a good. That would be a really good YouTube video if you just pretend you're like, are you tired of spending thousands of dollars every year on air conditioning? Well, we have the solution for you. And then like a star wipe, and you're like dumping the fucking like step 1, and then of course you like tie the thing in a knot. Like with the plastic, and you just wear it under your clothes all day. Show like a
Cold Sack's patented revolutionary technology combines the Costco bag with ice from your freezer.
That 2-dimensional cartoon diagram of a human being from all those Imodium diarrhea commercials, and it just shows it red but turning blue with the cooling effect.
I could go for it right now. It's been like 76, like highs of 76, and when that happens, like. The house is muggy and uncomfortable, but the AC is not kicking on. So you can either lower the AC to like 72, or that makes me feel like I'm being wasteful, or deal with it. And neither option seems great. Although probably both seem great to Taylor right now.
Yeah, I turned that bitch on down to 7.
Cold belly right now. So that hopefully it'll, that's like I'm finding myself actually thinking about it, like trying. If you ever do that, where like you'll drink like a tea or something that'll make you like a chamomile tea that's trying to make you tired, and you'll be like, yeah, I think I do feel it making me tired. I'm gonna get a great night's sleep, and you're like talking yourself into it. Like as I've been doing this whole time, like I've had it on my back most of the time, so I'm not holding it. But like as I put it up here, I'm like, yeah, that's like this is hyper cooling all of my neck blood to make sure I'll be cool for as long as possible. Yeah, and I go like this, and I go, No, I'm hot again. You know, it's like, it didn't work.
So you guys know how our radiator works, right? Basically, fluid goes past the motor, it goes out to the radiator, then air blows through it, it cools it off, and then it goes back to the motor. I have that theory with my leg. Like if I'm hot in bed, I just put my leg out like a radiator. So all the blood pumps through, cools off, and then it comes back chilled.
You're not wrong at all. You're 100% accurate with that. That's why those rabbits have those big fucking ears, like those desert foxes and stuff. They're pumping their blood up into those ears and radiating the heat out. Like that's totally a thing. I mean, you know, they talk about you lose 80% of your heat from the top of your head. Like, first of all, bullshit. How are you calculating percentages of heat loss? Like that's not even a. Show me the equation.
That?
If that
You're
were
walking
true,
around anytime in winter and everybody just has a fountain of steam coming off the
It
top
would
of
just
their
be
head.
erupting. It would be erupting out of your head with this like boiling steam.
Dude, you could wear like a bikini bottom, like you know, European swimsuit, and a hat, and be fine in the winter. Because really, you know, like
You're only losing 20%.
Yeah,
on the
you know,
rest.
if you think about the opposite, I've become accustomed to losing 80 with no hat and keeping the 20 warm. I could flip that.
As warm as I am.
Yeah,
And I'm not wearing anything. This is silly fucking hat.
Obviously bullshit. They just lie to you to get you to wear a hat.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, too.
It's
bullshit.
It's
Propaganda.
It's big hat propaganda.
It's big hat.
It's big sombrero. That's what it is. Coming down.
You know what it is? It's fucking North Face and Patagonia and all these crooks out there masquerading around saying we make high quality camping outdoor gear. Oh, we know what you're up to. You're trying to sell hats.
I'm a Patagonia fanboy. Their shit is so.
Is that jacket Patagonia?
This is Armani, but Patagonia is like the top tier of fucking ski gear. If you ask me, from someone who doesn't fucking ski at all, but someone who's been in the cold a few times, right? And I've shopped for it and asked people who I thought knew. I've got these Patagonia like undershirt that's just micro thin, like one of those Under Armour things. But there's literally metal woven into it. Like when you turn it inside out, it's a metal shirt. Like it's like foil. I'm sweating wearing just that one layer, and it's 40 degrees out. It's like, this was too much. This was just too much.
From the makers of Cold Sack come tinfoil clothes.
That sounds like something I want to try for the winter.
I'm gonna start a fucking Etsy store and sell garbage bags full of ice.
I want to say it was like $100 fucking shirt. It was outrageous, but I was like, the guy was just swearing by it. He's like, you can wear layer upon layer upon layer of cheap Hanes shirts, or you can wear one of these, one more, a fleece and an outer, and you're fine in like sub-zero temperatures. And I'm like, I don't know anything about sub-zero temperatures. He's like, I do. So I was like, all right, swipe. And so, but I've always taken very good care of all that expensive winter gear because I don't use it often. A, and B, I don't want to fucking buy it again. You know, it's like, what do you say, Woody? Buy it nice,
or buy it twice.
So, like, I've got some socks that cost an ungodly amount of money, but, like, you put those fucking Carhartt thermal boot socks on, size 15. They're, like, $8 per sock or something, but they're the best socks I've ever put on in my life. Like, I think I could wear just the sock and wear them like moccasins in a normal day. So if you go out into the skiing or something, like, my feet never get cold. I don't know how we've transitioned to fucking boring ski wear talk and nobody's interrupted me yet. I don't know how that's happened.
No, keep going.
Typically don't
Tinfoil
interrupt
shirts.
at all.
I'm talking about my goddamn sock, and no one has stepped in yet with anything, not even a blurb. All right, let's go to.
Did we not do everything?
I'm sorry. What did we do? Everything with what?
Oh, I thought you were about to do an ad read, and I thought we were finished.
Oh, yeah, we're all straight with that.
Yeah, all done, baby.
Not sponsoring, but they should.
Did you see that police beating in Jersey?
Is there a video?
It's awesome. There is. I saw it on Phil DeFranco's channel, who, by the way, is making great videos right now. But this is what happens. This guy, by all accounts, bad dude, right? Bad dude. He's running from the police, and I think he hit some other people or shot some other people. So, like, fully established guy we don't like. He's driving, and the police are chasing him. He hits a telephone pole. And like at the same time he hits a telephone pole, he hits another guy. I'm a little confused on exactly how the accident goes down. And there's a fire, a bad one. Picture it 20 feet tall. Guy comes out of the car and he's on fire, and he's hurt. Like a movie, he gets out while burning, rolls around, puts himself out. The police come up to this guy. They kick him in the face. And then they all get together and start curb stomping him as a group. But there's a twist. It's not the bad guy. It's the guy that the bad guy hit at the end. The innocent bystander, the police beat the fuck out of him. He's still in the hospital, clinging to his life. He might not live.
All of his family are like dancing. They're like, we're in the money. We're in the money.
It's as bad as it gets. The police beat the fuck out of the wrong guy. And
wow, what?
Honey, call cousin Leibowitz. I got a job for him. Like, it's game over for that county.
It happened in Jersey. And to their credit, the police are like, we're identifying them now. We're going to press charges. They're going to get fired, etc. We're just figuring out who did it, and they're done for. But, yeah.
That's the kind of thing you don't even like hearing about. Like, not
great.
that like you like hearing about most brutal things cops do, but it's like, oh, it wasn't even the guy. Like, I thought said, but you were going to say, but he was a child rapist. And I was going to be like, all right. Well, if he was raping kids, I don't have any empathy.
Or like, but it turned out the beating kept prevented him from going into shock, and he lived.
With the adrenaline surge, he survived the fight. No.
Yeah.
They beat the MS right
out. I love those types of injuries when someone has like, not MS, of course, because that's a degenerative brain disorder. But if somebody's got like, I don't know, like some issue their whole life, and then they get hit in the head or shot in the head or something like that, and it fixes it, like it destroys that part of the brain that was causing the whole problem. Like if they had headaches their whole life, or they were blind in an eye and the mule kicks them, now they can see, or something like that. It's always fascinating.
I like it when they get really, really weird injuries. Like, you know, he got hit in the head. It was terrible. He was in a coma for 3 days, and now he can't smell. Or now he hates chocolate. And you're like, is that even that bad? I don't know.
What if they made something else up? Like they beat someone badly and he was like, you made me a racist. You hit something in my head, and now every time I see a Jewish fella, I think, well, I don't care for that, you know. And I used to have no problem with these folks, and you know, I feel the black bigotry creeping in as well. I think it's something you did to my head. You know, this is irreparable. You know?
Ever since I got beat down by Goldstein, now I'm racist.
Yeah.
The Jewish hammer, the Hebrew hammer. Hebrew hammer. God damn it.
Oh, Hebrew Hammer would have been better. The alliteration, you missed it.
There was a movie called The Hebrew Hammer, and it's got Mr. Numbers playing the Hebrew Hammer, the same character who plays the deaf guy in Fargo 3's brother.
Hey, I have a topic. So, do you guys remember that teenage girl who encouraged her boyfriend to kill himself, and he did?
Yeah, she's in trouble.
That's what's ended up panning out that
they're gonna kill her.
Oh, they hired someone to bully her.
They cut her wrists.
She's in trial right now. It's not over. This story is from like 2 days ago, so unless it ended very recently. I have like 5 things to know. He died of carbon monoxide poisoning in his truck, so that's how he killed himself.
Good way to go.
At one point, he got out of his truck and like texted her, and she was like, go back, finish the job. She said, "You always say you're going to do it, but you never do. I just want to make sure tonight is the real thing. You just have to do it. It's painless and it's quick." This is what she told him. Get back in.
Bitch is in trouble now.
That is think of the kind of, at the very least, she's a sociopath who has no understanding of, or I don't know, because is she even a sociopath, or is she just evil because she's playing it for, well, no, I guess she could be a sociopath playing it for emotional points, because she knows she was the one who, after this happened, was like playing it up like, oh, I'm so distraught, my life's over, my boy, he's gone, like, or my boyfriend, whatever, like, and that level of callousness
she did
and
play
shittiness
it up like that
at that age just show, like, that should just be like an end of do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not go to college, do not dupe somebody into marrying you.
Can I play the devil's advocate?
I'm excited to see where you go.
Yeah. So first of all, just looking at this on the face of what we're all hearing here, she sounds like a terrible person. I agree. But what we don't have any facts or any details about, or at least I don't, is like, what was the nature of their relationship? Was this a boyfriend and girlfriend, or was, like, here's the scenario in which I would think that this was fine, right? If this guy was annoying this girl who wanted nothing to do with him for a long period of time and like doing that thing, like maybe you've seen on Reddit where like you'll have this one-sided conversation where the guy's like, what's wrong? Why won't you talk to me? And it like devolves on when this one-sided conversation devolves into him being like, well, fuck you, fucking whore. I don't want you anyway, you nasty whore. Like, if that's the kind of treatment that this girl was getting from that guy, if he was this guy that she wasn't interested in, but was always coming after, and he's always saying like, I love you so much, I'll kill myself if I don't have you. I'd kill myself. And she's just like, bro, fucking do it. I don't know you.
That's not what it is.
I love it because it matters.
So apparently this guy had suicidal tendencies before they started dating. They were real boyfriend, girlfriend. Like that much isn't in question. And,
Story over.
So, no.
I mean,
keep going. We'll
that's
lay it
all
out
it takes
some
for
more.
me to be like, all right, well, she's a bitch then.
So he had suicidal tendencies. They were a real couple. They, whatever, they were dating. There were times when he suggested that they kill themselves as a pair, which she wasn't really into, but he was like, yeah, we should die together, etc. This sort of Romeo Juliet thing. And, but then, he sort of excluded her from his plans of killing himself and just went solo. He would repeatedly sort of do these like cries for attention, I guess, although he went through with it, so he was the real deal. But, he would repeatedly like, tonight's the night, I'm going to kill myself, whatever, and then not finish it. And then she eventually was like, do it, just do it. It's painless, it's quick, it's what have you. And the article ends like this. It's not very long, I'll read it. On Monday, Carter waived her right to a jury trial and placed her fate in the hands of a judge. Prosecutors will have to prove that Carter caused Roy to kill himself, essentially caused his death.
I hope she's innocent.
There's a little more. Defense lawyers are going to argue that he had suicide tendencies predating their relationship. They're going to emphasize that he was alone in his car, and ultimately it was his decision. There may be an issue to the extent to which she was aware of the risk. She knew he was suicidal, but did she know that he was going to go through with it? So I feel like that presents both sides of the argument pretty well.
I'm on her side.
Really?
And legally, I'm on her side. No punishment. 0, nil, nothing. She hasn't broken a law. She's done something terribly morally wrong in the nature of cheating on your wife with her sister. But we don't lock people up for that. We just don't.
The guy was carbon monoxide poisoning himself. He didn't want to go. He decided not to go through with it. He got out. She texted him, said, you never go through with it. Just do it. It's painless and quick. He follows her instructions. He just does it.
Taylor, go kill yourself.
Nah.
Shit.
Well, like, send me like mean texts about it.
But when you get a guy with a gun to his temple and you say, pull it, or a guy standing on a ledge and you say, jump, are you at all?
Imagine if I actually did it right there, Kyle. That clip, if I just pulled a gun out, blew my head off, like
so many views.
This clip would go, it would be more viral than anything. Big-headed, because I have a giant head too, so there'd be more gore than anyone before. And so it would be like large-headed man blows head off.
Or I'll tell you to kill yourself.
Or I'll use my powers even more. Yeah. She's a piece of shit.
She had no powers. She is not culpable. If she had powers, if she was like, there's an X-Files episode called The Pusher or Pusher, and that's what he did. He had this incredible power of suggestion. He'd be like, he'd like, set yourself on fire. And you'd be like, nah. Like, no, really, though. Want to do this. And they couldn't resist this guy. He had this power over them, the supernatural thing. That ain't what we're talking about, though. Look, I can tell you to do whatever I want. I can tell you to go to hell, tell you to fuck yourself, tell you to kill yourself. If you fuck yourself, I didn't rape you. If you kill yourself, I didn't kill you. I'm not involved with either act. I can say what I want. I hate it when, like, even people we hate, this morally piece of shit, bankrupt cunt, she shouldn't be punished any more than that racist old white cuck of a fucker that said that racist shit that owned that basketball team should have lost his basketball team. You should be able to say some racist, awful, low-grade, dirty shit if you want to. We could look down on it. We can see it as morally reprehensible. We can see it as wrong, bad, dishonest, something we don't like. We can make efforts to not include those people in our own personal lives. We can not do business with them. But what we can't do is find them guilty of some made-up crime and suddenly start saying, if you suggested he killed himself, and he did it, so you're 100% culpable. No, you're not. You're a cunt.
I agree with you that it, like you're right, and that this is one of those things where like I hear what you're saying, and I think you're right. You're correct in what you're saying, but emotionally, when you first see it, you want her to be punished, obviously. But like it would set a dangerous precedent. Do you have a duty to now prevent people from killing themselves, and you're culpable for that? If someone says I'm going to kill myself and you don't, go to the correct extent to prevent it, like who knows where that would lead? But like at the end of the day, she didn't actually do anything to kill him. He killed himself. He did it all. But she was just a horrible, horrible cunt who shouldn't be around. Like who shouldn't exist? Just an evil, like how just fucking evil. Just an evil person. And but you can't be punishing someone saying
to me. I see all the issues that you guys see, right?
Yeah.
She had a lot of influence on this guy, right? Here he is. He's fragile. This is his girlfriend. She's in a tremendous position of influence based on who she is to him. I've been a fragile guy before. I didn't have a girlfriend at the time, but I can imagine if I had one that was pushing me that way, maybe I'd have acted like him. And she was the difference between him living and dying, right? He was walking out of the truck, not killing himself. And she said, get back in, you're all talk. So he got back in and died. But I don't know what the punishment should be for that. I feel like there should be some.
Yeah, I feel like there should be, but it's like, what can they really do? You told someone to kill themselves, and so now you're culpable in their death. It's like you can't really do that, like because they did kill themselves.
And when you start qualifying it, and you can't qualify it either. You can't be like, I mean we can. It's important to like know these facts, but you can't qualify it with, well, he was in a sensitive position and this was his girlfriend. It's like, well, then again, where do we draw the line with like what does our relationship have to be? How fickle must our relationship between one another be before I can tell you to go kill yourself? You know what I mean? Like, where do we draw that line? You can't. So
the charge is involuntary manslaughter.
I think it's.
So manslaughter, I think, is when you kill someone, but it wasn't planned out. Like maybe you got into a fight and all you meant to do was hit him, but you actually killed him. I think that's what manslaughter is.
Yeah.
Involuntary manslaughter, I guess, is. How is that different than manslaughter? I'm not.
That'd be like you run a kid over, right?
Manslaughter it includes like recklessness, I believe. So if you were driving like 20 miles over the speed limit and you ran a red light and you ran into a car and you killed someone, that would be manslaughter. But if it's what'd you say? Unintentional manslaughter?
Involuntary.
Involuntary manslaughter. I don't know. I don't even, because this isn't manslaughter. Like she didn't kill him. Like
she didn't enact
kill
anything on this guy. No, you can't kill somebody.
Here I have it. Involuntary manslaughter occurs when the agent has no intentions of committing murder, but caused the death of another through recklessness or criminal negligence. The crime of involuntary manslaughter can be subdivided into main categories: constructive and gross negligence manslaughter.
See, that seems risky if you extend and say, oh, that recklessness now includes text messages. It's not recklessness of I'm driving my motorcycle too fast, not recklessness of I didn't check before I went to the shooting range and shot someone next to me or something. Like it's reckless as in, oh, you recklessly sent that text message. Like as much as we hate this horrible bitch, like this is
criminal recklessness, I guess, implies a pretty extreme level of recklessness.
Sounds fun, doesn't it? I'm criminally reckless. Like you got to be doing.
That's how I fly my paramotor.
And it doesn't like if anything, it wasn't manslaughter because she wanted him to die. It was no accident. This was a talked about thing. It wasn't involuntary.
That'd be a funny defense if her defense attorney was like, Your Honor, she wanted him to kill herself. There was nothing unintentional. Kill himself. There was nothing unintentional about this. It's clearly not unintentional manslaughter. Yeah, I hope she doesn't get punished because of the precedent it would set. What if you're an influencer or whatever the fuck, some guy with 8 million people on Twitter or something, and you tell a fan to go kill himself and he kills himself. Now you're in trouble.
Just
like,
shorten it. Well, to KYS.
He had, yeah, right. Like Mr. Gamertag had quite the sway on Bobby. He'd been watching Mr. Gamertag for years. Bobby was just a fan, and when Mr. Gamertag told him to go fuck himself, well, he took it to heart and he fucked himself to death.
I hear you.
You're up for rape.
That's a pretty.
Yeah.
I mean,
again.
On one hand, that's the slippery slope, and you shouldn't pay too much attention to that. On the other hand, slippery slope matters. There is a precedent here. It's not a crazy thought process. I just feel like she should get something. I really think that
I feel like she's
shares
terrible.
responsibility on his death.
Yeah, I think that she is, in some way, probably responsible for his death. I can't say beyond the shadow of a doubt, though, because this is a suicidal guy who was getting in and out of smoke-filled cars, so chances are he was eventually going to do it. And he may have done it that night. Can't say 100% sure without a shadow of a doubt that he wouldn't have done it without her input. It just seems that that's the case. I hate this person, and initially I had the same reaction as I did with flag burning when that came up a while back. I was like, yeah, it should be against the law. And then I started thinking more and more, and I'm like, no, it can't be, can it? It really can't be. And in the same right, I think you should be able to tell people to kill themselves. And if you want to, you tell them how to fucking do it. I guess, you tell them to do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. I like that. I like being able to say whatever you want, no matter how awful it is, or if no one but you thinks the thing that you think, because so often that's an important quality to have. There's a lot of groupthink mentality in society, and it's important that people are able to step outside of that and say what they want.
Yeah, I just think extending that there needs to be limits on say what you want. The classic
limits on free speech.
Fire on a crowded theater, that's not free speech when you shout fire in a crowded theater. I don't think free speech is when you tell a suicidal man who's in a smoke-filled truck to get back in. And finish it.
I do not draw that parallel. I don't like either thing. The fire thing, you're creating this danger. You're creating a dangerous situation, right? You're sending a group into a panic in which people get trampled and injured and stuff. It's a real public safety hazard. And it's not that you had sway over these people. You're not like their leader, and you're like fire, and that's why they believe you. It's just that, like, human beings, when you hear fire screamed, like, we react. Whereas these people knew each other, and she's like, fucking kill yourself, bro. You always say you're going to kill yourself. You're annoying me constantly with your suicide talk. I'm not going to kill myself, but if that's your thing, then fucking do it. It's not going to hurt. And look, suicide's not the worst thing. I mean, I go back to that. Like it seems like it was not
as bad as homicide, but it's pretty bad.
No. Look,
on a moral, I think we're all talking the same thing. Morally, it's horrible.
Not everybody is going to enjoy this existence in this life, and for some people, it's going to be your way out. I don't recommend.
I have a new topic.
I think you should persevere. I want to talk more about suicide. I think you should always persevere and try to make the world you live in one that you'll be happy to live in. For some people, that's not going to happen. I don't advocate suicide, but I do understand it. And I don't blame this lady for that guy's suicide, at least not on a legal level. New topic.
This one, to me, is actually a pro-Trump article. So what's happening is people are getting off of food stamps. Illegal immigrants are getting off of food stamps because they're afraid they're going to get deported. And the article, to me, kind of reads like, oh, isn't it a shame? These, just so you know, food stamps aren't actually tied to deportations. You don't have to be doing this, but they're like, yeah, I know technically, but I'm worried that I'm getting on a list. I'm an illegal immigrant who's getting food stamps, and I'm just going to stop taking food stamps because I'm afraid I'll get deported. And I think, good.
Yeah.
Good.
It shouldn't be
fucking handouts for you, invader.
Stay on them if you want. It should be like, no, you're not a member of this country. You came here legally, and now you're siphoning resources from the general population. That's not fair.
Yeah. And it's that sort of extreme leftism that makes it hard to get on board with the Democrats, right? Because they're literally talking about the exact thing that a lot of us hate. It's this sort of handout society for anyone and everyone with their hands open. And I'm not a nationalist per se. But Jesus, at some point we do have to take care of our own. The people who are paying into the system should reap the benefits of that system. And then if there's a surplus afterwards, then good. We'll be all the more prepared to help the weak and the impoverished. But let's look out for ourselves, make ourselves as strong as we can, and then we'll just be more charitable than we ever could have been before.
Yeah, the United States is insanely charitable. They give higher percentages of their income than any other Western nation, by far. People here are very charitable for the most part. This is not charity, though. This is like you came here, you committed a felony by coming here illegally, and then you set up into our system and are now taking from it and not giving into it. And that's not the way countries work. You know, like you can't, if I went into Sweden or Germany or any other country and started getting benefits when I was there illegally and they found out, they would have every right in the world to say, get the fuck out of here. No, you can't be here. You're not allowed to be here. That's not how countries work. This isn't, 3,000 years ago before borders were drawn. Like, no, you can't do that. You got to leave Sweden. You're not here legally. Like,
what do you feel like a leech? If you move to France and immediately sign up for some fucking bullshit program that like, because you suddenly fit into some category because you're a single man newly in this country and suddenly you qualify for benefits, wouldn't you just feel like a fucking cockroach
I feel like
and a leech?
I have to pay it back. Yeah. Like you know what, Sweden? Invest in me. I get it. I just got here. You're helping me get on my feet, but trust me, I'm going to be an awesome taxpayer, someday. With that mindset, I can understand it.
And what they should say is, come back when you are. Come back when you are.
Well, I guess that was the invest in me part.
Come back legally.
I'm not going to get on my feet without being here, So I'll tell you what, 2 years of food stamps, then I'm going to pay you more than you ever paid me. Like
that would be great if, like, you as an engineer are being brought into Sweden and they're like, yeah, we really want Mr. Gamer Tag. He's an engineer, or however they sound. I hate those people. And
right there with
those
the Irish.
Those are the same people who will like talk down to us about like racial issues when they live in a vanilla country with like no. Only white people.
Kyle, you backwards Americans, you don't even know what you're talking about. I met 3 black people last year, all of them from the United States, and they tell me horror stories of how they are treated. I've never met a black person here because we don't allow that. But if you ask any one of the 3 million white people who live in our tiny little country, they will tell you that you are all racist. Like, it's like, yeah, okay, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking. The same thing with Canada, where Canada's like, talking shit about stuff like, oh, you guys down there with your racism and your shit. It's like I don't know. I'm so tired of how much America gets shit on by so many members of other countries. And if you say anything about, well, and obviously like Kyle making fun of Ireland, it's not really true.
No,
like,
yeah, I love Ireland. I like the accent, the food, the whole thing.
You don't actually hate Sweden. Like, we give them shit. I'm tired of that.
Because I feel like no one gives America shit like America does, right? Like, when Ferguson goes down, we don't bury that. We're like, America has a problem that we need to address. There's a thing that's wrong here, right? Regardless of what you think the solution is or whatever. Other countries are like, no, we're awesome. What? Not don't pay attention to that over there. We don't have any troubles. Like, really? You got like suicide bombers?
Oh, do you have any proof of the 1,200 people who were raped by migrants? Other than all the pictures, other than all the pictures that we outlawed because we don't keep track of what the race of the rapist is because the statistics are a bit bigoted in that way.
In places in Europe, they have, like, Milo will talk about the huge influence of on the Muslim culture on what was there before. But the countries themselves just kind of bury that. India is one that I know really well, so I talk about them a lot. They have this like huge portion of their population that's just untouchable and completely broken, lives in filth, and they're hardly even living a human lifestyle.
Just squalid.
Yeah, and but they don't talk about that. They look the other way when the plane flies in over that stuff. But America, if we have problems, we freaking put it on TV and make it a national debate, and so I like that about America. I feel like it gets some problems solved when you put them on TV.
Yeah.
There's this old, I think it was maybe post-World War, I don't remember when it was. There's this, I found it. I fucking found it. Let me play a second of this to make sure I found it. This is really good. Yeah. So the way I remember it, this guy was a Canadian radio guy, and this is him on America. This is him talking about America. And it's very good. It's 5 minutes, but this is a strong way to close the show. This is a strong way to close out. Especially if you're American out there. Listen to this.
I'm queued up at 0.
Me too.
3, 2, 1, play. Do you guys have audio in the beginning?
No.
Okay.
It's coming.
The United States dollar took another pounding on German, French, and British exchanges this morning, hitting the lowest point ever known in West Germany. It has declined there by 41% since 1971, and this Canadian thinks it's time to speak up for the Americans as the most generous and possibly the least appreciated people in all the world. As long as 60 years ago, when I first started to read newspapers, I read of floods on the Yellow River and the Yangtze. Well, who rushed in with men and money to help? The Americans did, that's who. They have helped control floods on the Nile, the Amazon, the Ganges, and the Niger. Today, the rich bottomland of the Mississippi is underwater, and no foreign land has sent a dollar to help. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by the Americans, who poured in billions of dollars and forgave other billions in debts. None of those countries is today paying even the interest on its remaining debts to the United States. When the franc was in danger of collapsing in 1956, it was the Americans who propped it up, and their reward was to be insulted and swindled on the streets of Paris. And I was there, I saw that. When distant cities are hit by earthquake, it's the United States that hurries in to help. Managua, Nicaragua is one of the most recent examples. So far this spring, 59 American communities have been flattened by tornadoes. Nobody has helped. The Marshall Plan, the Truman Policy, all pump billions upon billions of dollars into discouraged countries. And now newspapers in those countries are writing about the decadent, warmongering Americans. Now, I'd like to see just one of those countries that is gloating over the erosion of the United States dollar build its own airplane. Come on now, you, let's hear it. Does any country in the world have a plane to equal the Boeing Jumbo Jet, the Lockheed TriStar, or the Douglas 10? If so, why don't they fly them? Why do all international lines except Russia fly American planes? Why does no other land on Earth even consider putting a man or a woman on the moon? You talk about Japanese technocracy and you get radios. You talk about German technocracy and you get automobiles. You talk about American technocracy and you find men on the moon, not once but several times, and safely home again. You talk about scandals and the Americans put theirs right in the store window for everybody to look at. Even the draft dodgers are not pursued and hounded. They're right here on our streets in Toronto. Most of them, unless they're breaking Canadian laws, are getting American dollars from Ma and Pa at home to spend up here. When the Americans get out of this bind, as they will, who could blame them if they said to hell with the rest of the world? Let somebody else buy the bonds. Let somebody else build or repair foreign dams or design foreign buildings that won't shake apart in earthquakes. When the railways of France and Germany and India were breaking down through age, it was the Americans who rebuilt them. When the Pennsylvania Railroad and the New York Central went broke, nobody loaned them an old caboose. Both of them are still broke. I can name to you 5,000 times when the Americans raced to the help of other people in trouble. Can you name to me even one time when someone else raced to the Americans in trouble? I don't think there was outside help even during the San Francisco earthquake. Our neighbors have faced it alone, and I'm one Canadian who is damn tired of hearing them kicked around. They'll come out of this thing with their flag high, and when they do, they're entitled to thumb their noses at the lands that are gloating over their present troubles. I hope Canada is not one of these. But there are many smug, self-righteous Canadians. And finally, the American Red Cross was told at its 48th annual meeting in New Orleans this morning that it was broke. This year's disaster, with the year less than half over, has taken it all, and nobody, but nobody, has helped.
I thought that was good, and I thought that the part about us putting our scandals in the store front window was relevant after what you had said.
Yeah, that was exactly.
I really like that. Yeah, that's really powerful. I like that a lot. I think that was that's from like the early 80s or something.
It looked like it was from 2003.
Yeah, the video is. But the audio of the Canadian gentleman, I think,
Good
is
old
a bit older.
Canadians.
Yeah, because he's referencing East Germany and such.
Oh, it's from
But
1973.
yeah, quite old. But still relevant today. There you go.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
We should.
Before we go, you guys need to remember we're gonna have Yonas on again because obviously the tech stuff was very difficult this time and he had to drop out. YouTube, Yonas TV. It's Yonas is how you spell it. Yonas TV on YouTube. You can check him out. iTunes, Spotify, Amazon, Google Play, all these places as well. If you want to check him out, so I highly recommend that. I'm excited to have him on again. It sucked we weren't able to hear him.
Yeah, we didn't get to much of his stuff, but if you go to his website there, I thought his music was pretty good. And he seemed like a real chill guy. I liked his colored people time joke. I wanted to make it from the start, but you never know if someone's going to get really offended.
I was
and it's the
very
whole
against
thing.
that.
I was very saved when Wolf liked my no dad joke.
Oh, bravo! Yeah, that was a great joke. That's your top 5 Woody jokes of all time. I love that. That was excellent. Well, check out our sponsors. There's links down in the description below. There's a Smart Mouth, Boll and Branch, Movement Watches, NatureBox, and ProFlowers.
Very good. PKA episode
Check 'em out.
338.